on 1089 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile, on the app, and on your smart speaker. Home of the Festive 50. 50 games of football this December. Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
Good evening with your headlines at 7 o'clock. I'm Uma Gurav. Build up to tonight's games right here in a moment. But first, the police watchdog says families of the victims of Hillsborough have been repeatedly let down. The IOPC has published a report today that says 12 officers would have faced proceedings of gross misconduct, but on account of the fact they'd retired once the investigation had started, none will be disciplined. Elsewhere, Birmingham and Hull have been sanctioned by the FA over their mass confrontation in October. The Blues will pay a £115,000 fine, while Hull will get a £25,000 fine. And Serena Williams is seemingly coming out of retirement 3 years since she last played a competitive tennis match. She has applied for reinstatement onto the tour for return in 2026.
Talk Sport. News.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. Get 10% off 2 or more premium tyres in our Black Friday event. Don't miss out and book today at quickfit.com and drive away happy every time. Conditions apply.
Kick-Off. Online, on YouTube, on the TalkSport app. Kick-Off live.
The adrenaline-charged Weeknight Football Academy.
Stamina, celebrity, light-speed weeknight football.
Athletic accomplishment meets peerless professionalism and pride.
Superstar football.
Kick-Off live on TalkSport.
So, from New York to Newcastle, there's a full midweek of Premier League action to bring you every single game live and exclusive right here on the TalkSport network, starting with 3 matches tonight, and our feature game sees an upwardly mobile Newcastle United hosting a Tottenham Hotspur team that's already creaking under pressure.
Listen to those boos. I think there might be a frank exchange of views after that.
Some react in one way, some react in another, someone a little bit in between. No matter what, we need all of them.
You need to give Thomas Frank time, that's for sure.
Don't know where we're going right now.
Tottenham lose again. Well, there are atmospheres, and then there is St James's Park. Oh my word! Newcastle 2, Man City 1. Well, we've had a first half of no goals, and Harvey Barnes has scored 2 in 4 minutes.
Everton falling apart. Newcastle in dreamland.
We're searching for consistency. Hopefully that helps us.
What I love about Eddie, he's always consistent in how he says things. It's only a matter of time before they start getting going.
It's Barnes! It's 3!
I think even on my show on a Sunday night, I said Newcastle, great chance Champions League again, definitely this year.
All of a sudden, the narrative changes, the pressure gets cranked up.
It's 2-0! Vicario with an absolute howler!
Getting booed every touch.
We that can't be true Tottenham fans.
He's under massive pressure, rightly or wrongly. This is the job that Thomas Frank has got himself into now.
He's on very thin ice, I think.
And remember, those fans will be there after Thomas Frank has left, after Vicario who's moved on to another club. They will be there. They are true fans. You can't throw that at them.
Well, neither Spurs nor Newcastle have had the start to the season they would have hoped for, separated only by goal difference in 12th and 13th respectively. It's not exactly what you'd expect from 2 teams currently playing Champions League football, and the mood at the clubs really couldn't be more different either. The Magpies are aiming for a 3rd straight Premier League win, while the Boo Boys are out for Spurs as they look to avoid a 3rd straight Premier League defeat. It's live and exclusive to national radio right here on TalkSport, and all kicks off at 8:15pm. Hello, good evening. I'm Hugh Wozencroft. Hope you're all well and welcome to St James's Park, which looks absolutely sensational tonight. Clear skies above us, and fans beginning to come into the stadium and take their seats. Plenty of them hoping that their team will win a 7th straight home match right here in front of their very own fans. Let's take a look ahead to tonight's Premier League action with Sky Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream over 50 live Premier League games this festive month, flexibly with Now. Like Newcastle versus Spurs live today. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
So plenty to look forward to this evening. We're going to get right to it. Wins last time out in the previous 2 games for Newcastle against Manchester City and Everton, whereas defeats against Arsenal and Fulham for Spurs. Let's find out who the managers have gone for tonight and whether Thomas Frank is going to tinker a little bit with your match commentator. Good evening, Sam Matterface.
Yeah, very good evening to you, Hugh. Hello, everyone. Yes, 34 days since their last meeting here. Newcastle United look to extend their wonderful home run against beleaguered Spurs, for whom, I must admit, speaking to people in and around the club today, aren't in a particularly good place, it doesn't feel. Eddie Howe, complete opposite. They make two changes from the thumping win at Everton. Gordon and Bruno are on the bench. This is how they start. Ramsdale in goal, Livramento right back, Chow, Byrne and Hall the back four. Miley keeps his place in the team. Tonali comes into that midfield. Joel Linton also plays. That's why Bruno Guimaraes is rested tonight. Such an intense schedule. Murphy comes in for Elanga on the right-hand side. Baltamada and Barnes keep their places too. So it is just those two changes from that win over Everton. Thomas Frank is looking to avoid 4 straight defeats. He makes 4 changes from the latest home reverse against Fulham. Richarlison and Xavi Simons are on the bench. And no, Mickey van de Ven in the starting 11 tonight. He drops to the bench as well. That's got to be rotation, but it will definitely raise a few eyebrows. Vicario is the goalkeeper. Pedro Porro is the right back. Danso, Romero and Udogie the back four. Sarr and Bentancur with Bergvall in midfield. Mo Kudus and Johnson on the flanks. And Kolo Muani is the man who leads the line. Palhinha, Simons, Richarlison, Tell, Gray, Spence, Audebert and Van de Ven are the replacements.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. Alongside us here in St James's Park, the one and only, the former Watford captain, Troy Deeney. Good evening, my friend.
How are you, mate? It's lovely to see you out of that studio and actually travelling with us. How are you?
It's so cold tonight. He hasn't been out for about 115 days since the last time the sun was shining.
It's freezing, guys. It's freezing. I mean, it's a lovely night. There's no rain, especially where we sit here near the pitch at St James's Park. I'm delighted about that. But, Sam, you've already got your gloves on, mate. You're pointing the finger at me.
Always got the gloves on, mate. They're fingerless, though, so, you know. Still do all the work.
All right, you're looking a bit like the Artful Dodger at the moment. Let's get to the team news with our very own Artful Dodger, Troy Deeney. Troy,
yes, sir.
Let's start with Tottenham, shall we? Because there's big pressure on Thomas Frank. You look at the newspapers, doubting Thomas on the back page of The Sun. The news that some of his squad aren't fully convinced about his tactics and his approaches to games. You look at the lineup this evening and it feels like there's another change in how Tottenham are going to approach things. What do you make of what he's done, especially that headline team news with Mickey van de Ven not making the starting 11?
Yeah, I think that's the one that obviously it throws everybody into contention, but I think if we're looking at it with no emotion, you'd argue Mickey van de Ven has had a lot of injuries over his playing time, so maybe Thomas Frank's looking to rest him and think ahead to the weekend. 3 games in a week, maybe that's where his problems start to kick in. I'm really interested in what you said there, where you're starting to hear rumblings already that Spurs players are not happy with the tactics. I've had enough of hearing about Spurs players and their feelings, because they can do some work themselves. You know that. They can actually turn up, they can run around, they can put a bit of effort in. It was Ange Postecoglou's fault, it was Conte's fault, it was Mourinho's fault, now it's Thomas Frank's fault. At what point are we allowed to have a serious conversation about, are these Spurs players going to start living up to the price tags and the hype that they believe they are themselves? Not that everybody else puts them on the hype that they put themselves. And I'm going to put money on it now. If they win the game tonight, by the time me, you and Sam get to the car, there'll be a picture on Instagram, togetherness, from this Spurs team. And that's what they've become. They've become an Instagram team, and they're winding me up. Thomas Frank has done things wrong, but it's not all their fault.
Very quickly on Newcastle's team tonight,
yep.
Very strong, but obviously Bruno Guimaraes, in the same mould as what Thomas Frank's done with Mickey van de Ven, is rested. He's on the bench this evening. Both teams playing Champions League football. Is that something the managers have to do at the moment?
They don't have to. It's a choice that they made. But again, talk about context of two different teams. So Bruno Guimaraes, the heart and soul of this team, the captain, goes on the bench. We're not hearing any negativity. We're not hearing anyone saying that Eddie Howe doesn't know what he's doing. It was... Who was it who dropped out from Miley? It was Tonali, wasn't it, who dropped out for him at the weekend? Tonali comes back in. That's a rotation. Anthony Gordon hasn't been able to get back into the team. Elanga, a big money signing, has got dropped to the bench this time. So people rotate. It is what it is. I think for all of us looking at Mickey van de Ven not being in the team, we would argue that Spurs are a much weaker team without him than they are with him.
Plenty for us to discuss before an 8:15 kickoff here at St James's Park. We'll discuss all of the comments around fans and whether they should be able to boo. Thomas Frank's comments a little bit later on, but there are 2 Premier League games kicking off at 7:30pm this evening. Manchester City could move to within 2 points of the leaders Arsenal with a win away at Fulham. It's a game you can listen to exclusively on Talk Sport 2. Joe Shannon has the lineups.
Yes, good evening, Hugh. Martin Keown and I were just talking about Manchester City's amazing record against Fulham over a number of years now. They won the last 18 meetings, would you believe it, City, in all competitions. That's the longest winning run an English League club has had against another. And tonight, Pep Guardiola has named an unchanged side after the victory over Leeds, where Phil Foden scored that injury time winner. So, Donnarumma in goal, Nunes, Diaz, Gvardiol and O'Reilly, Silva, Gonzalez and Reinders, Doku and Foden either side of Haaland, who of course is 1 goal away from netting 100 in the Premier League. Fulham's last victory over Manchester City was back in April of 2009. In terms of the team news today, 2 changes to the side that won at Tottenham over the weekend, and I would venture they're quite surprising changes because King and Chukwueze are the 2 who drop out. Lukic and Smith Rowe are the 2 who come in. King and Chukwueze both on the bench for Fulham tonight. Leno is the goalkeeper. Tete, Anderson, Bassi and Sessegnon. Berger and Lukic, Wilson, Smith Rowe and Iwobi moving forward into a wing position behind Raul Jimenez up front here.
And alongside Joe, a 3-time Premier League champion in the former Arsenal and Aston Villa defender Martin Keown. Good evening.
Good evening. Really looking forward to the game. Under the lights here, it's very, very civilised. Let me tell you, we're the press office here, the lovely little position. I don't know if you've been here before, and everyone Beautiful. Around you is very nice, very civilised. We'll see if that changes when the game starts.
Well, especially if Manchester City go in front, because we know you're an Arsenal man through and through. Pep Guardiola's side needing a 91st minute winner to come past Leeds at the weekend. They lost their previous 2 games against Bayer Leverkusen and Newcastle. Is this a team that Arsenal should be fearing in the title race?
Well, of course, I think it's more the manager that you fear and what he's capable of putting together. But on their travels, they've struggled this season, Man City, in the Premier League. So, that could happen again tonight. We're a little bit kind of perplexed at Marco Silva because they've won 3 of the last 4 games. And I particularly have been interested in Iwobi playing in a central midfield role and played a pivotal part. Now, we're preempting, but it looks as if, I'm told by the experts, he's going to be playing left wing. So I'd like him in the middle. Actually, Arsene Wenger said he's a player that should play centrally because he's a game controller. And that's, to be honest, I think it's looked that way in recent times. But Fulham, it's a big game for them tonight. They've got a terrible record against Man City over the Premier League years. And Pep probably will go 2 points clear or 2 points behind Arsenal tonight in the Premier League race.
We shall see. Certainly Martin Keown's going to be a big Fulham fan this evening. Thank you very much, gentlemen. TalkSport 2 for Fulham against Manchester City kicking off at 7:30pm. To the South Coast next. Bournemouth on a 7-game unbeaten run at the Vitality. It's their best home run in the top flight. They welcome an Everton side that was soundly beaten by Newcastle at the weekend. It's exclusive to the TalkSport app. Our very own Ian Danter has the lineups.
Thank you, Hugh. Everton have never won in their 8 Premier League visits to the Boscombe Downs, and Bournemouth still unbeaten here this season despite no winning 4 for them currently. Both sides on the wrong side of 5-goal games at the weekend, the Cherries at Sunderland and the Toffees at Newcastle. And Doni Iraola is forced into at least 1 change this evening with Senesi suspended. He's made 4. Milosavljevic comes in for Senesi. Also Jimenez, Kluivert and Krupi are in. Evanilson, Tavernier and Smith all dropped to the bench. Everton make just the 1 change from Saturday evening's home defeat. Idrissa Gueye is still suspended, but another injury problem for David Moyes. Michael Keane is out. Carlos Alcaraz comes in, and that means a lot of shifting around, which I'll explain now. Bournemouth line up with Jordi Petrovic in goal, Alex Jimenez, Bafoda Diakite, Vojko Milosavljevic and Adrian Truffert in the back 4. Alex Scott and Tyler Adams holding in midfield, then Amin Adli, Justin Kluivert and Antoine Semenyo behind Junior Krupi in attack. Here's how Everton should line up. Still 4-2-3-1. Jordan Pickford in goal. James Garner at right back. Jake O'Brien switching to centre-half with James Tarkowski. Vitaly Mikalenko left back. Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall should drop a little deeper into central midfield alongside Tim Irogbenham. And then Iliman Ndiaye, Carlos Alcaraz and Jack Grealish in behind. Tieno Barry still yet to score for his new club. Exclusive to the TalkSport app from 7:25 at the Vitality Stadium. It's Bournemouth against Everton.
And alongside Ian, Chelsea FA Cup winner Scott Minto. Hello, my friend.
Good evening, mate. Can I just reiterate what Troy said? It's nice to see you one out and about. And the last time I was with you, you had thermals on. I'm sure it was middle of July for a pre-season game.
Yeah, it was. I was freezing then, and I'm freezing now. Why is everyone so concerned with my temperature? Just trying to stay warm. When you're all missing work ill, I'll be in. Right? That's what matters. That's what matters. Anyway, let's talk the Cherries. They only took 1 point during November. They gave up a 2-goal lead in their defeat at Sunderland at the weekend. Is something going wrong for them? And if so, what?
No, I wouldn't say something's going wrong for them. I mean, you know, let's be fair. They sold big players to big clubs last season. So the start of the season for me was actually the surprise. I mean, the biggest thing and the most obvious thing is the home form versus the away form. They're still to be beaten here. And yet they're... I don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's an inexperienced thing, whether it's a lack of physical thing, playing away from home, being able to manage a crowd. I mean, look at the game at the weekend. They were 2-0 up, and you can't come away with not coming out with anything, despite you playing at Sunderland and how well they're doing at home. And Granit Xhaka absolutely dominated that game. You know, he used his guile, his nous, and I'm not quite sure Bournemouth players have that, but here at home it's a nice tight stadium. Everyone's all nice and warm and friendly, and you know they can play how they want to play. So yeah, they need to basically transfer that home form to the away form. And you know, let's not forget, you know, they're 11th at the moment, but they're only 5 points off Aston Villa in 4th. And I'm not suggesting in any way they're going to be ended up towards the Champions League, but it's still not all doom and gloom for them.
Absolutely. What do you think of Everton right now? It's been a little bit of inconsistency for them. They've had to make changes here tonight. Is it an opportunity for them, or do they need to be wary?
I'm fascinated to see how this game's going to go with the team that David Moyes has picked. And if you want to be a little bit lazy, you can say it's not a typical David Moyes side. I think he's, you know, I'm so impressed with him. And he's probably been the best Everton manager since David Moyes. He's been that good since he's taken over. And away from home, they're very, very good as well. In fact, since he's taken over, only Arsenal have taken more points. I look at this side, though. James Garner playing right back. I think they'll miss him in midfield. Iroegbunam, we know that, you know, he looked very rusty against Newcastle. Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall was more of a number 10. He's going to be playing alongside him. Carlos Alcaraz is going to be there, and Jai and Grealish are both attacking players. It's a very attacking side on paper, so I hope we have a great game. We'll have to wait and see whether they can actually score, and Tieno Barry actually gets a shot on target and hopefully gets a goal for him as well.
It's going to be an intriguing one. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That game, Bournemouth against Everton, live for you on the TalkSport app, so make sure you've downloaded it. You can move seamlessly between all three of our live games this evening. That was a look, though, at tonight's Premier League action with Sky Sports. And don't forget, with Now, you can stream all of the Sky Sports action flexibly, just like Newcastle against Spurs tonight. Just search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream over 50 live Premier League games this festive month, flexibly with Now. Like Newcastle versus Spurs live today. Search Now Sports, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
Right, up next we're going to get the latest on the Lionesses' final game of 2025. An important game for Ipswich Town in the Championship to look ahead to as well. You're listening to Kick-Off live on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. It's 18+, gambleaware.org.
Kick-Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18+, gambleaware.org.
It's the biggest sporting event in the TalkSport calendar. The TalkSport Darts Trophy 2025. And you could be there, as TalkSport is offering you the chance to win a genuine money-can't-buy prize, including a pair of tickets to the TalkSport Darts Trophy on the 10th of December, a pair of tickets to the opening day of the PDC World Darts Championship the following day, 2-night stay in a London hotel, and £2,500 in cash. Step up to the hockey to enter now at talksport.com/win, and you could hit the bullseye. Talksport.com/win. This is a TalkSport Limited promotion. See talksport.com for terms and conditions.
Fans are taking their place in the fan zone with stadium-style seating, amazing views on huge screens, and we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles the burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue. Unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the bar. And it's there. His favourite ice-cold beer. What a result. Catch every game live in the pub and grill at Village. Get in. Find out more at villagehotels.com.
We all fantasise about our perfect home. Watching the big game, cosied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real-life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Games are stacking up as we ho-ho head towards Christmas. So give yourself a present with the Sun's free pull-out goals. With expert opinion and tactical analysis, you get it all with goals. And with unrivaled news from the Premier League to League Two, it has to be goals. Stay up to date on all the latest football action. Get your free copy of Goals every Saturday, Sunday and Monday, only in the Sun.
It's another day at Screwfix, and so Mo Farah is learning the ropes.
So, Mo, with Click and Collect, we get orders ready fast. So customers are out of here and back to their jobs in as little as 1 minute. What are you doing?
Deep lunges. It's my warm-up. I need to be in peak condition for when orders come in.
Love that intensity, Mo. Laser focused. You might even have what it takes to beat my PB one day.
Back in a mo.
Click and collect in as little as 1 minute. Screwfix. No stopping you.
Same.
Ho, ho, ho.
Same.
3, 2, 1, day.
Same.
Oh, thanks.
Same.
What does Santa call his dog?
Same. Same.
One word. 3 syllables.
Same. Same.
Sorry, it's a bit dry.
New plates.
Ooh.
Treat your table to something different this Christmas. Visit your local IKEA now. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
He's having a blinder. He's clipped the post. He's looking formidable. Then...
It's a fractious Thursday night of Premier League football on Talk Sports. Mudford, Manchester United smash head first into the wild men of West Ham. Meet up in the car park from 7. It all kicks off at 8. Thursday night, festive 50. Top flight football live on Talk Sports.
It's a huge evening of exclusive Premier League action across the TalkSport network. You can download the TalkSport app and move seamlessly between 3 live commentaries. Newcastle against Spurs here at St James's Park from 8:15. From 7:30, Fulham against Manchester City on TalkSport 2, and Bournemouth face Everton on the TalkSport app. So much for us to discuss, including Ipswich's trip to Ewood Park. All of that after the latest odds from Ladbrokes.
Odds update on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Get a free bet every week of the season and a big boost every day. That's Ladisfaction. Minimum £5 bet. Conditions apply. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Let's say hello to Nicola McGeady from Ladbrokes and start by looking ahead to Manchester City's trip to Fulham live on TalkSport 2, where all eyes are on Erling Haaland to see if he will get that 100th Premier League goal. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he's been going through a little bit of a drought at the minute, but against Fulham, he's had 6 goals in his last 6 appearances, Hugh, so no wonder he's popular. It's 16-5 that he can score 2 or more goals tonight, but it's 11-5 he gets that all-important first goal.
Intrigued to see how the game pans out itself.
Yeah.
You're heavily favouring Manchester City?
Yeah, look, it's a very nice opportunity for Man City to close the gap with Arsenal. All signs point towards that win for City. They're priced at 4-6. The record books, they don't bode well for Fulham. With City, they've won 18 successive games against them in all competitions. So Fulham, yeah, look, there's not a huge amount of support for them. They're just shy of 4-1 to change those stats, while it draws in there at 3-1. But it may not be as straightforward as the history books suggest. They've not had, the smoothest of times recently, losing to Newcastle and then to Bayern Munich. Whereas Fulham, they come into this off the back of 2 wins in the bounce. They've moved out of the danger zone. I think they'll make City work hard for a win. Fulham, they're priced at 6-4 to lead at any time. But we should be in for a good game if the stats are anything to go by. 2 of the last 4 head-to-heads have seen at least 5 goals shared. So I think City to win and over 3.5 goals, that looks a bit of value at 11-4.
Intriguing contest at the Vitality tonight, live on the TalkSport app. Bournemouth taking on Everton. Could you call this one?
Oh, it's tough. I mean, both teams are coming into this clash off the back of defeats, but Everton were particularly knocked over, losing 4-1 to Newcastle at home. I think it's going to be an entertaining game, though, and there's not a great deal between them betting-wise. Bournemouth are 6-5, Everton are 9-4, and the draw's 23-10. The man who likes to score against Everton, as we've seen last season, he's 4-1 to score first. Bournemouth, you know, they've been involved in a lot of exciting games, and high-scoring outcome, I think, could be on the cards here. Both teams score, and over 2.5 goals is attracting support at 6-5. But a price that caught my eye is Everton to score first. Everton have scored 3 of their last 4 matches, and they're 5-4 to score first here.
And Newcastle against Spurs. Newcastle great at home, Spurs good away. How do you see it?
Well, obviously Spurs were dreadful at the weekend. They're going to be really under pressure here. It's no surprise to see it is one-way traffic in the betting for Newcastle. You're in terrific form. They've really turned a corner, and I can only see a home win here. They're priced at 4-5. For those keeping the faith in Spurs, they're 3-1, but they'll need a major change of fortune. I can't see it happening. The draw's 11-4. Newcastle, they won both their head-to-heads in the league last season by a 2-1 scoreline. That's proving popular as well at 7-1.
Nicola McGeady, thank you very much. Those are the latest odds with Ladbrokes. It's 18+, gambleaware.org.
Odds update on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Get a free bet every week of the season and a big boost every day. That's Ladisfaction. Minimum £5 bet. Conditions apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
So, for listeners on the TalkSport app, it is Bournemouth against Everton in the Premier League in the company of Chelsea FA Cup winning defender Scott Minto and Ian Danter. And remember, Fulham against Manchester City also about to start over on TalkSport 2, so download the TalkSport app. You can move from game to game at the swipe of a finger, and you can also ask your smart speaker for TalkSport 2. There is also an important game in the Championship tonight. Blackburn's game with Ipswich was ordered to be replayed despite Rovers having a 1-goal and 1-man advantage with just 10 minutes to go. So the neutrals, I think, are going to be hoping for some justice from the football gods at Ewood Park tonight. Let's get the team news from former England defender Mickey Gray.
Yeah, thanks, Hugh. Blackburn are unchanged from their 1-1 draw with Wrexham at the weekend. For this rearranged fixture, as you just mentioned, against Ipswich, the game was abandoned back in September on 79 minutes through a waterlogged pitch when Rovers were leading 1-0 and Ipswich were down to 10 men. I want to change this. Todd Campbell comes back into the squad. He makes the bench after missing 9 games in a row. It's pairs in goal with a back three of Miller, McLaughlin and Pratt. Alabiosu, Forshaw, Gardner, Hickman and Hedges in midfield, with Morishita, Ohashi and Good Johnson as a front three. Kieran McKenna makes 5 changes for Ipswich side that lost to Oxford on Friday. That after a run of 6 games unbeaten. Furlong, Ejeli, Nunez, Philogene and Hurst move to the bench. Young, McAteer, Akpon, Clark and Azong come into the starting 11 with Walton in goal, a back four of Young, O'Shea, Kipre and Davis, Taylor and Matasiwa holding midfield, Akpon, McAteer and Clark in behind Ivan Azon. It's a 7:45 kick-off here at Ewood Park. It's Blackburn against Ipswich.
It's going to be a really interesting evening, Mickey. Just very quickly, Ipswich can't get going. Win, draw, loss in their last 6. And the changes have been rung by Kieran McKenna. Do you think it's an important night for his side to really finally establish themselves in that automatic promotion conversation, push themselves into the top 4 possibly?
It feels like now or never for them, Hugh, doesn't it? Everybody's favourites, I suppose, when they got relegated last season to maybe bounce straight back into the Premier League, but obviously it's life after Liam Delap, and they haven't been able to have that regular striker scoring goals for them every single week. Yes, there's a few players on 4 and 5 in the team, but I think that consistency week in, week out has got to improve. Their away form is very good actually, and Blackburn's is very, very poor. Blackburn have only won 1 of 8 this season at home, so it's going to be a bit of a test for Ipswich tonight, but one they should come through.
OK, Mickey Gray, thank you very much indeed. You're listening to Kick-Off Live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Don't forget, with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Newcastle against Spurs live tonight. Search Now Sports. It's our live game here on TalkSport. We're going to discuss the pressure on Thomas Frank straight after this.
Kick-off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18+ gambleaware.org.
Co-op members now get prices matched to Aldi. Hold on, no way. Okay then, so Co-op members now get everyday essentials price matched to Aldi. Sign up and start saving. Co-op, owned by you, right by you. Wasn't expecting that.
Co-op member prices matched versus comparable selected products at Aldi GB. Co-op membership required. Co-op group food stores only. See co-op.co.uk/Aldi price match.
Stop moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Same.
Ho, ho, ho!
Same.
3, 2, 1, hey!
Same.
Oh, thanks.
Same.
What does Santa call his dog?
Same. Same.
One word. Free syllables.
Same. Same.
Sorry, it's a bit dry.
New plates.
Ooh.
Treat your table to something different this Christmas. Visit your local IKEA now. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
It's another day at Screwfix, and Mo Farah is learning the ropes.
So, Mo, with Click and Collect, we get orders ready fast. So customers are out of here and back to their jobs in as little as 1 minute. What are you doing?
Deep lunches. It's my warm-up. I need to be in peak condition for when orders come in.
Love that intensity, Mo. Laser focused. You might even have what it takes to beat my PB one day.
Back in the Mo.
Click and collect in as little as 1 minute. Screwfix, no stopping you.
This Christmas, McDonald's and the Elf on the Shelf are bringing festive tasks to your little ones, like writing a Christmas card for your postie.
Thank you. You're one happy helper.
Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 30th of December from 11am. Includes one pre-selected book or toy while stocks last. Subject to availability. Fair ordering policy applies.
He's having a blinder. He's clipped the post. He's looking formidable. Then...
Substitution.
His game might be over, but yours isn't. With Betfair's Safe Sub, your bet simply rolls onto the player coming on. Playing a different league with Betfair.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Applies to singles, multiples and bet builder bets on qualified player outcome selections. Does not apply to odds boost. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+ gambleaware.org.
The beautiful game doesn't stop at the final whistle, and neither does the sun.co.uk. So you can go beyond the last kick with expert insight into the big moments and in-depth analysis of tactics, plus the latest breaking news and exclusives. And you can get it whenever and wherever you want it. To keep up with every kick, just head to thesun.co.uk. It's unbeatable.
Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's Pub and Grill. Fans are taking their place in the fan zone with stadium-style seating, amazing views on huge screens, and we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles the burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue, unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the bar. And it's there! His favourite ice-cold beer.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you're looking for a professional-grade sealant that offers technologically advanced performance, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
Good evening with your headlines at 7:32. I'm Uma Gurav. Families of Hillsborough victims say it's an injustice that officers who would face gross misconduct proceedings can't be disciplined because they'd retired when the investigation began. The IOPC's released a report today confirming 12 officers would have a case to answer. Elsewhere, Birmingham and Hull have been sanctioned by the FA over their mass confrontation in October. England's Lionesses currently lead Ghana 1-0 in a friendly in Southampton with half an hour gone. Meanwhile, Serena Williams is seemingly coming out of retirement. The 44-year-old has applied for reinstatement onto the tour for return in 2026. And Red Bull have confirmed junior driver Isak Hadjar has been promoted to the senior team for next season.
I'm Jeff Stelling. It's a wintry weekend of live and exclusive football on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. It all kicks off Friday night from 8 with Hull versus Middlesbrough in the Championship live on TalkSport 2. Great work! Saturday afternoon from 12:30. Get two tinsel-covered games at the same time. Villa face Arsenal in the Premier League on TalkSport, while Derby go up against Leicester in the Championship on TalkSport 2. How about that? From 3, it's another Championship showdown. Ipswich take on Coventry live on TalkSport 2. Superb. Get stuffed with a very merry weekend of live and exclusive football. All part of the Festive 50 on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
The UK's #1 football experience.
Kick off live on TalkSport.
You're listening to Kick Off Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. Tonight we bring you a big game for Thomas Frank and Spurs. They go to Newcastle United, kicking off here at 8:15 p.m. It means all we've seen so far are the goalkeepers. I'm sure the outfield players will be out very shortly to begin their warm-ups. We're going to discuss Thomas Frank and the criticism, the pressure building on him at the moment with Troy Deeney and Sam Matterface. But first, a couple of 7:30 kickoffs in the Premier League. So let's find out about the early exchanges at Craven Cottage with TalkSport's Ian Abrahams.
5 minutes gone, it's Fulham 0, Manchester City 0, but only because City haven't yet really had an effort on Bernd Leno's goal. The overall possession in the opening 5 minutes, 97% for Manchester City. Fulham have barely touched the ball, certainly not got out of their own half. Foden in now for Haaland. This could be the history-making moment, and it's hit the post! Erling Haaland in on Bernd Leno, and he came off the outside of the left-hand post and away for a goal kick. Haaland can't believe he's missed. That's the best chance of the game so far. It's still Fulham 0, Manchester City 0. Find out if Haaland gets his 100th Premier League goal. The game's live on TalkSport.
The end of their game, heavily defeat by Fulham last time out. I think as Tottenham's players come out to begin their warm-up in all yellow, his criticism and the way that he's been spoken about, frankly, is a joke, Sam. There's only one top
had they not conceded they were picking up points when maybe they shouldn't have been. I was actually in the Arctic Circle with them when you would definitely not liked it up there, and they were terrible that night, but they somehow came back from 2-0 down with 10 minutes to go to get a point from that game. Look, I think you're absolutely right in that the criticism is a bit harsh, but the problem that I think he's got, and I agree with you about the speed of the turnaround, is that they don't win at home. And if you are a supporter of Spurs and you've been watching them for years and years and years, you're questioning two things. Why are we not turning up in big games against Chelsea and Arsenal? Why are we not winning at home? And why is it we don't look like we're ever going to score a goal? Look, they score goals. They've scored, only 3 teams have scored more than them. But their output is based on a little bit of luck as well and fortune. They've got an expected goals total similar to Wolves. They're not a very good attacking team. They've benefited from a couple of bits of good fortune, and as a result that's probably got them higher up the table than maybe they should be. I think if they finish mid-table this season, he's done a good job because they were 17th last year. But I think he made a mistake with the PR at the weekend.
Guys, you've got to put the 17th away. Come on. We know that Ange Postecoglou last year, towards the back end of the year, started to prioritise. So we can't now
So where would they have finished? 15th, 14th?
But either way...
I mean, but they prioritised Europe, but let's be realistic. They were terrible all season.
I would go back further than that, Troy. I'd say that it wasn't necessarily even the prioritising of Europe. Actually, there was a 3-month period between December, January and February where they were rotating a back 4, which included Gray and Radu Dragosan and your man Kevin Danso, who just walked through the door.
But my point is, it's not that so use the 17th, right? So a manager gets sacked because they were so poor last year. A new manager comes in. No one at the start of the season was expecting them to finish anywhere under 10th. because of the signings that they'd made. They do a good performance against PSG, we give them credit. They beat Man City, we give them credit. The second it goes the other way, it's like all these laden of excuses that have come out now, and it all shouldn't have been working. We wasn't saying that at the start of the season. The fact of the matter is that was a false position both for Man United and for Spurs last year. They can't be held to that. So if Ruben Amorim finishes 14th this year, Hugh, you're going to be happy? No. So what we can't do now with Spurs is go, oh, they were 17th last year. They've been good. They've had a few weeks where they've looked a little bit off the pace. Spurs fans are getting frustrated. I've said this for 2 years now, and I say it to Sam all the time. I don't know what Spurs are. I don't know what the expectation is. I don't know what they want to be. And until they decide that, we have to start looking at the players, because every single time it was Daniel Levy. Daniel Levy was the problem. He's now gone. The things are starting to optically look worse, and there's no one else to blame.
They're not that good. I mean, that's the really... Yeah, they're not that good. Who is the match winner on a week-to-week basis in the Premier League in this Spurs squad? Where you go, oh yeah, they're a match winner.
Kudos.
Why aren't they... And when's he been doing that?
At the start of the season. He's going for a bad spell. This is the point. At the start of the season, everyone would say what a great signing Kudos was. And now he's having a bit of a bad spell. Spurs are having a bad spell. And it's, this team aren't very good. The flip-flopping, to me, is just why it gets so frustrating.
The violent swings in emotion are a problem for Tottenham, as they are for Manchester United, in that immediately as something goes bad, it's the worst thing ever. And do you know where it comes from? It comes from a very, very long period of instability and underperformance. And that's not just under Thomas Frank or under Ange Postecoglou. It's going back a lot further than that, under several managers. I was talking to some Spurs people today who said to me, basically, they haven't enjoyed going to Spurs since 2019.
Well,
that's 6 years. That's 6 years of investment and under performance that has drained a fan base. That when you only win 3 of your last 21 Premier League home games, you are going to get a bit of criticism. And actually, do you know what? Sometimes you have to take that on the chin.
100%. We're going to talk about the booing and the criticism after the break. Here I'm just talking purely about the football. I don't see the quality at Tottenham Hotspur. I see a bunch of good players, but not great players. Not ones where you'd be like, this should be a top 4, even a top 16. This is on the basis of what we've seen from these players over the last 18 months. They haven't been great. I just don't see why. I get why there's criticism, because despite that, where they are, yes, those home games the performances have not been where they should be for a Tottenham Hotspur side. But some of the reaction has almost been like, this should be a top 4 team, or this should be a team at the top of the league. They finished in the top 4 once in the past 6 seasons. Right, if they get back into Europe in Thomas Frank's first season, after finishing 17th, I think they've done incredibly well, especially if they managed the Champions League campaign at the same time. But ultimately, we're nowhere near knowing if he's going to be able to do that. It's a bad patch. That is it.
Yeah, I would question, though, if I'm, again, neutral in the game. What's their best formation? What's their best team?
Well,
let me
ask you. We mentioned it a little bit earlier on. The players not feeling great about the tactics constantly being changed. You've been in teams where I imagine you've had to have a tailored game plan for the opposition, particularly the ones at the top of the Premier League. What is that like for a player to have to take on board game to game?
It's fine when you're winning. That's the difference.
No, but I'm asking from a player's perspective.
I'm telling you, from a player's perspective, when you're winning, you don't care. You only ever hear players complaining about formations, managers, when they're losing. They did this at the start of the season. The first 4 games of the season, they played 4 different formations, and they had a great start, and no player was complaining. My little rant at the top of the show is more that when they had Conte, it was, this is boring. We need to sit back. This is not the Spurs way. They get Ange Postecoglou, is the complete opposite end. That it's, crash bang wallet. We're going to score 5. You're going to score 4. And this is too reckless. Then you get a pragmatic manager who comes in and goes, right, depending on who we're playing, this is how we're going to do it. And now Spurs fans and players are still not happy. So I would genuinely love it now if a manager went, do you know what? You lot pick the team, tell everybody what's going wrong, and then when it's wrong, you lot stand out in front of them. But that won't happen, because what players always do, and I've been a player myself, you always look for blame elsewhere. You always do it.
Yes, and it does look a little bit like they're getting a bit sidetracked with the outside noise rather than worrying about putting things right on the pitch. And then the back page headlines don't help, but also this idea that they want to congregate on. They've had a meeting about the criticism that they're getting from the supporters, the players. So they want to congregate every half-time in the middle of the pitch and walk off together in a show of strength and unity, so that they're all behind one
against
another.
their own fans, like to say that we're not.
It's a show of togetherness, isn't it?
That's what.
But is that not the opposite?
Exactly.
It's showcasing that everything you're saying is getting to me.
Well, one of the phrases that the great Danny Kelly came out with on his Tottenham podcast this week was, it's the first time in history that the fans have lost the dressing room.
We're going to talk about the booing and Thomas Frank's reaction to it straight after this. But that was all thanks to Ladbrokes. It's 18+, gambleaware.org.
The big preview on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Get a free bet every week of the season and a big boost every day. That's Ladisfaction. Minimum £5 bet. Conditions apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
We've got our first goal of the evening in the Premier League. It's come at Craven Cottage. Ian Abrahams.
And a moment of history for Erling Haaland. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1. It's taken him just 111 games to score 100 Premier League goals. Alan Shearer held the record at 124 before tonight, and Haaland was not going to miss. Hit the post early on. This time ball came in from the left-hand side, and he swept it past Bernd Leno into the back of net. City, no question, deserved to have the lead. They've had nearly all of the ball in this game, and Erling Haaland has now written yet another piece of Premier League history, firing home powerfully left foot from around about the penalty spot. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1.
We will discuss the man himself, Erling Haaland, whether he's the best striker in Premier League history after this.
Kick off on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. 18+, gambleaware.org. Kick off on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. 18+, gambleaware.org.
It's another day at Screwfix, and Mo Farah is learning the ropes.
So, Mo, with Click and Collect, we get orders ready fast. So customers are out of here and back to their jobs in as little as 1 minute. What are you doing?
Deep lunches. It's my warm-up. I need to be in peak condition for when orders come in.
Love that intensity, Mo. Laser focused. You might even have what it takes to beat my PB one day.
Back in a mo.
Click and Collect in as little as 1 minute. Screwfix. No stopping you.
Imagine a place where you can escape for a day. Get immersed in a world of rooms, inspiration and expertise. Where you can laze in luxury accommodation. And kids can feast from 95 pence. Tickets are free to everyone and include all the attractions. You've just imagined a day out at IKEA. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real-life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
This Christmas, McDonald's and the Elf on the Shelf are bringing festive tasks to your little ones, like writing a Christmas card for your postie.
Thank you. You're one happy helper.
Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 30th of December from 11am. Includes one pre-selected book or toy while stocks last. Subject to availability. Fair ordering policy applies.
Oh, he's really opened up the Sun newspaper there, Jim. No question, Clive. Straight in the middle and right into the free pull-out goals. Goals, yes. The ultimate football coverage with the best expert writers. In-depth tactical analysis. Unrivaled coverage from every league and all the latest football action.
Think you've said it all there, Clive.
Sorry, Jim.
Not to worry, I was reading my copy of Goals anyway.
Get your free copy of Goals every Saturday, Sunday and Monday only in the Sun.
At Betfair, we believe that to play different, you need the right tools. The boots, the world-class tactics, the science-backed nutrition. The pros have their tools, and with Betfair, so do you. Our safer gambling tools work just like the right pair of boots, designed to keep you on top of your game. Open the Betfair app to equip yourself so you can bet at your best. Betfair. Play different.
18+, begambleaware.org.
Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's Pub and Grill. Fans are taking their place in the fan zone with stadium-style seating. Amazing views on huge screens. And we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles the burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue.
Initiate adrenaline pumps. Kick off live on Talk Sport.
You're listening to Kickoff Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. Remember, all 10 of this week's Premier League fixtures live and exclusive on the TalkSport network. We'll have Arsenal against Brentford as our focus here tomorrow night. Liverpool against Sunderland on TalkSport 2. All the other games will be live on the TalkSport app tomorrow night. So make sure you've got it downloaded this evening, because you won't want to miss any of the great action in the Premier League. We've already had goals tonight in the Premier League. Let's check in on the goals concerning the Lionesses at St Mary's. Charlotte Richardson has the half-time whistle.
It's England 1, Ghana 0. The Lionesses rounding off an incredible 2025 with a friendly game that offers the perfect opportunity for future stars to shine. Stars like Lucia Kendall, whose goal is the difference so far this evening. The Aston Villa youngster scoring her first England goal, tapping in to capitalise on a defensive mistake. Serena Wiegman made 7 changes to the side, who thrashed China 8-0 at the weekend. Lots of new faces earning valuable minutes. Ghana posing a far, far tougher test. The only down point of the opening 45 minutes, Chloe Kelly, who scored that all-important Euros winning penalty, has had to come off injured before half-time. At the break, it's England 1, Ghana 0.
Let's check in on Craven Cottage. Erling Haaland with his 100th Premier League goal. Has he come close again, Ian Abrahams?
Not yet. Fulham 0, Manchester City 1. He'd already hit the post before Jeremy Doku's ball in from the left-hand side, and he swept it home 12 yards out with his left foot, making absolutely no mistake beyond Bernd Leno. 100 goals in the Premier League in 111 games, the quickest anybody has reached that mark. Might take some doing to better it. At the moment, though, City have all the ball, all the play, and the lead. The game is live on TalkSport 2. It's Fulham 0, Manchester City 1.
Any goalmouth action at the Vitality. Alex Crook.
You've timed it well, because it's still Bournemouth 0, Everton 0, but finally some excitement. A Bournemouth ball put into the penalty area. It came to Antoine Semenyo, who's wearing the captain's armband for the night. He toe-poked it towards the bottom corner, left-footed. I've got to say, it's a really good save from Jordan Pickford, who flung himself to his right-hand side and beat the ball away. It had been absolutely devoid of quality until that point. The most exciting thing that happened in the opening 20 minutes was Jack Grealish and the Bournemouth right-back Alex Jimenez getting into a bit of a spat down by the right corner flag, and Tim Irogbenam's wayward 20-yard shot pretty much cleared the stand away to our left-hand side, really summed it up. This game live on the TalkSport app. It is still Bournemouth 0, Everton 0, but I wonder if they are checking here for a potential penalty, are they, in the build-up to that Antoine Semenyo chance? But if there was a check, it's over. It's a throw-in for Bournemouth, and it remains 0-0.
One game in the Championship tonight. It's at Ewood Park with Mickey Gray.
Yeah, just coming up to the 10-minute mark. Still Blackburn 0, Ipswich 0, and defences on top at the moment. Still waiting for one real good opportunity in the game, albeit Ohashi and Morishita have looked very lively for Blackburn. And down the left-hand side for Ipswich, Jack Clark and Leif Davis, they've intertwined a couple of times down the left-hand side, put a half-decent ball into the area. But defences on top, as I said before. Hopefully we'll get some chances soon. Blackburn 0, Ipswich 0.
Goalless in the game in League One between Wigan and Burton. 10 minutes on the clock there as well. OK, let's very quickly hear from Thomas Frank, the Spurs boss, in his press conference ahead of the game against Newcastle tonight. He spoke about the discontent from some of his fans. Remember the booing against Fulham? Well, he says he wants to change that.
Understand the frustration that if we don't win, there will always be a frustration. So that's normal. It's part of it. And also when we haven't won as much as we won at home, it's my job to do what I can to make sure we are calm and look at the things in a way where we split things up in terms of performance, what is impacting in how we try to build the team. We are nothing without the fans. There's nothing we want more than making them happy in every way. And my point was that during matches, that's where we need each other. After, fair with the booing, but during, that's where I want to create a fortress.
So Thomas Frank there, it was very honest. We got to understand that he's one of the better managers in the Premier League at answering a question. Very, very honest and open with every single answer he gives. And actually, I think he did very well in the press conference to try and smooth things over with some of his fans. But it did beg the question this week as to whether a true supporter would actually boo their team. Troy Deeney, do you agree with him?
Of course they would. You know, it's a frustration. I think it's coming from a place of love, right? It's when your mom tells you off, she doesn't want to, but you need it, and that's fundamentally what happens. Part of this game, which I'm starting to get fed up with now, is that we're trying to make out that it's nice. It's not a nice game. This game is cutthroat, from trying to get into the team to being sold and all of that fun stuff, to now being in a position where fans, they critique you, right? You have to take it. You have to take it on the chin.
Have you been abused or booed? Excuse me. Have you been booed by your fans before?
Absolutely. I remember being at playing for Birmingham City, my boyhood team. We lost badly to Blackpool away, being confronted by angry fans, and you having to go and speak to them. Was that nice? Absolutely not. Is it nice when, again, I'm from Birmingham and I've got people questioning my mum in Asda and shops like that? That's not nice. But it's part of the game. Do you know how you fix it? You win. And when it's good, they tell you it's good, and when it's bad, they're going to tell you it's bad. The whole modern footballer now only wants to be told when things are good. And that's not the game. That's not life. So for me, it's a little bit frustrating. I think Thomas Frank, I don't think he backtracked. I think he sidestepped the questions and made it more about, he was frustrated and he's trying to look after his players. That's how I've interpreted it. But I think when you start questioning the fan base, you're onto a hiding.
Yeah, it's a war that you can't win. And if you speak to the Tottenham supporters that are coming up here today, some of them agree with what he said. Don't boo Vicario during a match. Yeah, you can boo afterwards, that's fine. The issue here is that it feels as if there's sort of a disconnect between the players, the club and the supporters. And when you're in that zone, it's just never a good place to be. I think there are mitigating circumstances. There's always a reason. But ultimately, I still go back to what I said right at the very top. If you're a new manager coming in, by the way, I'm very much a big fan of Thomas Frank, and I believe he should be given as much time as he needs over the next little while to break the cycle of constant churn at Spurs. I think you must win the PR war. Win your home games, turn up in your derby games.
Yeah, just a quick one on that, Sam. Why do you think there is such a disconnect? Because it was only the summer they won the European competition. They got the trophy. They had the full open top bus. The signings that they made, even when they signed Thomas Frank, it felt like fan base were happy.
What are you holding on to if you're a Tottenham Hotspur supporter?
No, I don't know, but I'm just more like, where's this disconnect come so quickly?
Well, it's not because it's a long erosion of trust between club and supporter. You move into a new stadium, you get to a point where you're in the Champions League final. Within 5 months, you fire the manager after not investing in the squad, not having a clear strategy. You spend a lot of time over the course of the subsequent 6 years chopping and changing managers. They fired Jose Mourinho 4 days before they went to a Carabao Cup final. They've poorly recruited in comparison to other rivals in the same sort of zone of the table as them. And then ultimately, the trophy thing obviously came to an end at the end of last year, but it's been a long time.
But I thought all that was Daniel Levy's fault. He's gone now.
Well, this is the thing. I think there's been a slowly managed decline from Tottenham Hotspur, and for some reason, Thomas Frank, who's only just arrived, is bearing the brunt of it. Yes, there's been poor performances, but I'm sorry, especially when you look at the recruitment. Kolo Muani on loan, unwanted at PSG. Xavi Simons, 22 years old, £52 million. João Paulinho on loan, unwanted at Bayern, 6 starts last season. Mohamed Kudus, £55 million, wasn't playing well at West Ham United. Matisse Tell last summer, 20 years old, unwanted at Bayern, 30 million. Think about the players that have come in. Danso, Bergvall, Odegaard, Gray, Solanke, that was last summer. This is not a team it's not a club that's recruited well. It hasn't helped their manager. Maybe it didn't help their last manager either. And somehow the new manager is the one who's getting blamed for it the most. I find that weird, and you're absolutely right. Maybe he could have handled the PR a lot better than he has. Ultimately, you're right, Troy. Wins will turn things around for him very, very quickly indeed. We're going to find out if he can do that tonight. Difficult game away at Newcastle United. We'll discuss them very, very shortly. But that was all thanks to Ladbrokes. It's 18+, gambleaware.org.
What you got here for us then, young Egon?
It's TalkSport's live football, Governor. Where do you want it?
Bleeding hell, it's humongous. Right,
Take them 110 live Premier League exclusives and knob them over there with the 150 EFL fixtures.
I'm doing it.
Shove them 20 live Carabao Cup matches on top of the 40 Europa and Conference League fixtures.
Oh, flip's sake.
And I think, Egon, that's us done it.
Hear over 500 games of live football on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
What's in this trailer, Governor?
Hells, bells. It's another 100 2026 World Cup games.
Blooming heck.
Tell you what, shove a top on them and stick them in your brother's locker. Yeah.
TalkSport Podcast League. Outspoken with White and Jordan.
The best of White and Jordan is now available in one unmissable daily podcast.
So you've got a perfect storm.
From the top flight to the big fight, get opinionated debate that's always on the ball.
Time to hire somebody who can win.
And on the money.
This is a long way from a done deal.
Outrageous, outstanding, outspoken.
It's hard to say that, but it's the truth.
Out now.
Listen or download for free on the TalkSport app or from your favourite podcast portal.
The stars come out to talk on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Kings of the pitch.
Ashley Young.
We need to worry about what we're going to do, not about what they're going to do.
Massive names.
The Olympic champion, Keely Hodgkinson.
All I kept thinking about was crossing that line first. It was really amazing.
The Illuminati of international football.
Joining us live on Drive, David Beckham.
That should be enough motivation, and if it's not, then you're in the wrong team and you're playing the wrong sport.
Massive games, massive names on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Previously on White and Jordan.
There is nothing this man cannot do.
As would be my want, deliberately or accidentally to strike you in the mush.
Double trouble, daily drama and searing debate.
Politics and sport. Why should it impact on football? There's an old adage, isn't there? Those that know don't speak and those that speak don't know. Have a look at yourself.
Jim White and Simon Jordan.
No harm, no foul.
Continues weekday mornings from 10 on TalkSport.
Established and excellent evening star of football.
Kick-off live on TalkSport.
You're listening to Kick-Off Live here on TalkSport. The crowd pouring in at the wonderful St James's Park for what promises to be a very eventful evening. I'm Hugh Wilsoncroft. Good evening if you're just joining us. Thomas Frank will look to build bridges with his Spurs fan base with an important victory on the road. They're out to avoid a third straight Premier League defeat. Host Newcastle looking for a third straight win. We kick off in just over 10 minutes time. In the meantime, let's get the latest from elsewhere in the Premier League. We'll start at Craven Cottage with TalkSport's Ian Abrahams.
Still Fulham 0, Manchester City 1, 12 minutes shy of half-time. Erling Haaland's history-making goal on 17 minutes, his 100th in just 111 games, the quickest that any player scored 100 Premier League goals, eclipsing Alan Shearer's record. But Fulham could and should be level, really. Good move for them down the left-hand side. Iwobi into Emil Smith-Rowe. His shot from about 15 yards out was well saved by Donnarumma. It's currently live on TalkSport 2, Fulham 0, Manchester City 1.
To the Vitality Stadium, TalkSport's Alex Crook.
Well, it's still Bournemouth 0, Everton 0 as Everton come forward with Iliman and Jai into the penalty area, try to cut it back for Kiernan Dewsbury Hall, but the ball swept clear by Tyler Adams, the Bournemouth midfielder. A pretty cagey game so far, chances at a premium. Jordan Pickford parrying away a toe-poked effort from Antoine Semenyo, the closest we've come to the breakthrough goal. There was a VAR check just after that, actually. It was Amin Adli who scooped the ball over the top of the Everton defence, leading to that opportunity for the captain for the night, Semenyo. The ball may well have struck Jake O'Brien's arm on the way to Semenyo, but it was never a deliberate handball, and VAR quickly ruled there was no case for a penalty. One player who is catching the eye is Alex Scott at the heart of the Bournemouth midfield. He was included in Thomas Tuchel's last England squad. I think he's having a very good game so far. 10 minutes to play in this first half. Coverage continues on the TalkSport app. It's Bournemouth 0, Everton 0.
Do we have goals in the Championship this evening? TalkSport's Mickey Gray.
20 on the clock, Blackburn 0, Ipswich 0, but it's certainly the home side who've been the better side. They've had the best chance in the game. It came and fell to Andre Goodjohnson after good play by Adel Bioso down the right-hand side. He whipped the ball in to the 6-yard area, and Goodjohnson's header was well saved by Christian Walton in the Ipswich goal. Ipswich are just overplaying it a little bit too much at the back. They've been caught out once or twice. As I speak, they're just on the break themselves, but they need to start offering a little bit more. Kieran McKenna will be very, very frustrated, but Blackburn quite happy, just need a goal. Blackburn 0, Ipswich 0.
Thank you very much indeed, Mickey Gray. OK, let's count down to kick-off here at St James's Park. Sam Manafate and Troy Deeney alongside me. We haven't had a chance to talk about Newcastle, and I'm going to leave it for a little bit longer just to ask you very quickly, Troy, if Erling Haaland is the greatest striker the Premier League has seen.
No, greatest goal scorer we've ever seen, not the greatest striker. Still would go, in my opinion, Thierry Henry, Wayne Rooney, Shearer. I'd still put those guys above him, but as a goal scorer, the man is a machine, he's a freak. You have to appreciate what he does. 100 Premier League goals in 111 games is frightening, and he's only going to get better. His leadership's getting better, his play's getting better. But for me, maybe it's an emotional thing. As a kid, I watched these guys growing up, and I just thought they were amazing. And you know, Erling is amazing, but I don't have that same feeling as I do to an Henry or a Rooney.
I think he's terrific. He really is a machine, a goal-scoring machine. I take Troy's point about, you know, he's not the best all-round striker. He's slightly different to that. He is a fantastic and ruthless goal scorer. 71 with his left foot, 11 with his right foot, 17 with his head, and all the rest coming off other parts of his body that he'll just throw at it whenever he feels as if there's a chance of scoring a goal. He has been a revelation, I think, since coming into the Premier League, and certainly it looks like he'll break all of the records. He's got most of them already, but I mean, he is just a delight to watch.
Well, let's find out if he's doubled his tally at Craven Cottage. There's been a goal for TalkSport. Ian Abraham.
Fulham 0, Manchester City 2. No, he hasn't doubled his tally, but he has had a hand in the goal. He can't only score them, he also creates them. The ball played forward to him about midway inside the Fulham half. A neat turn and forward pass for Tijani Reinders to run in on Bernd Leno and slam it over the goalkeeper into the back of the net. It was a good finish actually by Reinders, but he's assisted one and he's scored one. This is Erling Haaland's night. On TalkSport 2, Fulham 0, Manchester City 2.
The second half underway at St Mary's for TalkSport's Charlotte Richardson.
And it's still England 1, Ghana 0. The Lionesses playing the fourth and final homecoming friendly following their European triumphs in the summer, as well as celebrating and showcasing this impressive squad. Though these games are vital in providing Serena Wiegman with the chance to assess the younger players pushing for a place in the World Cup qualifying squads for next year, and they've been the ones to star so far. It's England 1, Ghana 0.
OK, Troy, Sam, let's talk Newcastle very quickly. We were talking about the Manchester City hero up front, Erling Haaland, but what about the new hero here at St James's, Nick Woltemade, 7 goals in all competitions since his summer move from Stuttgart. Have you been impressed by him, Troy?
Mightily impressed. I think he's adapted exceptionally well. He seems to be like he's got that nastiness in him as well. Comes across a really lovely fella, but you can just see in him that he's been told, you're too big, you're not quick enough, you're not strong enough, his whole career. And he's got that little chip on his shoulder that is going to show you that he is the man. And I think he's adapted to this fan base exceptionally well. Listen, it helps when you score in your first couple of games. It gets you off to a good snowball momentum and you keep that going. But I think Newcastle are a fantastic football club, and I think Eddie Howe's done a wonderful job managing him, managing the expectations. Because how hard would it have been for him to come in after all of this Isak noise and expect him to have the same level of impact and performance that Isak did last year? So I think Eddie deserves a lot of credit as well.
Everything about him is different, right? The way he looks, the way he carries himself, the way he plays. He's almost like the anti-Alexander Isak. He's completely different. And I think it's taken a little bit of time for Newcastle United's players to adjust to that. But he makes it easy with some of his brilliant touches. I mean, you know, you look at a player like that and you think there's no way physically he can have the manipulation of the ball that he does. But he has this wonderful ability to be silky despite his frame. And that gives him an extra edge as well. And boy, does he know where the goal is. I mean, the finish on Saturday night at the Hill Dickinson was pure class.
He's a bit like, I want to call him like a Tiger Woods. That penalty box is his putting green, because he's honestly so calm and slows things down in front of goal so well.
But also, like, going back to the Erling Haaland thing, right? Erling Haaland, and we've just seen him create a brilliant goal, by the way, with a wonderful pass. But he is like he's a functional machine. He's like a robot of a striker. Nick Voltemade fits into the category of those cult striker. He's languid, he's long, his limbs go on forever, his shirt sort of hangs off him, and he strolls around the park, and then he comes up with a little bit of beauty, and it just looks a little, I don't know, more elegant. Is that fair?
No, that's absolutely fair. I think he's technically a better football player than Haaland. I think he reminds me of Crouch here, not because of the height, but the way he plays, and people think that he's a big target man, but he's got so much more to his game. Newcastle have been fantastic. They've got Visser to add back. They've got a midfield now that is being in a wonderful position of just growing game on game. And I genuinely believe when this place is rocking, we've been here 3 times already this season, it's one of the hardest places to ever come and play. So they're excellent, and it just feels really, really good. It must be a feel-good factor for these players as well.
As the teams come out here in St James's Park, the atmosphere absolutely unbelievable. It's exactly what you would expect on a night like this. 2 big clubs going head-to-head. They've been brilliant at home, Troy. What do you expect to see, particularly in this first half?
I expect to see Newcastle do what they did in the Champions League, and they have done as a bit of a tactic this year. They've started just turning the teams really quickly, putting high pressure on them, getting the likes of Harvey Barnes and Murphy turned and running at the back line really quickly, and then play all their football in Tottenham's half. For me, Tottenham have to survive the first 20 minutes. They can't afford an early goal to Newcastle. Then they have to show a little bit of character as well in terms of how they play with the ball. This is going to be a tough night for this Spurs team, and Newcastle, by the way, from set pieces are fantastic.
It has a feeling of a Champions League evening here inside St James's Park. I want to spare a thought for those Spurs fans that have made the long journey way up in the Gallagher end away to our left-hand side. They've been good on the road, Spurs, but surely some of those fans aren't feeling great about their chances here this evening. Certainly these home fans, these Magpies fans, are feeling like Newcastle are going to take all 3 points. Remember, by the way, all 10 midweek Premier League games live and exclusive to the TalkSport network. Currently it's Fulham 0, Manchester City 2 over on TalkSport 2. Goalless between Bournemouth and Everton on the TalkSport app. Download it right now. You can move seamlessly between all 3 games. Here, 2 big names who sit in mid-table. They're looking to climb into the top half of the Premier League tonight. Will Thomas Frank give the Spurs fans reasons to be cheerful, or will the Magpies send them packing? Live and exclusive Premier League action on TalkSport as Newcastle United host Tottenham Hotspur at a raucous St James's Park in the company of former Watford captain Troy Deeney and Sam Matterface.
Thank you, Hugh. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to St James's Park in Newcastle. You can hear the atmosphere. It's coming through your radio or your smart speaker or through your earbuds. Eddie Howe says he's looking for the sweet spot of consistency. Thomas Frank says he's looking to prevent things going sour. Newcastle United against Spurs kicks off our mouth-watering midweek of all 10 Premier League games, and what an appetiser this is. The Toon have won 6 in a row here. Tottenham have conceded 9 goals in their last 2 on the road, and away from home is where they're supposed to be a little bit happier. 2 changes for Newcastle United, 4 changes for Tottenham Hotspur. I'll go through the 2 11s for you in just a second. Thomas Bramall is our referee. Newcastle United in black and white striped jerseys, black shorts and black socks, attacking the goal away to our left, the Lees' end. Kicking down the hill in the first half in bright yellow with dark navy trim, Tottenham Hotspur. Now, TalkSport is always the best way to consume your football, and December is no different. Our festive 50 takes you through the leagues and round the continent, and with Goldstein and Bent in New York, Crookie in Washington for the World Cup draw this Friday, and every Premier League game throughout the course of this midweek, this week is an absolute cracker. But we start right here at St James's Park, where a win can take the Toon into the top 10, and where defeat for Tottenham could mean Thomas Frank will need a tin hand. Live and exclusive to national radio, right here on TalkSport at St James's Park. It's Newcastle United against Tottenham. There's been another goal down at Craven Cottage. Ian Abrahams.
Fulham 0, Manchester City 3. This is the pick of the bunch. A curling effort left-footed from Phil Foden, 20 yards out after a corner hadn't properly been cleared. Live on TalkSport 2, Fulham 0, Manchester City 3.
And we're underway here under the lights at St James's Park. Pedro Porro guiding it back to his goalkeeper, Vicario, who's got the ball at his feet. He's not being booed as he strides out to the edge of the technical area, and he kicks it long and high up towards the left-hand side. Newcastle United with Ramsdale in goal, Livramento, Chow, Byrne and Hall the back four, Miley, Tonali and Joel Linton the midfield trio, with Murphy, Voltemada and Barnes up top. For Tottenham, Vicario the goalkeeper, Porro, Danzo, Romero and Udogie, Bergvall, Sarr and Bentancur, then Johnson, Kolomoani and Kudus as the front three. The ball sprayed from the inside right channel, deep inside their own half by Jacob Murphy. He sends it long and out to the left towards Harvey Barnes, and it's away by Porro. Back to the game at Craven Cottage is Ian Abrahams.
Fulham 1, Manchester City 3. Ball in from the right-hand side from a corner, not cleared, and Emil Smith-Rowe headed beyond Donnarumma. Fulham 1, City 3.
It's been a very good start to the game for Manchester City, but they've just been pegged back in the final few seconds of the first half down at Craven Cottage. Here it's 0-0. Troy Deeney is alongside me in the commentary box, and Lewis Hall, advancing down the left-hand side, has just gone to ground after a challenge from Bentancur. The referee has decided to give the free kick the other way. Here's Troy.
Yeah, it's been a good start for Spurs. Been able to manage this first couple of minutes, just keeping the ball. Newcastle setting traps. The interesting thing for me, Sam, is every time Newcastle win it back, they're going to try and turn this Spurs team, have them defacing their own goal, put pressure on them, and you're going to see a real aggressive Newcastle team, and this Spurs team need to be better.
Byrne wins it on the halfway line in advance of Bergvall. He sends it down the left to Barnes. Barnes is crossed into the box with a deep one, fended away by Danzo, comes back to Tonali, yet to score this season. He brings it down right edge of the D, works it wide towards the right. Miley and Livramento. Good football from Newcastle United. A little nudge off the ball there in the full-back position. Pat Matassar getting back to help out his defence, and it goes out for a goal kick away to our left-hand side. But that was slick, that was fast, that was front-footed from Newcastle United. 0-0.
Yeah, good play again from Newcastle. Nice and slick and quick. Little 1-2 there with Livramento and Murphy, and it's just really good plays. And that's the Eddie Howe way of football. We see it up, back and throughs, but it's actually good defending from Spurs there. Udogie just put a little bit of shoulder into Livramento, who he's gingerly getting up now, but it just shows, doesn't it, Sam? Sorry to interrupt. It just shows that this Newcastle team they've not got many weaknesses.
Oh, brilliant from Hall, who pinches the ball from Sarr, gets to the edge of the area, onto his left foot, drives it goalwards, drags it down to the goalkeeper's left, and it goes narrowly wide. That's excellent from him. I was just about to say to you, Troy, that Livramento and Hall make such a massive difference to this team. They get up in support of the attack, they get back and defend, they're quite happy to drive into midfield. They're brilliant technical footballers. They've got one hell of an engine on them both, and it was another display of his abilities there from Lewis Hall.
Yeah, absolutely. Lewis Hall there does really well, because he's going up against Kudus first. Kudus actually wins the chest, and as he chests it down, Lewis Hall just jumps the press, wins it back, and he just goes forward. Probably could have played Murphy, to be fair, but he deserves it after doing that 40-yard long buster.
Vicario kicked it out. It goes straight to Livramento, who then gets them on the front foot again. Murphy in towards Voltemada with a header over the top of the crossbar from about 7 yards outside the box. He rose highest and headed the ball towards goal. It glanced over the top of the crossbar. Half-time in the game down at the Vitality Stadium. Here's TalkSport's Alex Crook.
And it's Bournemouth 0, Everton 0. Antoine Semenyo forced a decent save from Jordan Pickford. James Garner's corner was headed onto his own crossbar by Alex Scott. And Eli Junior Krupi had a goal ruled out for the home side in stoppage time for offside. Bournemouth 0, Everton 0.
Is that 0-0 for Crookie again, is it? It's not, is it? Oh dear, I think he does need a holiday. Good job he's going to Washington for the World Cup draw. Turned over again by Newcastle, high inside the Tottenham half. They can't get out of their own half at the moment. The pressure was so high from Newcastle. They switched over the ball, and now they've won a corner away to our left-hand side. Voltemada putting real pressure on the back line.
Yeah, again, going back to the early conversation, what is this Spurs team trying to do? Not understanding. You can blame the manager all you want, but at this moment, you're 5 minutes into the game, nothing but pressure. Just take a decision on the pitch, go long, overplaying, and now could play the ultimate cost and lose a goal to a set piece. One that Newcastle scored 2 from, on the weekend.
Yeah, they scored after 52 seconds from Malik Chow. Here's their first corner of the game. It's a poor one by Tonali and easily nudged away by Pedro Porro at the near post this time, and it goes all the way to the halfway line. You're listening to TalkSport. We're live at St James's Park. It's 0-0 between Newcastle and Tottenham Hotspur, one of 10 games we've got live for you this midweek. Ball up into the centre towards Byrne. He heads it down into the path of Barnes. It's away by Pap Sarr and cleared towards halfway, but again Tottenham just can't escape. Now they might with Bergvall out towards Johnson. Bit of speed from him now required as he drags them up the pitch and towards the edge of the box. A first attack, a low ball across the 6-yard box, and Lewis Hall is there again just to intervene and stop it from reaching Kudus, and it's cleared away by Newcastle United. It's excellent work from Lewis Hall, showing his attacking prowess with his shot that he had a few moments ago, and brilliant defensive awareness. Here's Troy Deeney.
Yeah, great play. Again, Spurs showing that little bit of devil where they can get you on the counter-attack. It's wonderful play from Johnson. Livramento goes stride for stride, so he blocks off the shooting angle, but he just drags it across. And as you say, wonderful defending from Lewis Hall, because if he doesn't get back there, Kudus rolls it into an empty net. I was just going to say to you just before, the difference when Spurs have the ball, Newcastle all over them like a rash, and then when Newcastle have the ball, Spurs are like hard. They're not pressing, they're not dropping off, they're kind of doing nothing.
Yeah, and that was the problem on Saturday night when I was at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. There was no pressure in the ball. It was too easy for Fulham to play out. They're coming forward now though, Tottenham out wide towards the left, and once again Brennan Johnson trying to make something happen from that far side. Finds Pap Sarr, then it goes infield to Bentancur, out to a Doggy, far touchline, left-footed cross into the box, which is away by Livramento. Barnes and Voltemada try to combine on the edge of the area. There's a little bit of magic between them there. Then there was a foul by Johnson, who was sent off the last time he scored a goal for Tottenham against Copenhagen in the Champions League, and a free kick has been given 10 yards outside the box. Half-time in the game down at Craven Cottage. For TalkSport's Ian Abrahams.
Fulham 1, Manchester City 3. Erling Haaland's moment of history on 17 minutes created by Doku had City in front. He set up the second for Reinders, and the third was bent in by Foden right on half-time, but still time for Wilson's cross to be headed in by Smith Rowe. Brilliant first half. Live on TalkSport 2, it's Fulham 1, City 3.
By the way, all the games are available via our app. If you download it, you can just pick the one you want and listen to it throughout the course of the evening. And tomorrow, when there's loads of games for you, and Thursday we've got Manchester United against West Ham. Here's Murphy far side the right for Newcastle United. Just 2 yards in from the touchline. His cross is blocked by Johnson. It bounces into the path of Lewis Miley, starting a second successive Premier League game today after an impressive performance against Everton at the weekend. He sends it back infield to Malik Chow, who scored his first 2 goals at the Hill Dickinson at the weekend, and his elevated ball is easily cleared by Porro. But again, the first person to it is a Newcastle United jersey. And then Barnes gets the better of Porro, who got himself in a bit of a tangle into Hall inside the area, got it caught under his feet. He still somehow got hold of it, and it's back towards Miley, edge of the area from Voltemada. It's blocked by Danso, and then out to the far side, and Livramento slides it into the box, looking for Voltemada. Good feet again, a lovely little turn and a twist, and then he scoops the ball into the 6-yard box. He taken it away by Porro, and it's out for a corner over on the far side. Again, it's terrific from Newcastle United.
Oh, wonderful play from the big fella there. Voltemada just linking the play. Loads of quality, just stops on the ball. When everyone else is moving, he stops it, stands it to the back post. Good header for Pedro Porro. But it was his mistake that got that started, trying to backheel, facing his own goal. Again, you're talking about experienced pros here, just got no game sense, no game IQ. Newcastle all on top here.
Newcastle United on a high here. Spurs hoping to avoid going on their worst run for 18 months. The corner in towards the back post, headed away by Bentancur after it beat Vicario in the air. And now Kudus looking to try and find an escape route. He can't get away from Tonali, has to turn and play it back towards Romero, who is at the heart of his defence. Thomas Frank coming out to have a word with his players and just try to instill a bit of calm and a bit of possession, because the game just feels as if it's getting away from them a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Just want them to have a few passes. They need to get their midfield involved here. It's going all around Newcastle at this moment in time, and that'll suit Newcastle. But it needs to go through the middle. They need to get Bentancur and Sarr on the ball, and Bergvall need to come and link up and try and just get 1 or 2 touches. At the moment, it's all around in a horseshoe for Newcastle. That's very easy as a player to defend against.
Spurs supporters aren't happy, and it did seem a little bit of an ill-advised approach from Thomas Frank to go against them at the weekend. He did sort of row it back and focus on the understandable frustrations with results yesterday. he was pretty level-headed in his press conference. He usually is. His team need to be level-headed here as a doggy starts to come down the left-hand side. Good challenge by Dan Burn and puts it out for the first Tottenham corner of the game. And actually, Dan Burn, captaining the side today, aggressively on the press at one end, making sure that he was right up behind Kolo Muani so he couldn't settle as the initial ball came forward, and then he was back defending as a doggy broke down the left-hand side, and Newcastle United have got a corner to defend.
Yeah, he's been excellent, hasn't he, Dan Burn? If you see the career arc, I remember playing against him when he was at Fulham and at Birmingham City. I could never tell you he was going to be this player. He's obviously a wonderful professional and applied himself unbelievably well, so it's great to see him just living out his dream.
Here's the corner then, in front of the Gallagate end, away to our right. It's left-footed, in-swinger towards the near post, which is flicked away by a Newcastle head, and it goes out for another corner on the other side, which Kudus will take. That raking stand behind the goal, the Gallagate goes up into the gods. You can almost see the black and white stripes that are painted on the back of it, but in a couple of the corners there are supporters standing up and bellowing their thoughts. The referee just going over to have a quick word with Aaron Ramsdale and trying to ensure that he is not pressurised by Kevin Danso, who's just standing in front of him. And the corner kick to be taken on this near side will come in left-footed, swirled by the Ghanaian Mohamed Kudus. Right hand in the air. He hits it towards the near post. It's flicked away by that man Lewis Hall again. Comes out on the edge of the area to Pedro Porro. Back to Kudus again down the side of the penalty area on the right hand side, about 7 yards in from the touchline. He goes towards the goal line and then swings the ball towards the far post, but he overhits that. It goes out of play, and it's Newcastle United 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0 on TalkSport with Sky Sports. And don't forget that you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Newcastle versus Tottenham live right now. Search Now Sports.
Poor there from Kudus, isn't it? Trying to stand it on his right foot, just goes too big with it. I was just looking there from the set pieces. Newcastle are massive. As a team, huge. Man for man, they are huge. For Spurs to score from a set piece there, it's got to be an unbelievable ball or a huge mistake.
Here come Newcastle down the right side, up to Voltemada with his back to goal. He was snaffled up there by Romero. No Mickey van der Ven in the starting lineup for Tottenham today, which is eyebrow-raising. I think Thomas Frank, with all the games that are coming up, 4 games in 10 days, well, that's a mistake by Kudus, giving the ball away, and Barnes now trying to get in front of Porro, and he's done that. He's got to the byline. He produces a cross towards the far post. Murphy trying to hook it over his shoulder. He couldn't keep it down. It goes over the bar, and Tottenham Hotspur shooting themselves in the foot once again.
What are we seeing here? I know Thomas Frank is under pressure. Mohamed Kudus, 30 yards out, facing his own goal, brings it down well. Flicks it over Barnes' head, but he starts doing keepy-ups like it's an under-5s game. Loses the ball, Hall wins it back. Great play from Harvey Barnes. I actually think that the play there from Murphy's to set Lewis Mardy coming in just to get him going. He tries an overhead kick, gets it all horribly wrong, and Spurs have been playing like a bunch of kids at this moment in time.
Bournemouth 0, Everton 0 is the half-time score at the Vitality. One of 10 games we got live for you on the TalkSport app, including this one. Manchester City 3-1 up at half-time, and Wigan have just taken the lead against Burton. Paul Mullin with the goal in the first half. Wigan 1, Burton 0. Free kick then to Newcastle United in front of the dugouts down in front of us. We're just about 5 rows back from the roof of the dugouts, just right at the halfway line. In fact, Troy might be straddling the halfway line here.
Haven't straddled many things, mate. Definitely haven't done a halfway line.
Tonali with the free kick. Fence?
No, sir.
No. You usually come down on one side or the other. Here is Tonali with the free kick, 7 yards in from the left touchline. Right-footed, arcing ball towards the edge of the penalty area. It's flicked into the air by Romero. It's a poor header. It goes back into his own box, and it's controlled well by Barnes, who flicked it round the corner. Didn't reach Dan Burn. Was cleared away, half cleared away by Spurs, but they're just quicker and sharper to it, Newcastle United. They pick it off, and Murphy's got it back to Livramento on halfway. Now they look to build again, down the left. Lewis Hall with his fair hair, shirt untucked to the waist, touching the ball back to Tonali, who sprays an angled pass in towards Byrne, who heads it down into the penalty area. Voltemada chasing to receive it. He keeps it in. Does he? No, the assistant over on the far side said it went out of play.
There's no way he saw that.
He's got some serious eyesight if he noticed that, because he had to look through 2 posts and about 4 bodies.
He would need your Tony Stark glasses to see them ones, wouldn't he? Just watching the replay. It is out, to be fair to him. It's an unbelievable. He's guessed though. There's no way he knew that was going out.
Well, he wasn't up with play for a start, so it was the correct call, though, so we should give him some credit. Here's Barnes down the left, plays it against Benson Cook, goes out for a throw on this near side.
I was about to say, was that the first time ever you've gone against a FA referee there? But you pulled it back.
I think you overplay that. Throw in on the near touchline to be taken by Lewis Hall. And he's winding up for a long throw into the edge of the box. Dan Burn has travelled up towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Newcastle on the attack, and it's been all Newcastle so far, apart from the brief 1 or 2 counter-attacks that Tottenham have had that have been very well defended actually by the Newcastle United back line. Here's Livramento halfway after the initial throw-in was cleared away by Spurs. Ramsdale with a long ball forward. I mean, it is so long, I think that's gone into Lees' Park. That was misjudged by the former Arsenal goalkeeper.
It was a strange one, that, wasn't it? Just blasted it for no real reason. Had no feel, just absolutely knuckleballed it into touch. But again, it gives this Newcastle team an opportunity to pressure this Spurs backline right into the far corner. Spurs are trying to take the pace and the sting out of this game, but it just feels like they're playing into Newcastle's hands. They need to give them something to think about defensively. At the moment, it's just pure survival.
Yeah, well, I mean, listening to Eddie Howe yesterday, he was talking about his team's development, and I was pretty strong that they were in a good place earlier in the season, and he was pretty clear that he thought that the physical output of the performances now are a lot better than they were early in the season, and that's what he thinks takes them over the line. Tactically, technically, he's quite comfortable with them, but he knows that in order to play his game they have to be really up for it, and they've just won the ball on the near side. Bergvall beaten by Barnes. Barnes goes into the penalty area, plays a low ball into the box, comes to Miley, right-footed shot straight into the arms of the goalkeeper, who goes down to his left and makes a good save. Excellent from Harvey Barnes. He wanted that more on this near touchline than Lucas Bergvall. He nabbed the ball and went down the left side, got into the box, produced the cross, and Miley probably should have scored.
You've just encapsulated the difference between the two teams in that one action there. Harvey Barnes wins the ball back, doesn't worry about getting kicked, runs past 2 players. Bergvall gets tapped on the ankles, rolling around like a fool in front of everybody here. Then as soon as he realises he's not getting it, back up. This Spurs team's been too nice. It's too nice at this moment in time.
Half-time in the game, the Championship, the rearranged match at Ewood Park for Mickey Gray.
It's Blackburn 0, Ipswich 0, dominated by the home side. Ipswich have been terrible in the first 45 minutes. The only thing Blackburn haven't done is put the ball in the back of the net. Sure they want to do that in the second half. Blackburn 0, Ipswich 0.
Blackburn were good value tonight, 5-2 or something like that for a home team. Wigan lead Burton by 1-0 in League One. It's half-time in that match. Paul Mullen with the only goals so far. No goals here, but Erling Haaland, Tijani Reinders and Phil Foden have scored for Manchester City away at Fulham tonight, and it's 0-0 Bournemouth-Everton. Those 2 games are half-time. We kicked off at 8:15 here. Here is Sarr back to Danzo and Romero. Romero will look to build from the back, but the high press is on from Newcastle United, and they win it back. Of course they do. They can't get out. Tottenham Hotspur. Voltemada back to goal, and there was a foul there on Murphy, and before Voltemada could get it under control, the referee Tom Bramall decided that was going to be a free kick. He might be taking some action here. He's certainly going to give the set piece to Newcastle United. Byrne is asking for a card, and maybe Destiny Udogie should have got one.
You know, I don't mind that though from Udogie. The Spurs are giving the ball away cheaply with Sarr, but at least he's gone after it. Maybe it could have been a yellow card, but at least he's laid a glove on somebody. Lets this Newcastle team know he's not going to be ran over tonight. The rest of them have been so passive. Really disappointed with Spurs in this opening in 20 minutes or so.
Free kick far side, which Sandro Tonali is taking charge of. No Bruno Guimaraes for Newcastle tonight, but they've got such a good squad, good battalion of midfield players now. They can afford to rest him, and believe me, he don't like being rested. Here is the free kick in by Tonali towards the near post. It's headed away by Kolo Muani, and it's out for a corner kick over on the far side.
Well, you talk about that though, the bench for Newcastle, when you look through it, we was talking off air, defensively they can put Shaw on, attacking wise they can go Gordon or Elanga, midfield if they want to control the game, Bruno Guimaraes, Jacob Ramsey in there, Joe Willett. They've just got a real depth now in a squad that you can call on no matter what happens within the game. You look at this Spurs bench and you question who's actually going to be ready for the fight. Palhinha, maybe?
And they've got a few injuries as well, Newcastle. Here's Lewis Hall's corner. It's just far too overhit. And Andreas Georgsson, who's the set-piece coach of Tottenham Hotspur, comes out to the edge of the area to take charge of the coordination there. He clapped that. He enjoyed the fact that it was overhit. It was all part of his defensive plan, I think.
Yeah. Where was football without these set-piece coaches, eh? Years of getting by, but now they're all making massive money learning how to head a ball. Fantastic.
How Newcastle United would love to back up their first away win with a home win here. Eddie Howe saying it yesterday. He wanted to find that sweet spot of consistency, put their foot to the floor, because he knows a consistent run of results can really take them up the table, drive them up the table. That's what he wants to do. Tonali's won it in midfield. They've started the game really well, but they haven't got any reward for their performance so far. That was a little bit naughty from Papsar. He just left a foot dangling at Tonali, and it's going to be a free kick just a couple of yards back from the centre circle, from the halfway line, in the middle of the centre circle, and it's still 0-0. Friday, by the way, Adrian Durham hosting the World Cup drive, 4 o'clock, with the draw for the 2026 World Cup taking place during the show. He's got Stuart Pearce with him, Alan Pardew with him, Charlie Mulgrew with him as well, and plenty more as England, Scotland and the rest of the nations find out their opponents. And then from 7 o'clock, Andy Goldstein and Darren Bent host the World Cup after party. A huge Friday coming up on Talk Sport. Here is a doggy over on the far side, travelling down the left touchline. Livramento just waited for him to run out of gas, then nicked it, turned it over, and it goes infield, and it's picked up by Tonali. Tonali runs laterally from the right side to the left, leaves it for Hall. He gives it back to Dan Burn, and we can go off to another goal at Craven Cottage. Crookie's got none, but Ian Abrahams now has 5.
Fulham 1, Manchester City 4. Phil Foden has 2 on his own. Ball played from Doku. I think it was initially into Haaland, flicked on to Foden, and he did the rest in beating Bernd Leno. The Cottage is silent by the City fans. It's live on TalkSport 2. Fulham 1, City 4.
There's a couple of big challenges that have gone in here. Romero's going to get himself a yellow card, and there was a challenge on Harvey Barnes there that was just a little bit extra. Byrne played it up towards the halfway line. It went round the corner. Romero went on Joel Linton and got a yellow card. And then I think it was Pedro Porro coming from behind on Harvey Barnes. He could have got a yellow card as well, but it was only Romero that did.
Yeah, trying to be a little bit more physical now. Just seen 3 or 4 of the coaching staff come running out and try and stamp a little bit of their mark on it. They want to change the way that Bergval's pressing. He's trying to sit on the holding midfield of Newcastle, which is Tonali, and then jump to the next one, where they want to kind of press with a 4-4-2. So they're asking him to put more pressure on the 2 centre-halves to stop allowing the ball into Voltemade, as we've just seen there.
Is that a tactic that has been changed late on? They're not going to get upset about that, are they? They're going to understand that?
Well, they can't get to their Instagrams at the minute, so they'll be all right.
Here's Joel Linton picking the ball up in midfield. He charges forward, runs into Bentancur, who knocks him over. That's going to be a free kick, 10 yards short of the edge of the D. The Tottenham players are complaining, but it's definitely a free kick to Newcastle United. Romero's come out to have a word with the referee, and he's going to have to be a little bit careful, the hothead.
I don't think that sentence works well, mate. Be careful, the hothead.
Well, he is the hothead, isn't he?
Yeah, of course he is. But I think what they've realised now, what we were saying 10 minutes ago, is they need to put a bit of pressure on this Newcastle team. At the minute, it's wave after wave of Newcastle attack. I just feel that Newcastle need to be a little bit cuter with these set pieces. They're being a little bit too deliberate. I want to see them work it a little angle and then move this Spurs line and then put a ball in, because they're just so much bigger. As we look across the line here, Dan Burn, Voltemade, Joel Linton, Miley, Tau, you name it, they're all massive humans.
Short free kick though, rather than a long one, and eventually it goes to Livramento, who's under pressure from Bergval, and it was helped into the box by Murphy. It was a bit of a waste, really. I think on those circumstances, when you have got those great, big, huge people to aim at, you've got to get it into the box as quick as possible, haven't you? And they didn't do that, and they've given it away. It's a Spurs goal kick.
You want to work the angle, because in the middle of the pitch, you want to work it to the left or the right to give a little bit of an angle, because that straight ball is really difficult, as one of the guys who try and head it, to even just create anything. It's more of a fight ball, and you're hoping for a knockdown. But the problem when it's in the middle, you have to split the two. So you have one either side trying to break it down. You don't have enough bodies around it.
Newcastle United have won their last 6 home games in all competitions. And a run that includes a 2-0 League Cup fourth-round win over Spurs back at the end of October. They've not won 7 successive home games in all competitions for over 15 years. That was back in the Championship days. I was just having a look at the statistics because Spurs have been criticised for their attacking play recently and yet to have a shot on target or create a big chance in the game so far.
But that's been a bit of a sticking point as well, hasn't it? Their XG's been terribly low. I think you said it was the same as Wolverhampton Wanderers, who obviously haven't been great.
She's a little bit higher than Wolverhampton Wanderers, but not much.
And then when you start to look at this Spurs team, I think they've had 4 or 5 games this season where they've had 1 shot on target all game. Even when you think back to the North London derby, their first shot on target was Richarlison from 60 yards. So a little bit frustrating for how they're doing it and how they're trying to build up. I think when I look at a Thomas Frank team, I want the balls going wide and the ball going into the box, and at the moment it just seems a little bit in between. They don't know whether to cross it, they don't know whether to shoot. It just feels a little bit forced.
Well, they don't have a licence to thrill, but they keep coming up with an XG statistic which is 0.07. Here is Barnes down the left-hand side, played in by Hall on the edge of the area. He's got Voltemada waiting for the cross. He declines to do so because he didn't have the angle to get it. He might now. His left-footed ball is blocked by Romero. Comes out to Tonali, edge of the D. He sends it wide to the right, and Livramento clips it back towards the far post, looking for Joel Linton, who always scores against Spurs, trying to get in front of Porro. That was good defending by Pedro Porro, and the ball goes out of play and away for a goal kick.
Yeah, it's a wonderful ball from Lewis Hall again, just down the side of Pedro Porro, bending in towards goal. I thought Ashley Barnes should have just hit that first time, got it across the box for Voltemada. He chose to not do that. They work it down the opposite side there, out to Livramento, puts a lovely ball in. And as you say, Pedro Porro defending the back post was exceptional there with Joel Linton.
Newcastle United 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. The latest odds are available at Ladbrokes, where right now you can back Newcastle to win at 6-5 on. The Tottenham Hotspur victory is 10-3. It's a little over 3-1. And you can back the draw at 23-10. That's all thanks to Ladbrokes. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. This is TalkSport. Sam Matterface and Troy Deeney live at St James's Park. One of 10 games we've got for you over Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. Tomorrow night I'll be at Arsenal for their game against Brentford. That kicks off at 7:30. The rest of the games are on the TalkSport app. And then Thursday night it's Manchester United against West Ham on TalkSport as well. We've got every single game of this midweek round. It doesn't stop there, because at the weekend Villa take on Arsenal 12:30 on Saturday. That's going to be a corker too.
Set piece FC tomorrow, isn't it? Brentford Arsenal. Who can throw it the longest and who can do the most corners? Love it.
Well, we're looking forward to that. That's going to be a cracking little game. We'll do that tomorrow, 7:30 on TalkSport. Here is Hall in the left full-back position. Lovely little turn, get away from Kudus. Moves up towards the halfway line, then stops, chops, and comes back in field. Keeps possession really well. He's been brilliant since he's come back from injury, and they've been waxing lyrical about him, and you can see why. Here is Malik Chow, taking it on and moving it down the right side into the path of Livramento. Remember at the beginning of the season, Livramento and Hall both weren't available to Eddie Howe because of injury. They had to sort of play Trippier, who's picked up a hamstring injury now, and Dan Burn out of position in order to cover those areas of the pitch. But now they're back, they look like a different team. Here's Murphy picking it up right side, 3 yards in from the touchline, turns it back into Burn inside the centre circle. He moves on into the area, out to the left he goes, onto Barnes. Barnes now onto Joel Linton. Bentancur goes with him, but he goes down to the side of the box and goes to go beyond him. It's touched behind by Bentancur and will go up to Craven Cottage, where there's another goal for TalkSport's Ian Abrahams.
Fulham 1, Manchester City 5. Jeremy Doku in on the party now. Fulham criminally giving the ball away just outside their own penalty area. Doku onto his right foot, does cannon off Sander Berger and go in beyond Bernd Leno. Live on TalkSport 2, Fulham 1, City 5. I think it might be game over.
You might be right there. 4 minutes away from full time at St Mary's as well. England leading Ghana in the Women's International, the homecoming friendlies. We'll get to Charlotte very shortly. Here is the corner by Marley. It's a deep one to the far post. Malik Chiao, who almost got taken out by Bentancur after the ball had gone there, managed to regain his footing quite well. It goes out of play after a clearance from the Uruguayan, and it's out for a throw-in.
I think he just done Bentancur a favour there, because if he goes down, I think that would be a foul. He just runs into him aimlessly, and again, it just feels like there's more to come from this Newcastle team. I do really worry about this Spurs team if a goal was to go in.
Do you know what? I make you right on that challenge, because if he had just gone over and fallen to the floor, crashed to the floor there, Malik Chiao, they would have had to have given a penalty.
100%. I think he's just he's trying to get out to him quick and has kind of lost the flight of the ball and just ended up running straight into him.
Chow out to the far side, into Livramento, a yard in from the touchline, halfway inside Spurs territory, a little drag back and roll down the touchline by Murphy to find Miley. And it's pushed out by Sarr and it's away for a throw-in to Newcastle United, over on the far side, which Tino Livramento is going to take. Spurs having to defend once again. I mean, the action areas away to our left-hand side are red hot, aren't they? I mean, there's not been much in front of the Gallowgate so far. It's all been Newcastle on the front foot, and we've played 30 minutes, but it's still goalless. Here's Livramento, far side, from the throw-in, gets it back, then sets it for Tonali, who swirls across to the far post, a header by Chiao towards the far edge of the penalty area. Byrne then gets the back of his head on the ball. It bounces inside the 6-yard box. It's gobbled up by Vicario, and it's cleared away by Tottenham Hotspur. Another goal for Ian Abrahams.
Fulham 2, Manchester City 5. Alex Iwobi this time. Ball in from the left-hand side. City didn't properly clear it. Laid off to the edge of the penalty area. First time right-footed effort into the corner of Donnarumma's net. Fulham 2, Manchester City 5. Game is live on TalkSport 2.
And we are heading, Moose, if it keeps going like this, for the highest scoring game in Premier League history, aren't we? I mean, 56 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, at some stage I think they might stop, Stan, but I mean, at the moment it just is a bit like a basketball game.
It is. They only need 4 more to equal the score between Portsmouth and Reading, 7-4, back in 2008. Here is Murphy towards the far post, and he had Vicario scrambling. It was actually a cross, I think, that was going towards the far edge of the 6-yard box in his mind, but he didn't catch it perfectly, and actually at the last moment Vicario realised that it might just nestle under the crossbar.
Yeah, it looked like he took a little deflection there, and I think that's what the Newcastle fans are getting a little bit frustrated about. But again, just it's good play, but I'm a little bit disappointed with Murphy today. I would expect him to get at Udogie at that right back, in the left back position, and really test him defensively. We know the fullbacks for Spurs are better known for going forward. I'd expect him to really try and kick it and run him. And again, this is where Newcastle could be really, really good, can't they? Because they can bring on Elanga and Gordon, and as these fullbacks get tired, they could just really run over the top of them.
Joel Linton to Barnes, who's being chased by Bergvall, who's released it and got back up, bounced back up without even so much as a flicker. Kudus robs it back, gets to the halfway line. Tonali just outruns him, out-bustles him, says, "That's mine, fella," nudges it back to Ramsdale and clears it away. It's terrific defending.
It is, and unfortunately, again, I don't want to be too negative, but it's really hard to point for a positive at the moment with Spurs. It feels like men versus boys. They're just too big, too powerful, too strong.
But it's still 0-0. Here's Barnes down the left, trying to come infield. He just overran that slightly. Could have fell over anyway, so it's given them the chance to win it back. And then he just gave it back to Joel Linton, who brushes aside Porro, plays it into Livramento, allows it to roll across his body, then turns it wide to Murphy. Murphy now with a chance to cross. It's a packed penalty area. It takes a deflection, goes towards the near post, and there'll be popped down by Vicario and cleared away by Spurs. 33 gone, but Spurs have been under the cosh since the very beginning of the game, and it's a bit of a surprise that it's still 0-0.
Again though, Sam, out to Murphy, 1v1, doesn't once try and get at his opposite number, and again they're playing the ball into Koulibaly there, and he just gets bullied. I can't say this enough. It's men versus boys physically.
It really is. Here is Voltemade, edge of the area, trying to slip it through the legs of Romero, and then Porro tries to get out in the right fullback position, looks to attempt to clear and just kicks it straight out of play. There was the moment that you're talking about when it goes into Koulibaly. Dan Byrne says, "I'm going to follow you, so you're going to drop deep and try and pick up the ball." So he runs over the halfway line, follows Koulibaly into the midpoint of the Tottenham half. They're trying to play their way out here, and he just gets in front of him, nabs the ball and turns it over. And it's been like that all over the plot. Every duel, every moment of aggression, every time there's a chance to put pressure on the ball, Newcastle have done it. And the other way round, Tottenham just haven't been strong enough.
No, 100%. And I'm just looking at this Spurs team, and who's the one who wants the ball? Unfortunately, it comes to Pedro Porro as he clears it down this right-hand side. Every other player's just stood watching. They're all on the left-hand side, stood watching.
Joel Linton down the right side, gets into the byline, hits it up the post, and it comes back out to the edge of the area. What a chance for Newcastle United. It was a tight angle. He almost scored. Barnes towards the far post, almost came to Voltemade. Murphy's in there as well. And three of them got in each other's way in the end, and it bounces into the path of Vicario. And Tottenham once again get away scot-free. What a chance for Joel Linton down the right-hand side. I mean, it was a really tight angle, and he dragged the ball across the face of goal. He hit the inside of the post, and it came back out into the penalty area. It was a really good chance, and it was a super finish, actually. It deserved the goal.
Yeah, it's really good play as well. I was talking because it was in the middle of the pitch. It didn't feel like there was anything on, and Joel Linton makes a wonderful 8 run between the two centre-backs. And it's a great ball from Murphy with the left foot, and as he's on that tight angle as you talk about, you think he'd hit it across hoping the keeper saves it. It's actually too good a shot. Hits the inside of the post and comes all the way back out, and then they probably should do better at the back post. A lovely stood-up ball from Harvey Barnes. There's Voltemada, there's Joel Linton, and there's Murphy. They all kind of get in each other's way. Need someone to just take a little bit of a lead there and say, I'm going to score. And you just felt the frustration and the anxiety growing around this place, because it's been so dominant for 35 minutes that we've seen how these games play out. You don't score, Spurs come out, nick one, and it just becomes that type of game. They end up winning the game 1-0.
Byrne takes it out of the air, but Bergvall gets it back, finds it to Brennan Johnson. Johnson inside the area, went to shoot, then panicked a little bit, then turned it back to Mo Kudus. He hits it against the back of the defender. Spurs are actually up on the edge of the Newcastle penalty area here. That's just gone on the breaking news strap. And here is Pedro Porro out towards the right, a little twist and turn, gets into the penalty area. Kudus, low ball into the near post, a little flick by Bergvall, and it goes over the top of the crossbar. It would have been a glorious goal. It was absolutely superb technique and rather cheeky from Lucas Bergvall, who ran across the edge of the 6-yard box to meet Kudus' cross, and with the instep of his right foot he flicked it behind his left. It hit, I think, the bottom of his heel and went over the top of the crossbar.
It's wonderful play from Kudus down this right hand side, and we just spoke about how it's been all Newcastle, and then weirdly they're going to get one chance, and it could have been an unbelievable goal. Lovely little flick from Bergvall, just takes it over the bar. But again, Newcastle, that might be the slap across the chops and gets them awake. And just as you were talking there, Sam, Eddie Howe just sent Bruno Guimaraes out, so just keep an eye out. I don't know whether it's Tonali or Joel Linton that's just feeling something, so they sent Bruno out to warm up, and that's just one to keep an eye on.
Here is Kolo Muani far side, looking for a doggy to help him out as Tottenham come forward again. It's with Kolo Muani getting onto his right foot, looking for a bit of space to shoot. He's running laterally along the edge of the 18-yard box. He's found Kudus now, who tries to flip it into the box, but it's blocked by Lewis Hall, and it goes out towards this near touchline. And it's back with the Ghanaian again, who then sends it diagonally to Porro, back to Kudus once more. Then it comes to Rodrigo Bentancur. Tottenham Hotspur, who decided to leave Mickey van der Ven on the bench today. No Bruno Guimaraes for Newcastle United from the start, because they were resting and rotating. They've made a really good start to the game, but they haven't made the breakthrough yet, and there are 8 minutes to go before half time. Here is Pedro Porro trying to come down the right, and they've got a bit of possession inside Newcastle territory here, but there doesn't feel like there's a plan of how to develop the attack.
No, I was just about to say that this is probably the most passes they've had in the Newcastle half, but it's right on the edge of the halfway line. They've got all the way back to Vicario now. It's just, as you say, it's give you the ball to Kudus and hope he can do something. If that doesn't happen, go back and then give it him again. And unless he does some trickery, it becomes really basic, really one-dimensional.
Brilliant from Lewis Hall, who nudges the ball down the left into Barnes. Voltemada tries to keep them on the front foot. Tonali trying to get away from Bergvall, but Bergvall does well, takes it on and drives them up the pitch. Miley trying to keep a pace with him. Across comes Joel Linton. He goes right up to the edge of the Newcastle penalty area, where Kudus takes over for Tottenham Hotspur. Now Pedro Porro joining the attack. Back out to Kudus once again. His left-footed delivery, arc towards the far post, flicked away by Byrne, and then picked up by Livramento, who takes the ball over the top of Doggy and then looks to escape over on the far side. No foul despite collision on the far touchline. Joel Linton's gone down the edge of the area. Here is Kolo Muani in towards the edge of the box. On Bergvall, poor, didn't get hold of it, and now they've got to try and escape. There's been a goal down at St Mary's. Talk Sports, Charlotte Richardson.
England 2, Ghana 0. An injury time penalty from Alessia Russo doubles the Lionesses' advantage. Handball picked up by VAR, tucked beyond the keeper by one of the Lionesses' best performers of 2025. England 2, Ghana 0.
The FSA Women's Player of the Year, Alessia Russo, was at the ceremony last night when she won her award. Declan Rice was the Men's Player of the Year yesterday, a double for Arsenal. And Arsenal certainly trying to go for a double themselves this year. They're favourites for both the Champions League and for the Premier League right now. We've got Arsenal tomorrow live on TalkSport from 7:30. Joe Linton struggling with a little bit of an injury. He's gone down the edge of the area. Just indicated to the bench that he's going to be okay. So we'll go off to the game down at Bournemouth to see if there's any breakthrough for Alex Crook.
Well, we're still goalless, and Tierno Barry must be wondering if he will ever find the back of the net in the Premier League. He was played through one-on-one by a gorgeous pass from Carlos Alcaraz. Somehow, Petrovic in the Bournemouth goal made himself big. Save with the legs. Bournemouth 0, Everton 0.
Fulham 2, Manchester City 5 is the other scoreline in the Premier League tonight. In the Championship, still Blackburn 0, Ipswich 0, and Wigan 1-0 up in League One against Burton Albion. This is TalkSport. Burn into Joel Linton, who's back on his feet. Now Hall up to the halfway line. There's a little bit more about Spurs. They've just upped the intensity a little bit, Troy Deeney, and they had to.
Yeah, but it couldn't get much worse, could it, Sam, unfortunately? Yeah, they have upped it a bit. I feel like Newcastle have come off it a little bit as well. But I'd like to see Newcastle now be a little bit more direct. They're trying to be a little bit too predictable down his left-hand side with Hall and Barnes. Maybe just get Murphy running in behind and try and stretch his team out and see what they can do.
Newcastle 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. It's TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. Bright floodlights here at St James's Park, illuminating a beautiful playing surface, the one that slopes from left to right downhill in the second half, where Newcastle will be shooting towards the Gallagate end. Over on the far touchline, the wiry young figure of Lewis Smiley, who has filled out a little bit. He's brushed off the ball.
He's bushed off it?
Yeah, that's an Australian saying. I've been watching the Ashes. Here is Joel Linton nudging it forward. It's cleared away. Full time for Charlotte Richardson with the Lionesses.
England 2, Ghana 0. The homecoming series of friendly wraps up a historic 2025 with victory. The European champions turn their attention to next year's World Cup qualifiers, using tonight to try out young emerging talents like Lucia Kendall, whose first half tap-in, and Alessia Russo's injury time penalty, the difference against stubborn, organised opposition. Full-time, England 2, Ghana 0.
Little flick infield by Bergvall as Tottenham come on the attack, but it's away by Dan Burn. Sarr keeps it alive, out to Pedro Porro, goes straight out of play, and it's away for a throw in the left full-back position to Newcastle United. Thomas Frank was full of praise for Eddie Howe yesterday and for Newcastle United and their team, but he said they're very, very good, but they are not unbeatable. And, they've had to weather one hell of a storm in the opening 35 minutes of this game here, but it is still 0-0, and we're going into the last 3 minutes of the first half. Thomas Frank be slightly more happy with what's happened in the last 5 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be the happier of the two. If it stays at 0-0, he'll be happier of the two managers as well. Eddie Howe will be really disappointed. We talk about how dominant they've been. They've only had one shot on target of their 7, so you would expect them to be able to do a bit more. Again, I go back to the benches and I look at the Newcastle bench, and to me it just feels like there's more that can change. They can bring on a Guimaraes who can give you that little spark in midfield and make this team click and be a bit more emotionally engaged. You can bring on Gordon, you can bring on Elanga, and it just feels like Newcastle got a bit more, but Spurs will be really happy with how it is.
Murphy, blind pass infield, which didn't reach Livramento, and it felt as if it was a little bit lazy, that from Murphy. Wasn't really paying attention to the run by Livramento, but very quickly he was back stationed to compete for the ball again. It's gone out for a throw-in halfway for Newcastle United.
I feel like that with Murphy, though. He's either unbelievably good or you kind of feel like he doesn't really bring you much. Today I've been really disappointed because his game has been directed getting at people. That's what he does. He's had 4 or 5 opportunities and he's turned them down every single time. So I wouldn't be surprised if Elanga came on very, very early in the second half.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a couple of Newcastle substitutions at half-time. Not necessarily because the performance hasn't been perfect, but because they've been good enough to get to in and around the area, but not made enough of it.
100%. And I just think they are controlling the game, and it's feeling nice. But the way that Eddie Howe always coaches and what he tries to do is be really progressive, but as they get to the final third, be ruthless, and it feels a bit hopeful at the moment for Newcastle.
Brilliant from Joel Linton into Lewis Miley, edge of the penalty area, right side, sets it back for Barnes, who gets it onto his left foot, takes a deflection, and it goes wide of the goal and out for a corner kick. And Barnes complaining to the referee, Thomas Bramall, who says there was an offside flag in the build-up to that, so it's not going to... it was actually, do you know what? I think it's offside against Voltemada, who was standing in the eye line of the goalkeeper, and to the right of the player who attempted to clear it, who deflected. Was it Romero? It deflected off of and goes out for a corner.
Are you going to say they got that one wrong? They didn't know, did they? So they just took the offside flag up. It's okay. People get things wrong, Sam. It's fine.
Well, Vicario's complaining to the referee, and the referee is now coming over towards the near touchline to speak to the fourth official. I'm not sure what happened over on the far side, but there's going to be a discussion here between the stadium manager who's being spoken to about something that has been said or thrown from behind the goal. There's something that's happened behind the goal and said to Vicario. Vicario has complained about it to the referee. He's now not standing inside the penalty area. Christian Romero went over to sort of try and calm things down. Still Vicario is complaining. 1 minute of added time at the end of the first half. Vicario's been sent in to his 18-yard box now. I don't know whether or not something...
Yeah, it must be something that's been said or thrown at him. But he's pointed to the referee saying 2 times. So whatever's happened has happened obviously more than once.
Yeah, and he's taking his time over this set piece. The referee's encouraged him to take it. Joel Linton is getting a report of what was accused by Vicario, and the ball eventually now back in play right at the end of the first half. It's up over the halfway line, and it's cleared eventually by Malik Chow. Won by Lewis Hall. Takes it down with perfect manipulation of the football, and then Voltemada holds on to it despite being crushed to the floor by Danso. Wanted a free kick, didn't get one. It spilt to the near touchline and Kudus escapes with it. Bergvall tries to flick it. Byrne stands in front of him. Across comes Hall. Between the two of them they take it, capture the possession and start to move up the pitch. Hall tries to send it forward. It takes a deflection. Romero has the chance to chest it down. He feeds it into the middle of the park. Miley is hunting Sarr, and then it's given away rather cheaply, and here goes Murphy as the ball's turned over down the right side into the box, away by Danso. Did that hit a hand there? The referee said nothing, nor did the assistant, who was well stationed over on the far side. It's a little glance between the two, and it goes back, and that's the last action of the first 45 minutes. Now, in their last meeting here, Newcastle outplayed Tottenham and deservedly beat them. 34 days on, Newcastle have outplayed Tottenham, but are not in front. It's a little bit tougher for the two in front of goal so far. And Joel Linton has come close, and so has Lewis Miley. Tottenham trying to arrest the slide towards 4 straight defeats. The Tottenham players once again go into a huddle in the middle of the pitch and come off together in a display of unity and strength, because they are all as one. And at half-time, it's Newcastle 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. What are you looking like that for, Troy?
Grow up, lads, honestly.
The only player actually that wasn't in the huddle is Vicario. He's gone straight over to Dan Burn, the Newcastle captain, and once again he's putting both fingers up, saying 2 times it's happened. He's grabbing on to his ankle, pointing at it. He's now remonstrating with some of the Tottenham coaching staff. He's clearly not happy and feels like he must have been hit by something as the players trudge down the tunnel right in front of us. All of the cameras are trailing. Ultimately, that's been a fairly engrossing first half, albeit Tottenham haven't produced too much, Troy. And I think I know what their problems are. That is now officially the 4th Premier League game in a row that Tottenham haven't had a shot on target in. They didn't really carry any threat whatsoever. I guess the big positive is they've managed to essentially weather the storm and make it to half-time still goalless.
Yeah, I think they probably had the best chance of the game, that Bergvall flick that went over. But again, gotta go back to it, Hugh. What's all that about, mate? Going together to walk off at half-time? Honestly, grow up, man.
Listen, they're going through a tough time at the moment.
And that's going to fix it.
They want to show that they're together. They want to show their fans that we're all one.
Do me a favour.
They're away from home. They've had a good record away from home. They did it against Fulham, albeit that ended in defeat at home. You know, maybe it could help mentally in the long term. I don't know.
Do me a favour, mate. Sorry.
I've tried my best.
No,
I've tried my best.
It's embarrassing because it's like, oh, we want to show that we're together. Do you know how you show you're together? By being together. That's it. Anyway, I stop moaning now. But it's been a good game of football. Again, tactically, it feels that it could be Newcastle's way. and Newcastle will go try and be a bit stronger, and Spurs are going to survive and try and hit on the counter-attack with the players that they bring on.
We'll get more of your thoughts in a moment, Troy. We're going to go back to Craven Cottage. There's been another goal for Ian Abrahams.
Fulham 3, Manchester City 5, and Fulham's third goal scored by Samuel Chukwueze was a really nice hit actually from the youngster just inside the penalty area. We then had to endure 3 minutes of the players standing around in the rain while they looked offside. It was so tight. In the end they probably couldn't determine whether it was or it wasn't, and they gave the goal. 8 goals so far, 14 minutes to see if we can get 4 or 5 more. Let's hope. Fulham 3, Manchester City 5.
Could Fulham mount the most incredible of comebacks? We'll find out shortly. Troy Deeney alongside myself, Hugh Wozencroft. I wanted to go back to something you said early in the first half, which is that you felt the Spurs players didn't really believe in the plan, the setup from their manager, as he says a brief hello to Jonathan Woodgate, the former England defender.
And Real Madrid.
Yeah, well, Real Madrid. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Listen, do you feel the Spurs players have that sense of belief in what Thomas Frank is asking them to do?
I think they were dubious at the start, and I think the more the game went on, you could see that they are starting to believe. And what was it, 35, 40 minutes that they started to press and had a few chances. So again, it's funny, mate. You always have people talk about the coaches and how it is, but the coaches can implement something, and it's only the players that can go out and make it happen.
They did something that you would have asked for your Watford team every single week, especially if your backs are against the wall, the other team has some dominance in terms of possession and chances. They started to put some physicality about the football pitch.
Mate, but you talk about like my Watford team, it's just how football is. You've got to do the basics. You've heard it since a kid. Win your battles, win your first contacts, mate. If you can't affect somebody, you're not doing anything. And they started doing that, as you say. But I just felt that there needs to be a bit more belief from those midfielders to get on the ball, showcase who you are, and do what you can do. But again, they started to believe it, and I think that Newcastle will be going in the more frustrated. Spurs now, and Thomas Frank's team talks really much the same. Keep going, keep doing what you do, and a chance will come.
We said there could be more goals
at
Craven Cottage. Are Fulham mounting the most incredible of comebacks, or have Manchester City put the nail in the coffin? Ian Abrahams.
The former. It's now Fulham 4, Manchester City 5. What a player this Samuel Chukwueze looks like, on loan from Milan, and he's just thrashed in his second goal inside as many minutes. No VAR check needed here. Corner punched by Donnarumma to the edge of the area, and left-footed, he's fired it back with interest, past defenders and past the goalkeeper. We've still got 12 minutes to go. City led 5-1, and Erling Haaland hit the post twice. It's now Fulham 4, City 5. The last 10 minutes are live on Talk Sport 2.
A gluttony of goals at Craven Cottage, and finally the deadlock broken at the Vitality. Alex Crook.
Finally, indeed, and finally for Everton on their bogey ground. It's Bournemouth 0, Everton 1. Jack Grealish is the goal scorer. He picks up the ball midway inside the Bournemouth half, accelerates to the edge of the penalty area, cuts in from the left on his right foot. It takes a massive deflection off Diakite, the Bournemouth centre-back, wrong foots the goalkeeper Petrovic, and nestles into the bottom left-hand corner. Everton haven't won a Premier League game here at the Vitality since 2016. They are 11 minutes away from ending that run. Bournemouth 0, Everton 1.
Absolutely sensational evening at Craven Cottage. Goals 2 at the Vitality, none yet here at St James's Park, but plenty of endeavour from the home side, and it feels like gently Spurs are beginning to turn the tide. The second half coming up very shortly in your live and exclusive Premier League action here on TalkSport. At the break, it's Newcastle 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0.
Kick off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18plusgambleaware.org. Kick off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18plusgambleaware.org.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a tree, playing on the lawn.
We're playing real-life football.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
This Christmas, McDonald's and the Elf on the Shelf are bringing festive tasks to your little ones, like writing a Christmas card for your postie.
Thank you. You're one happy helper.
Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 30th of December from 11am. Includes one pre-selected book or toy while stocks last. Subject to availability. Fair ordering policy applies.
Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's Pub and Grill. Fans are taking their place in the fan zone with stadium-style seating, amazing views on huge screens, and we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles the burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue. Unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the bar. And it's there! His favourite ice-cold beer. What a result! Catch every game live in the Pub and Grill at Village. Get in! Find out more at villagehotels.com.
It's another day at Screwfix, and so Mo Farah is learning the ropes.
So, Mo, with Click and Collect, we get orders ready fast. So customers are out of here and back to their jobs in as little as 1 minute. What are you doing?
Deep lunges. It's my warm-up. I need to be in peak condition for when orders come in.
Love that intensity, Mo. Laser focused. You might even have what it takes to beat my PB one day.
Back in the Mo.
Click and collect in as little as 1 minute. Screwfix. No stopping you.
Imagine a place where you can escape for a day. Get immersed in a world of rooms, inspiration and expertise. Where you can laze in luxury accommodation. And kids can feast from 95 pence. Tickets are free to everyone and include all the attractions. You've just imagined a day out at IKEA. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Games are stacking up as we ho-ho head towards Christmas. So give yourself a present with the Sun's free pull-out goals. With expert opinion and tactical analysis, you get it all with goals. And with unrivaled news from the Premier League to League Two, it has to be goals. Stay up to date on all the latest football action. Get your free copy of Goals every Saturday, Sunday and Monday, only in the Sun.
He's having a blinder. He's clipped the post. He's looking formidable. Then... substitution. His game might be over, but yours isn't. With Betfair's Safe Sub, your bet simply rolls onto the player coming on. Playing a different league with Betfair.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Applies to singles, multiples and bet builder bets on qualified player outcome selections. Does not apply to odds boost. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
Kick off live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream over 50 live Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Newcastle versus Spurs live today. Search Now Sports. 18+. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Wintry Wednesday night Premier League football on the Hotspur network from 7:30.
Arsenal versus Brentford
On TalkSport. From 8:15, Liverpool versus Sunderland on TalkSport 2 as Leeds clash with Chelsea on the TalkSport app. Wily Wednesday night football, part of the Festive 50 on the TalkSport network.
You're listening to Kickoff Live on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. It's 18+, gambleaware.org. It's not just the football we're across, by the way. The Ashes second test gets underway Thursday morning. TalkSport has all the reaction for you. You can subscribe to our cricket YouTube channel and get across our following on podcast feed. It was an incredible first test. Didn't go England's way. They'll be looking to level things as soon as they possibly can. Level here at St James's Park. There was only one Spurs substitute out warming up. That was Archie Gray. He's just been joined, though, by the rest of the bench. All the Newcastle players out here. There will be changes, and maybe that will sway things in this second half. Goalless at the break between Newcastle and Tottenham Hotspur. Let's get the half-time odds with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Get a free bet every week of the season and a big boost every day. That's Ladisfaction. Minimum £5 bet. Conditions apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
It was a fairly dominant first half display by Newcastle. We were almost sucker punched by Lucas Bergvall. But if you want the home side to win, Newcastle, they're at 21-20. The draw 8-5. Spurs to win is 18-5. And for Nick Voltemada to be the first goal scorer, that was 4-1. It's now been boosted to 9-2. That was the latest odds with Ladbrokes. It's 18+. Gambleaware.org.
Odds Update on Talk Sport with Ladbrokes. Get a free bet every week of the season and a big boost every day. That's Ladisfaction. Minimum £5 bet. Conditions apply. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Well, Manchester City led by 4 goals at one stage at Craven Cottage. Can Fulham equalise and bring things level? Ian Abrahams.
We've got 5 minutes plus added time to go. Fulham 4, Manchester City 5. Since that 5th goal went in, a Sander Berger own goal has now gone down. And Haaland hit the post with a header. Iwobi and 2 from Chukwueze. His first 2 Fulham goals have brought it right back. And it's absolutely so exciting here. Although I don't think on the far side, Pep Guardiola's much enthralled by this game. It's live on Talk Sport 2. And I can tell you, it's been a thriller so far. It's Fulham 4, Manchester City 5.
What chance of the home side getting a draw at the Vitality? Alex Crook.
Well, this has been far from a thriller, but Everton won't be complaining. We're into the last 4 minutes plus stoppage time. It's Bournemouth 0, Everton 1. Jack Grealish's second goal as a Toffees player. Looks like it will be enough to settle it, and the visitors could have had a second a few moments ago. Iliman Ndiaye with a shot from the edge of the penalty area. Well saved by Petrovic in the Bournemouth goal. As it stands, the Toffees heading for a third win in 4 Premier League games. They'll be into the top half. For Bournemouth, though, this worrying slump in form continues. It will be no victories in 5 for Andoni Iraola's men. Bournemouth 0, Everton 1.
The players coming back out here at St James's Park for the second half. Newcastle United out first. Troy Deeney alongside me, as is Sam Matterface. Put the cake away, Troy. Come on, mate.
That's really poor from you as well. You've just given me a piece of cake and then decided to come to me. Anyway.
I'm sorry, my friend. Listen, there was one player I wanted to raise to you, because I asked you before the game if there was a match winner in that Spurs team, and the player you highlighted was Mohamed Kudus, who's had a really good battle with Lewis Hall down the Newcastle left at Spurs' right-hand side. In the one-on-one dribbling battle, obviously Kudus has gone past Hall a couple of times. That Bergvall chance came from here. Could he be the match winner today, you think?
I think he's the only game plan that Spurs have. It seems to be give him the ball, and if it doesn't work, give him the ball again. Nothing really coming on the opposite side for Brennan Johnson. I would just expect a little bit more from Spurs from an attacking point of view. Colomani up front has not really had a great deal, has he? He's been fighting a battle that he doesn't really want with his back to goal. I think Spurs are trying to survive, hit on the counter-attack, and hope that their subs, the likes of Simons and people like that, to come on and do well in the second half and try and nick it towards the end. But Bruno Guimaraes coming on for Tonali here is obviously a big change as well for Newcastle.
He will certainly bring some fight and some tenacity to that Newcastle United midfield. As yet, no goals at St James's Park, still level. Newcastle 0, Spurs 0. The second half exclusively live on TalkSport with the former Watford captain Troy Deeney and TalkSport Sam Matterface.
No Premier League side has had fewer first half shots this season than Tottenham Hotspur, and this evening is no different. They didn't trouble Aaron Ramsdale for one single shot on target in that first 45 minutes. And they had fewer shots in that first 45 than they did on Saturday when they played Fulham. And they need to up their game in terms of their attacking output, otherwise they're not going to get anything from this match, especially as Newcastle come up with a moment of magic. They had 2 good chances with Miley and Joe Linton in that first half from which they might have scored. They haven't yet, but Newcastle usually love playing Tottenham. They're just one of those teams for whom they appear to have something over right now. Hasn't always been like that. Newcastle have won the last 3 meetings. Prior to that run, Spurs had won 4 of the previous 5, but Newcastle certainly looked much better than Tottenham in that first half. All that was missing was the goal. And there's been an early stoppage at the start of the second half, and an uncontested drop ball is given to Newcastle just short of the halfway line. The only change at half-time, Bruno Guimaraes for Tonali. Here is Miley.
Can I just ask you, Colomani's gone down with a head injury there, hasn't had any treatment, been told to go off for the 30 seconds. Is that standard? I thought he had to get treatment to go off at the side.
He's supposed to go off and, yes, wait if he's had treatment, but he's being made to wait by Thomas Bramall over on the far side. Thomas Frank is not happy and is having a word with the 4th official on this near touchline, who is Anthony Backhouse.
Is that another one that the referees have got wrong? Not understanding the rule book again, eh?
Goal at Blackburn is Mickey Gray.
It's gone to the home side. Blackburn 1, Ipswich 0, and it's Andre Gudjohnsen. He's got 3 in his last 4 games. Whipped in corner from Campwell. Gudjohnsen at the back post, nods it down low. All they deserve. Blackburn 1, Ipswich 0.
Brilliant from Lewis Hall, and then sent on towards Barnes, who goes past the defender Porro into the area. Left-footed shot stopped by Vicario. Comes out to Voldemar, cleared off the line by Danzo. Out towards the right-hand side, still alive on the Newcastle attack. Barnes with the effort, repelled by Vicario, and then Danzo clears off the line from Voltemada. Here's Livramento, edge of the area is Murphy. Murphy onto his left foot, tries to tease it into the far corner, never got hold of it, and it goes into the arms of the goalkeeper, and it's cleared away. 47 gone, Newcastle 0, Tottenham 0.
Oh, what a wonderful team effort this is. Starts with Lewis Hall winning a ball. He has no right to win over Kudos. Joe Linton just puts in Harvey Barnes, and he goes past 2 players with ease, getting on that left-hand side, gets a lovely shot off. It's a good save from Vicario, but as it comes up there, Baltimore had a lovely header. It's really good defending from Danzo on the line. Newcastle just raising the tempo instantly as soon as Bruno Guimaraes comes on, the heartbeat of this football club. He comes on, the level raises, the fan base get inside and get up to it. Really, really top player for me, this guy.
Yeah, Bruno Guimaraes, 28 years of age. He plays in almost every game for Newcastle United. He's only missed, I think, 2 in the last 170, something like that. He's absolutely terrific, a brilliant servant, durable, loves to wear the black and white, and he's back in the thick of the action this evening after coming on as a half-time substitute for Tonali. Here is Byrne out towards the far side, and Hall up to the halfway line, and then on to Barnes, and then Barnes trying to return it to Hall. Romero has to go across there to try and tussle with them both to keep Tottenham from conceding a counter-attack. Bergvall can't get it down the touchline. It's won by Byrne, then Joel Linton, and then Murphy sprinting through the centre, looking to try and get in behind. Danzo heads it away before it can reach him. Joel Linton again forward, Romero away. Voltemada was putting pressure, and Voltemada almost escapes with the ball. Bentancur comes across, and it's taken wide to a doggy. Newcastle shooting in black and white shirts, black shorts, black socks, from left to right towards the Gallagate end, which goes up to the back of the stand away to our right hand side. Chow winning the ball and charging forward. Kolomoani goes down, referee doesn't penalise Malik Chow. Continues with Newcastle on the attack. Murphy onto Bruno Guimaraes, back to Miley once more. Miley looking up and finding Malik Chow. Wide on the right is Livramento. He goes down the outside, gets to the byline, produces a cross, stands it up to the far post. It's going to go over the head of Voltemada, retrieved by Barnes far side, and they'll attack from the other side of the penalty area. On the left now with Lewis Hall, who's just a bit further back. They go to halfway with Byrne and just remain in possession and remain in the front foot. And here is Bruno Guimaraes just popping up behind Bergvall in that little pocket of space between defence and midfield. Works it wide to Livramento, then gets a chance to cross, whips it to the far post. Barnes is coming in underneath it. It was well watched by Pedro Porro, and he glances the ball out into the right full-back position, and Kudus just tries to escape with it, but he's being hemmed in inside his own penalty area. Eventually finds a neat pass into Romero, and Tottenham can bring it out.
Bruno Guimaraes again. Talking about him already, he's only been on the field 5 minutes, but his intentionality of what he does, gets it, gives it, goes again, makes people just move that little bit quicker. He is the heartbeat, and again he's got to be the reason that Newcastle go on to win this game. You can see it there just down this right hand side, little 1-2 with Murphy, gives it to Livramento.
Byrne, brilliant, pinches it from Kolo Muani, then takes the ball onto Barnes. Barnes charging forward. Kolo Muani sort of ragdolled him really and pulled him to the ground. The referee said play on. And now Brennan Johnson is looking to escape at the other end for Tottenham Hotspur. Kudus goes down the right, nudges it into Brennan Johnson again. Back to Kudus, and then flicks behind to Pedro Porro. And Tottenham Hotspur, who actually have got not a bad record away from home, one of the better ones away from home. Certainly their away form is 10 times better than their home form has been recently. But their run recently has left them 2 points worse off than they were at this stage last season in the Premier League. In fact, it's the lowest total after 13 games of a Premier League season that they've managed since the year Pochettino was sacked and replaced by Mourinho 6 years ago. Here is Voltemada, in from Murphy, edge of the area. Romero comes across and just sort of throws himself in front of the ball. It's half cleared by Tottenham, and we can go off to Alex Crook for full time.
And it's finished Bournemouth 0, Everton 1. We've got the World Cup draw live on TalkSport on Friday. Jack Grealish with a timely reminder for Thomas Tuchel. He got the winner 11 minutes from time, cutting in from the left, unleashing a right foot shot that was deflected into the bottom corner. Everton move up into the top half. Bournemouth, well, they're dropping like a stone. Bournemouth 0, Everton 1.
Jack Grealish, who was having a conversation with Thomas Tuchel last Monday night when I was in the tunnel at Old Trafford. He was also talking quite a lot to Jimmy Garner as well.
Oh, yeah? Probably just asking what their holiday plans are.
He was holding court with quite a few of the England players, in fairness. Mason Mount got a little chat as well, and Jordan Pickford, obviously. He was, was having a good old time in that Old Trafford tunnel. Newcastle United have had most of the football, most of the chances in the game here. They have a free kick now, which has been given against Pat Matassar after a challenge on Bruno Guimaraes.
Interestingly as well, Thomas Frank, just while you was we cut to Crookie there, ball comes into Brendan Johnson. He just flicked one round the corner and he absolutely lost it with him. Told him just to look after the ball.
Miley with the free kick. It's deep towards the far post, headed away by Danzo, back in by Lewis Hall, won by Joel Linton, pinched by Bentancur. Bruno Guimaraes manages to win it back despite the attentions of a doggy, and now Hall's got it midpoint of the Spurs half. A lovely flighted ball out towards Murphy, a low ball into the near post. Again, it wasn't the best of crosses from Murphy, and that was the disappointing arc of Murphy, because he can be so brilliant with his assists and his crosses into the penalty area, and he's running down that right-hand side, but he hasn't really produced the end product so far tonight. Maybe he will now, with a cross into the box. A good one towards Voldemort. Oh, it missed him. Comes through the Hall. Back towards the near post. Takes a deflection. Goes behind. It's out for a corner.
Much better for Murphy. Gets it on that right side. Realised up against Brendan Johnson. Goes on the outside of him and stands a delicious ball up to the back post. Voldemort just took himself underneath it, but it's a wonderful hit back from Lewis Hall, and it's just good defending from Pedro Porro. But Newcastle cranking the temperature up a little bit here.
They're loading the back post here with Byrne and with Chow and with Voldemort from this corner kick to be taken over on the far side. It's whipped in towards the near post, and they're attacking it, and Danzo is there. Comes back to Murphy. Help goalwards. Comes off Bergvall. Goes out for another corner. Bruno Guimaraes' delivery certainly caused chaos inside the penalty area there.
Yes, a lovely ball. He'll start the back post, but I'm just watching Jason, and just in front of us there, the assistant coach, just telling everyone to go in underneath Vicario, but also for Murphy to follow up. And as that breaks out, it comes to Murphy. Lovely ball back in. Probably should do better with his shot, to be fair.
Here is the corner, the second in quick succession. It's sent in towards the crossbar, right underneath it, and Vicario has to tuck it over the top and out for another corner. He went for the Olympico there, Bruno Guimaraes, and nearly pulled it off.
It's a great ball into a great area. Again, Vicario, for me, gets into a fight with Harvey Barnes for no real reason, which forced him to tip it over the bar. But again, clearly Newcastle have found this area of weakness that they feel that Bruno Guimaraes tried to kick the ball back to Miley and kicked it into his own fan base. We weren't too happy about that. He's had to apologise. But it just feels that Newcastle have so much more attacking threat here with purpose, and they're all on the edge of the box here lining up. This will be an outswing and they'll go crash the box.
But it's still 0-0. Here is the corner. Miley in towards the area on the edge of the 6-yard box this time. It's headed away and then picked up by Kudus, and a chance to escape for Pedro Porro, who plays it to Kolo Muani, who speeds up over the halfway line. He's got Hall backtracking here. Kolo Muani up to the edge of the area, but then shows too much of it to Joel Linton, who just edges past him, turns on the ball and brings it out. Well won by Bergvall. They've turned that over. Then Tottenham give it back to Lewis Hall. He looks for Voldemort. There was a late challenge there. That's going to be a free kick. Pedro Porro and Bentancur. And it's Bentancur who gets a yellow card for his challenge. The latest to go in the referee's notebook.
Yeah, it is a yellow card there. But again, it's wonderful play from Joel Linton. Unfortunately, he gives it away. Spurs have the ball back again. And it goes to Bentancur with no one around him. He just plays it straight to Lewis Hall. No quality, no composure. Strange for someone I would say he's quite a quality footballer, but he just feels a bit rushed at this moment in time, and Spurs feel a little bit flustered. But they're doing well again. They're looking really dangerous on the break from set pieces. If they could just get that right, you can see them nicking one here.
Full time in the game at Craven Cottage. Did we get the record scoreline? Ian Abrahams.
Nearly, but not quite. Fulham 4, City 5. Erling Haaland's goal, history-making goal, fastest to 100 Premier League goals, set City on their way. Reinders, Foden's curler before half-time, his shot after half-time, and Berg's own goal made it 5-1 with Smith Rowe scoring before the break from Fulham, who then hit back with Iwobi and 2 for Chukwueze. But Guardiola, 2 minutes from the end, and Josh King, almost on full-time, had shots cleared off the line. This could have ended anything, but its Christmas cracker ended. Fulham 4, City 5.
Well, as a result of that, if you have a look at Manchester City's points total, they're 2 behind Arsenal, who play tomorrow live on TalkSport at 7:30. Here, it's 0-0 between Newcastle and Tottenham. And Tottenham, who haven't really had much of the ball and haven't really created much in this game, have ridden out quite a few Newcastle United storms. It's quite a surprise that they haven't wilted yet. Here's Kudus on the edge of the area, back to Porro, deep ball into the box, that's going nowhere, and they'll go out of play and away for a goal kick away to our left. It's Newcastle United 0, Tottenham 0 on TalkSport, and from 10:15 tonight we'll do our best to bring you all the reaction from every Premier League ground. Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy open up the sports bar. Your chance to have your say on the big headlines from all today's football. 03717 722 3344, that's the number to call. Here's Byrne for Newcastle on the left edge of his own penalty area. He's giving it straight to Sarr, who's into Kolo Muani, flicked it up to Brennan Johnson. Johnson can't do anything with it, and Thomas Frank again getting a little bit irritated with Brennan Johnson. He doesn't play him very often. He's usually a substitute, really, bearing in mind he was the top scorer last year. I think first of all that was a bit of a surprise, but he does frustrate Thomas Frank by the looks of it.
Yeah, but it's his decision making. It's not through his lack of effort. It's just the fact that when it needs to be held, he flicks it, and when it needs to be flicked, he holds it. He keeps doing the opposite to what the game needs, so that's where Thomas Frank's getting very frustrated.
They do have a long throw here, though, and this could cause trouble for the Newcastle back line. A couple of substitutes about to come on. It's quite stellar substitutes as well for Newcastle. Gordon and Elanga. Ball in towards the near post, away by big Dan Byrne, and again at the second occasion as the ball drops inside the box. It comes back out to Bentancur. Livramento is in close attention, puts it out of play, it's away for a throw in. Another long throw coming from Kevin Danso. And what can he come up with here? Another Kevin catapult in towards the near post. The Austrian is hesitant to get it into the area, and the referee tells him to get on with it. He's got one hand on the dirt track beside the pitch and then runs up and then launches it high into the night sky. Byrne eats that up, comes back out to Danso. Danso allows it to come towards this near side and then feeds it into Johnson, who's a little bit deeper in the left wing position. He goes back to a doggy to Porro, and then Bruno Guimaraes comes out, and Hall then tries to put pressure on Kudus. Tottenham in possession on halfway. Elanga and Gordon about to come on for the home team as we hit the hour mark. Newcastle 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Here's Johnson down the left with a cross into the box. It's aimed in towards the centre of the penalty area, but Burns just headed everything tonight. Here is Livramento. Looked to release it quickly, but realised that Voltemada wasn't going to have the beating of a doggy for pace, so he held on to it, played it into midfield. Joel Linton was then dispossessed, and now Pedro Porro is coming down the right-hand side. He's fed it into Kolo Muani, but who's there again?
Mr. Big Dan Byrne. He's been excellent, hasn't he? Heading everything, winning, being really aggressive. I think these changes for Newcastle will be one that Spurs will be really worried about. Pace, power. I think the two wide players, Barnes and Murphy, have looked a little bit off it today, not really been at their flying best. I think if these two come on in those wide areas, I wouldn't be surprised if Voltemada comes off and maybe put Gordon through the middle. Maybe.
Barnes has had one good chance, hasn't he, which he put straight at the goalkeeper. Good save by Vicario. Be interesting to see what happens next, because Gordon is coming on, so is Elanga. Murphy we think is coming off. It'll be fascinating to see which is the other player to be removed. Joel Linton has it inside his own half after Spurs have given it away, but he gives it straight back to Bentancur. He travels down the right touchline and into the Newcastle United half of the field. Then it's slowed up and gone back to Pedro Porro. Porro back to Romero. Romero coming forward, Dancer, 0-0 the score. Tottenham will be happy if they escape with a point tonight from St James's Park. Here is Johnson down the left, gets to the left angle of the penalty area, feeds a doggy. A doggy turns away from Livramento, back into the centre of the Newcastle half, and Papsar, Bentancur, a little slide rule pass into Bergvall. Then it goes back to the right, and it's collected by Porro. Back to Bergvall again, down by the touchline. He sends the cross into the box, and it's cleared away by Newcastle. And a bit of Tottenham pressure for the first time.
Yeah, doing really well, Spurs, being patient, but in that final third there, they're just going left to right, they're working it. Thought the ball had went out there off Bergvall, if we're being honest, but they kept playing. Newcastle just anyhow won't be happy with how the second half has started. Bruno Guimaraes has started to lose his control of the game, and Spurs are coming on strong.
A doggy down the left, trying to beat Miley. A low ball in, which is blocked by Miley, goes out for a corner, and they won't make the substitution at the corner, so Gordon and Ilanga have to do a bit more of a warm-up down in front of us as everybody comes back in black and white to try and block up the 18-yard box as the ball is about to be delivered into the area from the wide right position. And it's going to be an in-swinger from the right boot of Pedro Porro. Down in the corner away to our left. The Leesy's end is where the Tottenham fans are housed, right at the very top. It's not 100% full tonight. You wouldn't blame them for that.
I'll race them home.
Porro with the corner kick away to our left-hand side. Left hand in the air, a bit of movement inside the box. It's a deep corner to the far post, and it was headed away by Lewis Hall. I thought that was going to come right the way through to Kolo Muani, who was waiting for it to drop inside the 6-yard box. Then Hall turned up.
Yeah, massive header there. They've clearly worked that. You've got Bergvall trying to block him, and Kolo Muani is literally 7 yards out on the angle. He'd have had a free shot, a goal there. That was really well worked from Spurs.
And the other side, the corner's come in from Kudus, left-footed, another in-swinger. Try and put pressure under the goalkeeper. And there's a lot of jostling for position. It goes in towards the near post. It's headed away by Hall once again. Comes out to Pedro Porro, cracks it into the body of Murphy. It breaks to the right side. Kudus tries to keep it in. Hall goes out to try and cause him problems. And Kudus then tries to travel in from the right touchline to get the cross in. It's a deep one to the far post. Danzo arriving, but Ramsdale came out and gathered brilliantly, and then he gets them on the front foot with a brilliant throw into Bruno Guimaraes, and he spotted the runner Murphy over on the left hand side. He's delivered the ball perfectly to the edge of the box. Murphy travelling into the penalty area, a left-footed shot blocked by Pedro Porro with numbers arriving, and that was a little bit of a waste, and now they've got to get back because Romero is bringing the ball down the touchline. What a ball by Bruno Guimaraes, and it was sparked by a Ramsdale delivery into his captain after collecting from a high ball into the area.
That was wonderful from Ramsdale and Bruno Guimaraes, but this has been...
Here's Baltamada, played in by Guimaraes. Lovely little skill into the area, goes beyond Romero, then loses it, and then it's won back by Bruno Guimaraes on the edge of the area, who gives it to Joel Linton, and then gets it back again, travels towards the left angle of the box. He's got Joel Linton going down the side of it. It's Miley on the edge of the area. He feeds it into Livramento. They're just on the shade of the right centre towards the far post it goes. It's pushed behind by Porro and out for a corner.
It's wonderful again, Bruno Guimaraes. Oh, Romero's gone down here as well. I don't know what Spurs are doing here. Two guys going down for treatment as it's a corner. This is not going to be good for them. But for Newcastle, Guimaraes again bringing that energy. But I think that's an encapsulation of where Murphy's been today. Gets put through 1v1 against Pedro Porro. You'd expect him to go, be direct, get at him and get his shot off. Kind of wait for everyone to get back. And there's a tame effort. Been really poor from Murphy today.
Newcastle 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Here's the corner from Guimaraes, right under the goalkeeper again. He punches well, comes out to Livramento, who strikes it for a crowd of players. Brilliant save. Comes back out to the right-hand side. Murphy into the penalty area, chested down by Kolo Muani, and he'll look to escape for Spurs. Miley brings him down. That's going to be a free kick. It's TalkSport, Newcastle 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0, on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Don't forget that you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Newcastle versus Tottenham, live right now. Search Now Sports. Goal for Mickey Gray at Ewood Park.
Equalise, it's Blackburn 1, Ipswich 1 as Sindre Ajeli on 94 minutes. The full-time whistle has gone also. My goodness, they have snatched it. Blackburn 1, Ipswich 1.
Off comes Barnes, off comes Murphy, on go Alanga and Gordon. And I said it was a good save from Vicario. Actually, it was Brennan Johnson stationed right in front of him that stopped that Livramento shot from going in, Troy Deeney.
Yeah, it's good work there from Brennan Johnson defensively. It's really good technique as well from Livramento, keeping that down. But the two changes that we anticipated at 66 minutes now, you'd expect Newcastle to be a bit more direct, a bit quicker now in their transitions. This could be real trouble for Spurs. They've got to be switched on defensively here.
Looking for 7 wins in a row at home, Newcastle United. Here is Aaron Ramsdale, the goalkeeper, away to our left-hand side. And there is a feeling that they want to just continue the momentum that they've built up recently.
You okay there, mate?
You know that cake that you had at half-time? Here is Joel Linton over on the far side, taking it on for Anthony Gordon, who then runs up and feeds Joel Linton once again. He then gets taken down from behind by Romero. The referee says play on there. The referee wasn't too sure what to do. Elanga wins it back after brilliant work from Hall, who goes on the overlap on the right-hand side. He produces a cross. It's a deep one. Vicario stretches his arms up into the air and just about grabs hold of it.
Really good play. It's becoming turnover central. Now this game here for me plays into Newcastle's hands. Spurs don't want it to get stretched, not with the pace and power of Gordon and Elanga.
Kolo Muani into Bergvall, who takes it down the right side of the penalty area. A low ball into the box. Well, that was Brennan Johnson. If he was attacking the edge of the 6-yard box, he would have had a tap in there, Troy.
Absolutely, he has to. You're taught that as a forward or even a wide player. Get yourself in there at that back post. That's a tap in. They're easy goals.
It's getting stretched now. Here comes Anthony Gordon over on the far side. Green grass to run into. He travels down the left touchline towards the edge of the penalty area. Goes on the outside. Produces a ball into the box, which a doggy under no pressure heads behind and out for a corner.
Yeah, but look, instantly as well. Gordon now getting the fans up. I actually think he makes the wrong option there, Gordon. Goes on the outside of Pedro Porro, stands it up, but if he cuts it to the edge of the box, he's got 4 waiting for it. Feels like this game's getting stretched, and it feels like a goal's coming. Newcastle will really enjoy this game being stretched, and Spurs trying to go after it. Makes for a good last 20 minutes, Sam.
Yep, certainly does. Newcastle United against Tottenham Hotspur, goalless. And it's another corner kick, this time from the near touchline from Miley, who swings it, an outswinger towards the far post. Joel Linton was up there. Hall has helped it back into the area. Voltemada trying to keep it alive. He does that. Far edge of the penalty area, offside flag is up. And it's going to be a free kick away to our right-hand side. It's currently Newcastle 0, Tottenham 0. And for the latest odds, you can head to Ladbrokes, where right now you can back Newcastle to win the game at 8-5 on. The Tottenham Hotspur win is 17-4. The draw is even money. That's all thanks to Ladbrokes. 18+. BeGambleAware.org. Well, Tottenham finished 17th last season, but Troy Deeney is not allowing us to refer to that anymore. It's a false position, he said. And if Tottenham Hotspur are going to improve under Thomas Frank, they'll have to do much better than that finishing position this time around. Where should they be aiming at, do you think?
I think it's fair to say that Spurs every season should be anywhere between 4th and 8th. Every season, that's what they've got to be aiming at. You can't be a top 6 team in the country and we're accepting anything less than that.
Here is Johnson on the near side. Of course, if you're a top 6 team in the country, you can't really finish 8th, can you?
No, but that would be a bad season, wouldn't it? Not 17th, which we're now going up. Apparently that's a marker.
It's not a marker, it's just where they were last year.
Anyway,
Spurs haven't won here since October 2021. Tongi and Ndombele, Harry Kane and Heung-min Son score for Nuno Espirito Santo's side. It's actually Steve Bruce's last game in charge of Newcastle, the first game in charge after the takeover by the Saudi Arabian ownership. They very quickly moved to remove Steve Bruce and appoint Eddie Howe, and the rest is history. Here is Gordon down the left-hand side, speeding past Bentancur, laying it back for Voltemada, and then it comes to Bruno Guimaraes! Brilliant hit into the corner! Past the despairing dive of Vicario. It's a goal that's been coming. It's a goal that Newcastle deserve. They lead by a goal to 0, and their captain comes off the bench to score it. Brilliant play by Gordon, Voltemada and Bruno Guimaraes, and Newcastle United lead Tottenham by a goal to 0.
Wow, the subs have made a massive impact. Anthony Gordon down that left-hand side, gets it, runs, kick and run, play to your strength, everything we wanted the other 2 guys to do before. Gordon does straight away, goes past 2, gets to the byline, cuts it back to Voltemada as he sets. What a finish this is for Bruno Guimaraes. Opens his body out, Thierry Henry and just passes it into the far corner. No chance for Vicario. First time hit. What a goal. Nothing short of what Newcastle absolutely deserve. 1-0 Newcastle, Sam.
I don't think that came back to him perfectly. He had to adjust his body brilliantly to get his right foot around the ball, to open his body up, to feed it into the far corner. It's a terrific hit from Bruno Guimaraes. Voltemada involved, Gordon involved, and Newcastle United lead by a 1-0. And Thomas Frank, who was warming up Richarlison until just before that goal went in, is now going to bring them on, but it might be a little bit too late.
Yeah, you could feel that coming. We could feel that these changes for Newcastle were going to have a massive impact. You say it's not a great set, but that touch from Voltemada is massive.
Here is Voltemada on the right-hand side, looking for Elanga into the penalty area. It's away by Danzo stationed in front of him. I didn't mean it wasn't a great set by Voltemada. What I meant is that he brilliantly had to adjust his body to open himself up. I mean, it was terrific all round, actually. It was a brilliant goal and a lovely little caress into the far corner, which Vicario couldn't get. Now Tottenham have got to respond with Johnson down the left-hand side. Low ball into the box. Kolo Muani trying to get hold of it, and then he's dragging Chow to the floor. Referee says nothing doing. Kolo Muani's face mask has come off, but the referee is not having anything of that, and it's going to be a Newcastle ball away to our left. Oh, 3 changes for Tottenham Hotspur.
I think as well, Colin Moana will probably end up being one of these changes that come off. He's actually done well.
No, he's okay, yeah.
Yeah, considering what he's had service-wise, he offers you an outlet. I hope he stays on, but you can probably see that they'll end up changing that with it being Richarlison, Tell and Xavi to come on. I can see him making way, unfortunately.
Newcastle in a little bit of rhythm now, trying to play the ball through the middle of the park. Could you criticise the nature of the changes that Thomas Frank has made? Could you say that maybe these more offensive alterations should have happened when Spurs had that very small period when they were on top in the game?
I think we're being too harsh, because at that point they'd had 3 minutes, so he wants to see if this team can kick it on. They haven't had any real sustained pressure at any point. It's just been more of the same. Spurs moving it from left to right and trying to survive, and I think the likes of Brendan Johnson have been really, really, really poor today.
Well, so far in the game they've had 5 shots, none on target. Aaron Ramsdale has not had to make a save again. Voltemada on the attack, fed by Miley, didn't quite get hold of it, Miley, and he sent him a bit too wide, the German. Joel Linton into Bruno Guimaraes, bit of room for him once more, approaches the edge of the area, sends it wide, it's on to Livramento, a chance to tuck it back. It's Elanga with a cross, blocked by Destiny Udogie, and it goes out for a corner down by the far side in front of the Gallagher. Yeah, they've got an XG figure of 0.37, 44% ball possession, 5 shots, none on target, just 1 big chance in the game. It's not great attacking statistics for Thomas Frank, but he's going to bring on 3 attackers now. Xavi Simons, Richarlison and Tell. Here is the corner, Miley with a delivery towards the penalty spot, punched away by Vicario. Livramento allows it to come down. He's got Hall in support there, just to the left of the centre circle as they retreat, and they can lift it over the top here because they've still got the big men forward. But he goes down the left side to Gordon instead. Gordon cuts in, right-footed, low ball into the box. Voltemada tries to bobble it through, comes back to Miley, and it's saved down to his right by Vicario, pushes it away, and Voltemada, who got to try and put in the rebound, just couldn't quite reach it in time.
Yeah, lovely play. He breaks to Miley, just caresses it with his left foot, just tries to pass it to that far corner. It's a good save from Vicario, considering that the weekend he's had. He's actually showed up well today. Again, Spurs fans won't be too happy with how the team's played, but they can see a little bit of heart, a little bit of life in this resilience that they've showed. They'll want more in terms of quality. That's 100%.
Tomorrow morning, Alan Brazil and the Rangers legend Ali McCoist are on air from 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the former England manager Roy Hodgson is on the show in the morning. And if you fancy something different on your morning commute, be sure to check out Chris Evans and his breakfast show, weekdays 6:30, Virgin Radio. You can listen to Virgin Radio on the DAB radios or your Virgin Radio app. This is TalkSport. Here is Mohamed Kudus over on the right side, trying to travel down the touchline. He's being pursued by Bruno Guimaraes, who takes him to the edge of the area. The cross that comes in is deflected, and Miley has the chance to bring it clear. Kolo Muani does brilliantly, wins it back, robs him, runs into the box, tries to take on everybody, can't do so. It goes out for a corner. Excellent defending by Hall, but another bit of endeavour from Randall Kolo Muani. Substitution still not going to take place.
Yeah, I'm just seeing, it looks like they are trying to make it. I was just trying to work out whether Thomas Frank was changing his mind on Kolo Muani there. It looked like he was going to, but we'll just see how these all play out. But Kolo Muani's done excellent there, just driving direct.
Yep, off comes Kolo Muani, and Richarlison is coming on for him. Tell is on for Johnson, and the final change is Bergvall off, and Xavi Simons is on.
Yeah, all attacking options. For Kolo Muani, again, we said it, could be a little bit disappointed in the fact that he come off. Even there, he wins his corner by going past 4 people on his own. He could come out of this with a bit of pride.
Corner kick, far side. Kudus to take it. It'll be a left-footed delivery in towards the centre of the 6-yard box here. He tries to get it right under Ramsdale. Header away is by Voltemade. Good strong header as well. Sarr gets it back to Kudus, who's on the right side of the box. Left-footed delivery into the area, away by Voltemade once again. And then Newcastle look to get out. Look at the sprint that Voltemade puts in just to help his team get further up the pitch. But Xavi Simons is on the ball now.
It's a great one that all strikers do at that point, because you head it and you get as far away from your own goal as quickly as you can. Every fan thinks, look at him, he's pressing, just try to get away from danger as quick as you can.
I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
A doggy into Richarlison, back to Xavi Simons, and then Matthijs Tel, who's down the left-hand side for Tottenham Hotspur as they look to try and get back into this game. They're trailing by 1-0. It's Pedro Porro down the side to Kudus, who then looks to try and take on Hall. Across into the near post, and the header is sent in by Christian Romero. A brilliant flashing cross from the right-hand side. Mohamed Kudus' delivery, a brilliant header from Romero, and Tottenham Hotspur are back in the game. It's 1-1.
Wow. What a goal that is from Spurs. Wonderful again from Kudus, the only real threat that they have. Cuts in on that left foot, and he plays a wonderful ball into the box, and Romero stays up, obviously from the corner, cuts back in on that left foot, and as he puts it across, it's a real striker's goal. Gets across Dan Burn, arm across him, diving header. 1-1. Could not see that coming from Spurs. Really, really good. And didn't our mate Hugh question who was going to be the lifeline and get the goals? Romero's the answer.
Well, they haven't had too many options, Tottenham Hotspur, to get a goal, but with their first attempt on target in the game, they are back in the game. It's 1-1.
This goes back to your earlier point now with the XG, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They have one shot on target, they score. It's overperforming every time. This is not sustainable. But you have to say it's a wonderfully worked goal, and Newcastle with it all to do now, because it felt like the game was just taking a natural course of Newcastle hitting on the counter and probably going to get a second goal.
Well, up until that point in the second half, the statistics just the second half only, they had a 0.01 XG, Tottenham Hotspur, until that moment that Romero flashed in the header at the near post. And now it's 1-1 between Newcastle and Tottenham. And I think Thomas Frank is a lot happier now. He was screaming on the near touchline as Richarlison tries to go forward. Malik Chow picks it up. Here's Bruno Guimaraes coming forward and finding Gordon. Gordon into Voltemade. Out on the right is Anthony Elanga. There's 3 in the box for him to aim at. He gets down the side of the area, tries to send it into Anthony Gordon, but Pedro Porro had followed him in and chucks it out for a throw-in down by the corner flag. 10 minutes to go on TalkSport.
Eddie Howe just there getting Ramsey warmed up just below us here. Could see Newcastle not happy settling here with a draw. They'll feel like this is an opportunity missed if they do end up leaving this game with a draw, especially if it ends up being a loss.
Livramento right side combines with Bruno Guimaraes and then is pressed by Tel, but gets round Tel and produces a cross into the area looking for Voltemade. Oh, what a take. Sets it back. Lewis Hall with an effort. Big deflection out for a corner. I mean, he's ability to control the ball with those absolutely huge feet is unreal.
No, agreed, but you said it there, what a touch. It's a whipped in ball, he's going away from goal, it just kills it and sets Lewis Hall straight away. Feels like Newcastle are just building again, doesn't it?
Another corner far side. Bruno Guimaraes to take it. 10 minutes to go. In fact, 9 minutes to go. On Talk Sport. Can Newcastle respond to that equaliser from Christian Romero? 1-1 the score on Talk Sport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk. Referees just had a word at the back post with Tell and Byrne as the corner comes in. Bruno Guimaraes sends it into the near post. A little flicked header. There was a wrestling match inside the area. The referee did not see it. He's holding it. There's lots of cheers and boos from behind the goal, accusing the Tottenham players of fouling Dan Byrne. And, well, Rodrigo Bentancur, he's not looking at the ball.
Isn't that a foul by the new definition?
He's just... That's sustained holding, isn't it? It's got to be sustained holding. No? Am I going mad? Are you
I think because if he doesn't make that foul, he's heading it in at the back post there. And are they even checking it? No, we're still checking it. They are checking it. But to me, under the letter of the law that they brought in, that is sustained holding, and he's not even facing the ball, Bentancur. So for me, there has to be a penalty.
I mean, I don't understand how it can't be, because otherwise you're saying that he doesn't have to play the ball, look at the ball, face the ball. He can just try and wrestle Dan Byrne to the ground. Dan Byrne's going to head that ball in if it lands in that area. He was being held up by Bentancur. Bentancur's got him round the underneath the shoulders. His arms are underneath Dan Byrne's shoulders. He's pushing him backwards. And they are reviewing this. Paul Tierney, the VAR, is just having a look at the replays here, and he's talking to Thomas Bramall, who's just moving away from the clutch of players, and he's going to have a look at the monitor and he's going to give a penalty. Well, we saw it straight away. As soon as we saw that replay, we thought this is going to be a penalty. Mickey van der Ven is arguing with the fourth official. Jason Tindall is telling him to go and sit down. There's arguments on the near touch line. The assistant referee is blocking Christian Romero, who's trying to get into the referee's ear as he watches these replays. Now, we have had incidents of referees not going with the VAR's call over the weekend, but it would be a big change if he decides not to give a penalty here.
That would be huge for him to overturn it. From what we could see, we called it in real time, but from what we can see, that would be really difficult for him to not give this. I know Spurs won't be happy, but it's a pen all day for us.
Well, he's going to make his decision. He's going to announce it to the crowd here at St James's Park. He's seen the footage. He's walked away. He's spoken to Romero, and Romero's got to be careful. And here comes the announcement.
After review, Tottenham, number 30, makes a holding offence at the back.
Holding offence at the back post by Tottenham number 30, Rodrigo Bentancur. Penalty kick to Newcastle United. And the man who has the ball in his hands is Anthony Gordon, who scored penalties against Union Saint-Gilloise in the Champions League earlier in the campaign. Voltemade scored a penalty against Forest, but it's Anthony Gordon who has taken the ball early. Now, sometimes they're used as a bit of a decoy here, and then they hand the ball over to the taker at the last minute. Richarlison going over to Gordon to try and put him off. Bruno Guimaraes walking over into the middle, saying he's not going to get involved. I wonder if Jason Tindall and Eddie Howe said, give it to Voltemade.
Yeah, I think this here now, the referee has to start booking people.
Well, he should be booking Romero.
Because at this point in time, he's made his decision. There is 1, 2, 3, there's 8 players around the penalty spot. He made the decision on the halfway line. So everyone there now is tampering with the penalty spot. They're standing on it, they're trying to get into people's heads. Anthony Gordon is taking it. It's an interesting one because Voltemade has already scored a penalty this season, hasn't he? Yep. The one he put in the top corner. For me, this is poor in terms of etiquette. I know that's not something we really use within football, but
yellow card for Richarlison.
Anthony Gordon now has been stood there for what, a minute and a half, 2 minutes before he's even had that, and now it's even more pressure. Vicario's not even on his line.
Vicario's not on his line. He's standing in the 6-yard box. He's been told to get back. Anthony Gordon is waiting to take in front of the Gallowgate end the penalty that could put Newcastle in front with 5 minutes to go. Anthony Gordon against Vicario for a 2-1 lead for Newcastle. He steps up, right-footed, slams it into the corner. Vicario goes the wrong way. Anthony Gordon wheels rolls away in celebration, slides on his knees in front of the Gallowgate, and Eddie Howe said he was looking for the sweet spot. Well, Anthony Gordon might just have found it. Brilliant penalty from Gordon under extreme pressure, makes it Newcastle United 2, Tottenham 1.
Wonderful penalty, wonderful mentality. Goes up and just passes it into that far side, sends the keeper the wrong way. Do you know what? It's nothing short of what Newcastle deserve. Spurs can try and feel hard done by. We've got all of the coaches screaming and shouting down in front of us. Richarlison, my old teammate, comes on, tries to get into Anthony Gordon's head, gets a yellow card, in my opinion, unnecessarily. It's all for show. This Spurs stuff is all for show. Well done, Anthony Gordon, well done, Newcastle.
Gray on for Sarr. And the other change is Kudus on for Odegaard, as they look to try and change the course and outcome of this game, which has got away from them for a second time, Tottenham Hotspur. All 5 changes now made by Thomas Frank, and we're into the final 3 minutes of the game here, and Newcastle United lead by 2-1.
Just had one of the Newcastle coaching staff who I've been on a few courses with just tell me I would have got a lot more pens in my day, is what he said.
In 15 minutes we'll try and do our best to bring you reaction to all of the day's games as Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy open up the Sports Bar. Your chance to have your say on the big headlines from today's football. 03717223344. Newcastle got to see out the last few minutes of this match to get all 3 points and win 7 in a row at home. Danzo with a long throw into the box. It's not very long. Richarlison dives on the floor under pressure from Livramento. Xabi Simons sends the ball back into the box. It's arcing away from the goalkeeper, and it was a good delivery actually that no one really attacked. It goes behind and away for a goal kick.
This has become my pet hate now with the game. So watching WWE, just because he's given a penalty, what's going to happen for the next 10 minutes or 5-10 minutes or so? Anytime something happens, everyone's going to go down and expect VAR to help him out. Richarlison doesn't even get touched there, and he goes down asking for a penalty.
Livramento just started laughing.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
But it does mean that Spurs are about to lose a 4th game in a row for the first time in 18 months. 90 seconds of normal time to play. Ball sent long and high into the evening sky, a chilly evening in the north-east of England. Newcastle United warming up their supporters with yet another victory at home. Burned down, away by Joel Linton, onto Bruno Guimaraes, and Ilanga is trying to go through, and Danzo has brought him down, and surely that should have been a free kick at least. I was thinking possible goal-scoring opportunity denied. There was one covering defender, but there was a lot of grappling going on.
But you're not catching him. It's wonderful for Bruno Guimaraes. He's away. Honestly, I know they're your friends, these referees, but the standard is dropping, mate. That's really poor.
Well, I thought actually when he went through, initially, possible red card here. I mean, having looked at the monitor, I think Vicario's going to get the ball. So I think that
but it's still a foul. He hasn't even given a foul.
It's definitely a foul.
Definitely a foul. Also, as well, Romero hasn't even got a yellow card yet.
He has got one.
Oh, has he? But he's close to being sent off.
Here is Gordon into the box towards Voldemada. So it's poor by Udogie, and then one by Lewis Marley down the right-hand side, who takes over and runs towards the corner flag. Goes out of play and away for a... Well, I think it's going to be a throw-in, but it might have been a free kick over on the far side because Udogie was being very physical. You talked about Romero getting a yellow card. He got a yellow card early in the game, if you remember rightly.
Yeah, sorry, I put that down as Udogie for the tackle. It was Romero. You're right. But I just think when you're watching him and you think to Paquetá at the weekend, he's got at the referee every opportunity he can.
The 9 minutes of added time.
That's your boys getting those. That's how long it takes to sort VAR out now, isn't it? I don't know where that 9 minutes has come from.
Here is Bentancur onto Danzo. Tottenham encouraged by that additional time of 9 minutes at the end of the game. Archie Gray in the centre of midfield, looks up, plays it backwards of square into Bentancur. Over on the far side, Xabi Simons.
Romero's gone through the middle now to put him through as a striker.
Yes, well, he's the only shot on target in that whole game, so you might as well. Here is Tell down the left-hand side, coming in on his right foot, away by Livramento. Bounces out into midfield and Voltemada brings it down well. Then tries to give it to Bruno Guimaraes. There's not an outlet ball for him, not that he needs it because he can take on most with his skill, but he has lost the ball and the doggies picked it up edge of the area. Now Xavi Simons takes over. 2-1 the score to Newcastle, going into the final few minutes of stoppage time. Pedro Porro down the right, onto Simons, who's crossing to the box, goes off the defender and out for another corner, and Newcastle about to make a change. It looks like Fabian Schär is he going to come on here, Fabian Schär?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and bring him on. I wouldn't be surprised again if they bring Voltemada up here, put an extra body in there and just try and deal with the long balls in.
Yeah, I wonder whether or not he'll just try and tuck in and just keep a tab on Romero, who's gone forward now. Absolutely. Just make sure that he gets involved from the off and stops Romero from getting first contact on any of these balls that are going into the box. They have a corner, Spurs, trailing by 2-1 away at Newcastle and looking to avoid 4 defeats on the spin. Ball right side, it'll be an outswinger from Pedro Porro, which is headed away by Lewis Hall. It's been terrific tonight, by the way. 100%. Back to Porro again. Another deep cross into the box. Byrne flicks it away and out into the right fullback position. And Livramento sends it into the sky, and it's going to come down in the dugout. And Andreas Georgsson, the set-piece coach, catches it. The ball's thrown in, but they want to stop it because off comes Miley and on comes Schär.
You spoke about Lewis Hall being excellent. Dan Burns come up with some big headers. Again, he loses his man for the goal, and that's unfortunate. But some real big performances from these Newcastle players at the moment.
Miley slaps hands with Jason Tindall, goes and sits down on the bench. I think he can be proud of his performance again today. Newcastle took their time to find their goals, but they got them in the end. Bruno Guimaraes, and then a penalty for Anthony Gordon did the damage for a Spurs team here who are facing another problem. They can't win at home, and now they're losing consistently on the road. Things aren't exactly looking up for Thomas Frank. 93 gone, still 6 added to play. It's Kevin Danso for Tottenham Hotspur. And there's been some late heartbreak for Newcastle at home this season. Think Arsenal, think Liverpool in the opening weekend. Ball out wide to Pedro Porro. A deep ball to the far post. Tell back across the face of goal. Comes to Richarlison. Burney's there. Still not clear. Simons with an effort. Blocked by Livramento and Chow, and it's out for a corner on the near side.
It's coming, isn't it? It's getting really... I think Richarlison's trying to ask for a penalty as well here. Again.
He's saying that his shirt was pulled on this occasion. And Bruno Guimaraes is telling him that it's probably...
Got it wrong.
Yes, I won't do it in the way that Bruno Guimaraes did it, rather dismissively. And we've had the explanation of the VAR overturn. I think we did it when we were commentating. We don't need to read that out.
Well, you'd like that, mate. It's come from your lot, the
Stop calling them my lot. I'm not a member.
Well,
and it's PGMO, no L. Here is the
losers.
Here is the cross into the box by Tell. An overhead kick from Romero, and it's smuggled goalwards and in. Christian Romero celebrates what could be a huge goal for Thomas Frank and Tottenham Hotspur. The cross into the box not dealt with by Newcastle, and the overhead kick from Romero has gone past everyone and into the far corner. And it's Newcastle 2, Tottenham 2 in stoppage time.
Wow. You can hear this place. It's gone quiet. It's silent. The technique for this overhead kick. It comes in from a corner. It's Tau. He whips it into the near post. It's punched away by Ramsdale. As he's going away from goal, the overhead kick is fantastic. What I would say, from a Newcastle point of view, it bounces 3 times before it goes in. Again, Newcastle won't be happy. I think it goes through Chow's legs, which takes it away from everyone. Oh, Newcastle again.
Well, Romero with the overhead kick, I think it hit his shin, but it did, as you say, bounce through everyone. Did it take a little flick on the way through? No, I'm not sure it did. It went into Ramsdale's goal, and that's going to be a huge disappointment for Newcastle unless they can get another chance here. Romero takes it down the right-hand side. It's won by Elanga. Was that a foul by him? The referee says no. We're into the 96th minute of the game. Romero popping up with a hero's moment twice in the match. 79th minute equaliser from a Cross from the right-hand side, he flicked it past the goalkeeper. His overhead kick after 95 minutes has seemingly won Thomas Frank a point.
Do you not think as well, though, the reason that they got this comeback is because they all walked off at half-time together?
Yeah. Hold on, if you have a look back at that goal, there is a moment where just beforehand, I mean, it's a brilliant technique. It really is absolutely fantastic from Romero. But he did drag Malik Thiaw to the floor just before that. Richarlison goes up with Ramsdale. Ramsdale wins it as the ball goes long. There might be an interesting discussion about that equalising goal that Eddie Howe is not happy with, because it looked as if Romero had dragged Malik Thiaw to the floor as the initial ball came in, and then when it was punched away, he was up and able to do the overhead kick unmarked.
Yeah, I think it'd be harsh, to be honest with you. I think it's not going to be one that we should really talk too much about, but I think Ramsdale will be really disappointed. Wasn't in the corner. I think he's kind of expecting one of his lads to clear it in front of him.
Chow travels forward, tries to play it in towards Voltemade. It's back to Danzo, and Danzo manages to clear upfield. 97 minutes on the clock. Remember, we're playing 99 here, right at the end. Dan Burns sends it long and high up towards the Tottenham half of the field. Cher forward into Bruno Guimaraes. Is there one last twist in the tail here on this first of our 10 games this midweek Premier League? Ball down the left, away by Danzo, and it's out and away for a throw-in over on the far side.
The one thing I would say that goes in Newcastle's favour as well, Sam, is set pieces now. Spurs have got smaller with all the attacking changes that they put on.
But is there enough time for one last chance? Elanga down to Livramento. It wasn't a great ball into Livramento, and the ball's gone out and behind and away for a goal kick. I'm not entirely sure they did go out. Livramento did everything he could to try and keep it in. The assistant was very quick with a flag away to our right. Newcastle 2, Spurs 2. Romero with 2 goals to rescue a point for Thomas Frank. Take a bit of the pressure off. Maybe Spurs are not going to lose a 4th game in a row. And I suppose Newcastle will look at this with Spurs at a low ebb and think, you know, this is a major missed opportunity.
Yeah, 100%. I think Spurs will look at this and go, right, we've got loads of resilience, loads of big things they can take from this. As a team, again, you've left Mickey van der Ven on the bench and you've managed to come out of it. I don't think there's much you can take from an attacking performance point of view as we speak about the XG, and they've had 2 shots on target I can remember, maybe 3 at best, and they've scored 2 of them, so that's not a sustainable model to be going and scoring loads of goals.
Well, Christian Romero scoring both of them is not a sustainable model either, is it?
No, absolutely not. But I think for Newcastle this one will hurt. This one will hurt more than most, because they've dominated with the ball, they've had chances to score, they were really in so much control as soon as they scored the second goal, and they've kind of took their foot off the gas and allowed Spurs back into it, as opposed to Spurs being that much better. But this will be a massive result for Thomas Frank after the weekend they've just had.
Here is the free kick for Danzo. We've played our 99 minutes. Thomas Frank has lost more games in management to Newcastle United and Eddie Howe than any other, but he's not going to lose this one. Here is Gray on the left-hand side into a doggy. They may well win it right at the very end. Xavi Simons down the left, looking for a doggy into the penalty area, pulls it through the 18-yard box. It's away by the defender, Joel Linton, and it goes out for a throw-in, I think, down by the corner flag. Is it a corner or is it a throw-in? Well, it's going to be a corner. And Pedro Porro's coming across to take it, and they're loading the box here as Tottenham try to win it in the final minute of stoppage time. It's gone beyond that now. We're nearly up to the 100th minute of the game. Can Spurs come up with a late winner? Come on, you Spurs, is the cry from the top of the Leazes end. Romero's already got 2 goals. Can he get a hat-trick here? It's delivered into the box by Pedro Porro. It's right under the goalkeeper, who grasps it quickly, and they want to release it quickly. The referee then blows the full-time whistle. That's the end of the game. There will be no counter-charge, and it's no 7th heaven for Newcastle United, and Tottenham avoids slipping to a 4th straight defeat. It's the first home draw of the season for Newcastle. For Spurs, absolutely delighted to come back twice to earn Thomas Frank a point. Christian Romero with 2 goals in the second half, 1 from a corner, an overhead kick which was spectacularly taken, the other a diving header at the near post. There's a little bit of a fallout after the game, and Romero's getting involved with a couple of the Newcastle United players, Bruno Guimaraes and Romero. Brazil, Argentina coming to cross words inside the Newcastle half of the field. Newcastle will feel, after all of their dominance in the game, that they should have escaped with 3 points here. They don't, they drop 2. It's finished Newcastle United 2, Spurs 2.
Huge air of disappointment in St James's Park as fans spill out of the stadium. The Tottenham supporters way up to our left-hand side, who've made the journey hours and hours up from London, got at least a point from this trip where they maybe expected a lot less, particularly on the balance of play throughout the evening. In the end, we end up with 4 goals, 2 apiece, and we didn't see that happening when it was goalless at the break. The point means that Newcastle are up to 13th, Spurs up to 11th. Earlier on, Erling Haaland broke Alan Shearer's record to reach 100 Premier League goals. Manchester City clinging on for a 5-4 win at Craven Cottage. They did lead 5-1 at one stage. They moved to within 2 points of the leaders Arsenal. Fulham stay 15th. Everton's win at Bournemouth takes them up to 10th. They're level on points with Liverpool. A 4th defeat in 5 leaves Bournemouth 13th. Blackburn 1, Ipswich 1 in the Championship. Ipswich 7th, Blackburn 18th, and the Lionesses beat Ghana 2-0 thanks to goals from Kendall and Russo. You can have your say on everything you've seen and heard with the Sports Bar tonight. 03717 223344. Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara with you very shortly indeed. And remember, we have all 5 Premier League games live on the TalkSport network tomorrow night. Arsenal against Brentford here on TalkSport. Liverpool host Sunderland on TalkSport 2. All the other games on the TalkSport app. And remember, Manchester United will face West Ham live here on Thursday night. Troy Deeney, and it's a massive point for Tottenham Hotspur, where it looked on a couple of occasions like they were going to go home empty-handed. They showed on multiple occasions a response in adversity that their fans, the minimum that their fans had been looking for. Some fight.
Yeah, absolutely. There was some fight, there was some togetherness. It's weird, isn't it, now, Hugh? They're all walking off. They're not walking all off together. Dribs and drabs now. Thought they had to show togetherness.
Job done.
Yeah, I think. Listen, all jokes aside, Romero deserves a lot of credit for the 2 finishes. They're fantastic finishes. If Erling Haaland would have done both of those finishes, we'll be talking about it all evening. For me, I think it's a moment that Newcastle let get away. Spurs will take a lot of credit for it. Thomas Frank will be saying the fight, as you alluded to, our togetherness, we never stopped trying. But Newcastle at 2-1 had this game sewn up, done and dusted, and they just got complacent. And unfortunately in this game, if you don't kill teams off and you give them a chance, it'll come back to haunt you, and that's what it was today. And both teams will come away from this happy but also very frustrated.
The change, I think, to bring on Fabian Schär for Lewis Miley invited pressure. You saw Newcastle get deeper and deeper. Yeah, they had more bodies defending their own goal, but ultimately they allowed Tottenham Hotspur to have much more of the ball and under no real pressure. And I think that in the kind of final 5 or so minutes actually allowed Tottenham to play their way with a little bit of confidence back into the game.
Yeah, that's a fair comment, but I also think there was a few moments before that where it was just going in the favour of Spurs, and I thought Newcastle became a little bit too predictable going down that left-hand side with Gordon and trying to hit with the pace. They needed to control the game a little bit more. But when you're up like that after just scoring a late penalty, you would expect to see the game out, and they'll be really disappointed. But again, on the whole play and balance of the game, I would say that Spurs will be the happier because they stuck in there. Newcastle will feel that if they can get a real attacking killer edge into their game, top 4 is still there for them.
Intrigued to know what the Newcastle fans think tonight about VAR, because I think it helped them out with
what
Rodrigo.
What do you think Jamie O'Hara thinks? That's what I want to know.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one. Certainly he doesn't have to have a has anyone seen from Jason tonight, which will be good for him at least. But Rodrigo Bentancur, yes, he does initially stop Dan Burn from making a run towards the ball. He's not looking at the ball, so you could say that's the foul, if you like, and that's the reason Newcastle deserved a penalty. But as the tussle kind of went on, Dan Burn ended up with basically Rodrigo Bentancur's head underneath him, and I think he went down under his own weight. I don't think he was pulled down. I think he felt that there was enough contact there that he was going to try and go down and hopefully get a decision. In the end, he got it. For me, it could have been 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, and they could have played on.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that Bentancur initiates it. He's not facing the ball at any time as that ball comes in. He also ends up under his armpit because he's trying so hard to keep Dan Burn away from the ball. So for me, I think it's a foul. We called it straight away, and ultimately the referee got there in the end. But for me, that in the new way of doing things, it's a penalty.
Great overhead kick from Romero.
Yep.
Was it possibly a foul by him though in the build-up to that? Malik Tior going down.
It's a bit soft, in my opinion. It's a bit soft. But again, it became more of a physical game, which Spurs needed it to be, and they end up getting the result for that. But again, don't take nothing away from that technique to get that.
Yeah, brilliant.
I also thought the first header was fantastic. Gets across Dan Burn really, really well, and diving header expertly finished like an old-school Alan Shearer.
Exactly. Christian Romero with a message to all Premier League strikers. Get across the front post. You might get yourself a goal. And let's pick our man of the match with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
The Here For It hero on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
So, Troy, who have you gone for?
I'm going to go for Lewis Hall. Thought he was the best player on the pitch by a country mile. Everybody else who impacted the game was all subs. Bruno Guimaraes, Gordon, again all the subs for Spurs. Romero for me, don't even look at me. Don't do the fantasy stuff. I've got Sam Matterface for the listeners looking at me going, but a defender scored 2 goals. He also let 2 in.
He scored 2 goals. One of them was an overhead kick, which you said was fantastic technique to rescue a point from his team that are about to lose 4 in a row.
Was he better than Lewis Hall today?
No.
There you go.
There you go. Christian Romero, not our Here For It hero. Instead, that goes to Lewis Hall of Newcastle United, man of the match from today's game with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
The Here For It hero on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
So Tottenham Hotspur show some fight away at St James's Park to come from behind on 2 occasions and take a vital point that will hopefully lift the pressure on Thomas Frank. The Sports Bar coming up next on TalkSport. Give them a call, 03717 223344. It's finished Newcastle United 2, Tottenham Hotspur 2.
The Sports Bar with TalkSport Bet. Stay on the ball with our safer gambling tools. Find out more at talksportbet.com. 18 plus gambleaware.org. Sports Bar with TalkSport Bet. Stay on the ball with our safer gambling tools. Find out more at talksportbet.com. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Custom-built PCs and laptops. Just for gamers, right?
No, it's for creators like me. We need performance.
And designers, we need speed. Don't forget coders. We don't do off the shelf.
And yeah, gamers, but everybody knows that.
Whatever your needs, configure your perfect PC or laptop with PC Specialist. Powered by Windows 11. A new world of gaming. For custom-built PCs or laptops, visit pcspecialist.co.uk.
It's come to our attention at Trusted Trader HQ that some people still don't get what we do. Basically, we help you find local tradespeople you can trust. Type in what you're after, your postcode, and there they are with real reviews. I know.
Job done. I'm off on my lunch break. Can you press play in a sec?
Find tried, tested, and truly top-notch tradespeople at...
now.
Welcome back to the Coral Fan Derby. They're all here. First up, the Badged Blokes. Arms down, badges rested. Well deserved. Football fashionistas next, putting that vintage away shirt back in the wardrobe. Last out, the Armchair Experts. Remote in hand, ready to sit this one out. They've all called a timeout with Coral's play break tool. Oh, what a decision! From play breaks to deposit limits and more. We're here for safer gambling. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus gambleaware.org.
Oh, Black Friday is non-stop. Orders, calls, messages.
Sounds like you need the right sidekick to keep business booming, Claire.
Go on.
In EE's Black Friday sale, you can save £720 on a 36-month plan with the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. Perfect for keeping your business running smoothly.
What a deal. Thanks, Kev.
Search EE Business today. BT and EE. Better for business.
Excludes 20% VAT. Ends 4th of December. Terms apply.
Hungry for afternoon radio with extra full-on football flavour? Don't miss the daily drive time delivery on TalkSport with Just Eat. Join Andy Goldstein and Darren Bent for spicy pre-match speculation, seasoned pundit expertise and some seriously salty opinions.
I do expect you to win the Premier League.
Feed your appetite for the UK's tastiest team talk, where nothing is off the menu.
I can't lie to you, it even shocked me.
Drive with Goldstein and Bent. Weekday afternoons from 4 on TalkSport with Just Eat. Geographical restrictions, terms and conditions apply.
The Sports Bar with TalkSport Bet. Download the app or visit TalkSportBet.com for exclusive offers and bonuses. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
I'm Jeff Stelling. It's a wintry weekend of live and exclusive football on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. It all kicks off Friday night from 8 with Hull versus Middlesbrough in the Championship live on TalkSport 2. Great work! Saturday afternoon from 12:30. Get two tinsel-covered games at the same time. Villa face Arsenal in the Premier League on TalkSport, while Derby go up against Leicester in the Championship on TalkSport 2. How about that? From 3, it's another Championship showdown. Ipswich take on Coventry live on TalkSport 2. Superb. Get stuffed with a very merry weekend of live and exclusive football. All part of the Festive 50 on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
On DAB, on the app, and on your smart TV. Supercharged, super confident, super strength, late night football talk.
You are absolutely deluded.
It's the nation's favourite sports speakeasy, where for some reason, it's always your round. The Sports Bar with Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara on TalkSport.
All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening.
Good evening and welcome to the Sports Bar and TalkSport. I'm Jamie O'Hara. Him over there, Jason Cundy.
Has anyone seen Plan A?
Yeah.
Tell them about Plan A in a second.
Plan A, yeah.
In the frame.
Went out the window. Did we dare and did we do? We've done some daring and some doing.
That time we did a bit daring and a bit doing.
Big night Premier League action live on TalkSport. What have I just witnessed? St James's Park 2-2 between Spurs and Newcastle. That penalty, the game is gone. It's got him in headlock. Absolute shambles from VAR. Christian Romero, I'll hang my hat on you, son. Well done. 03 717 22 33 44. Elsewhere, we just seen the game of the season between Fulham and Man City. Wow, 5-4. What are they doing? Pep Guardiola's side nearly threw it away. Cleared one off the line in the last minute. Erling Haaland broke the record. The least amount of games to reach 100 Premier League goals. Is he the best player in the Premier League, in the world? Oh, and, you know, have we ever seen? I see Troy Deeney saying Thierry Henry. I probably agree with him on that one. Loads to go out, though. Get involved in this show. We want to hear from you. Everton win tonight as well after a poor display against Newcastle, but they're back with a big performance. 1-0 win against Bournemouth. They fell off a cliff. Don't know what's going on there. 03 717 22 33 44. Ruined your show, didn't I? Ruined your show, the boys.
So, in the
Plan A, out the window.
So, has anyone got retired last night? Because I got bored of doing Spurs. Three in like a week.
Yeah.
And like you taken when the fun stop. And the fun has stopped. I'm not getting enjoyment out of it. But I've got to tell you,
you was all
it looked
gearing
like
up.
Spurs are going to get beat again.
You was all ready for it.
And the lads behind the scenes was doing a package.
The package is coming out.
Clown music.
They're getting the clown ready, the violin, everything's getting ready. They can't wait, the boys, to come in here and see me squirm.
And then Spurs equalise.
And then Romero, the big captain, pops up.
And then there's the penalty.
Oh, the penalty.
O'Hara's turned it to grunt. Honestly, like a big bear with a sore head walking around the office. Game's gone. I don't like football anymore. It's gone. Shambles. Shambles. Punching death.
Oh, head was gone. Head was gone. You know, I've got a load of gooners in the office. I've got you as a Chelsea fan, and I've got everyone else behind me.
Plan A was back on the table.
Yeah, everyone just can't wait to see me coming in and, lose my head. Right? But Romero gets us out of trouble. He nicks us a point, and fair play to him because he needed a big performance he produced. But that penalty decision, mate, that is a disgrace. That is honestly one of the worst decisions I've ever seen. Spurs, every time we take a corner, someone's tussling in a box with Romero or Danso, we're having to deal with it. You see it any level, every game, every week, all over the country. But no, Spurs, I mean, Dan Burns got him in a headlock. I don't know what Bentancur's meant to do. All right, you say, he's not looking at the ball. He's not. Well, he's got him in a headlock.
No, I happen to think the VAR does not need to get involved in that one, right? And I heard Troy and I heard Sam doing the comms saying it's definitely penalty. The problem you've got is Bentancur don't look at the ball. He don't look at it once. And that puts him... It's not a good look, Jay. You can't not look at the ball. And you can't win the ball.
It's man and ball defending from a corner, right? Isn't it?
But you've got to be able to see the ball.
You're trying to watch your man, and you're trying to see the ball, but you mark your man. But, he hasn't got the opportunity to look at the ball when the ball comes in, because Dan Burn has him in a headlock.
No, he doesn't have him in a headlock.
He does.
No, he doesn't have him in a headlock. Jay, he's not got him in a headlock. Look, do you want me to put you in a headlock, right? And I'll show what a headlock looks like.
No chance put me in a headlock.
Get round that neck.
It's a terrible decision, mate.
I thought it was soft.
Soft?
I thought it was soft. I agree with you. But the problem you've got...
Disgusting.
But I don't know which one the VAR got to get involved in. I know Troy and Sam, it was under a penalty. I'm not convinced that VAR...
Clear and obvious.
Clear
and obvious.
No, but...
That's what we're looking at.
The problem here's the thing. Bentancur doesn't look at the ball once. Not once does he look at the ball.
He has him in a headlock.
And he doesn't get him in a headlock.
Jace.
It's not a headlock, mate.
The ball comes in,
it's not,
and Dan Burn has got his elbow over the top of Bentancur.
Why is Bentancur sniffing his armpit? Why is he doing that?
Well, because he's marking him, and then Dan Burn gets over the top of him. Bentancur can't do anything with his head.
Tell you why.
Because it's under Dan Burn's armpit.
Okay, he put it there.
Whether he puts it there or not, Dan Burn climbs over him. He gets his arm on top of him.
It's immaterial now, mate.
It's not clear and obvious. That is not what we need in the game. It's a terrible decision.
I agree with
It's shocking from VAR, and they're ruining football.
I don't think VAR needs to get involved there. Go with on-field decision. I don't think it was as clear cut. I don't think it's one of those where it's a blatant penalty. Troy, however, and Sam were adamant, right? Absolutely adamant it was. So there you go. There's the split, right?
I can't believe Troy Deeney can sit there and say that should be a penalty. I've seen Troy Deeney in a box. Let me tell you, mate, he gets sent off every week. So he can't start saying, that's a penalty.
It's terrible. It's terrible defend from Bentancur. You've got to be able to see the ball. All he was doing, right? His only job was to stop Dan Burn. And the problem you've got with that is if Dan Burn gets a little run on you, all of a sudden starts to muscle you, and you don't let go, you're in trouble.
Mate,
you're in trouble.
Tussles happen in the box
all the time.
Every single game.
All the time. But look at the ball. Look at the ball.
You can't. You give a penalty every game if we're talking about pushing and shoving in and around the penalty spot. There's so many times that you can go, that's a pen. But that's part and parcel of defending in the box from a corner.
But look at the ball. He's not. Jay's not. He isn't interested in the ball.
Regardless.
Yeah.
Massive point in the end for Spurs.
It was a massive point. Newcastle
get something from it.
Yeah, Huff and Puff started all right. Newcastle Spurs looked like they were struggling to get the game going, and they had moments. Spurs when it went 1-0, you didn't feel Spurs had it in them to get back.
No.
And I thought it was a question. When's the next goal coming from?
No, we looked okay. There was times when we had the ball, but we don't do anything with it. I mean, we have good possession and we pass it. And then when there's the opportunity to then go and run into the space or, get out a full-back, we go back, it ends up back at Vicario, and then we give it away, and it's like, come on, lads. I get it, build up, and you're away from home, you want to keep the ball ticking over. But when the opportunity's there to go and have a go at someone, go and do it. Brennan Johnson, I mean, he gets, he's had an opportunity to play again tonight. And it's just like, when I see him play for Wales, he gets it, he drives, he gets shots away, he hits the target. He plays for Spurs. Every time he gets up, Troy Deeney, every time he makes a decision, he makes the wrong one. And it's like, come on, lads. I get we're playing away from home. And look, we'll take the point and we move on. Romero, that's a captain's performance from him. And that's why, he is the captain, because he stepped up in a big way tonight.
What about his overhead kick? I mean,
Ronaldo-esque.
Ronaldo apologised. As if
Ronaldo scored that goal. We'll be talking about it for decades.
Come on, that was halfway down the shin, that one.
Oh, the old Shinola, wasn't it?
Bounced 3 times. The ball literally said, sorry, I've got to go in.
Yeah, it's in.
I've got to. Don't want to go in, but I've got to.
Found its way in the net. I'll take it. Look,
I'll take it.
It's not the best performance I've ever seen, but we never really get anything away from home. St James's Park's our place to go. Mm-hmm. I think they'll be disappointed that they don't win the game. They were on top. They had opportunities. I think they were a bit lacklustre as well in terms when they were getting in good positions, didn't really make it count. Spurs, look, we've nicked 2-2. it's a point, and you move on. But I don't know where we go. Let's go to some calls. I'll tell you what. Let's go to Aaron. He's a Spurs fan. All right, Azza.
All right, Azza.
How you doing, guys? You guys okay?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. You watch the game?
Yeah, I watched the game. I was like you, Jamie. I was just getting frustrated because the way that we were playing, we wasn't being proactive with the ball.
No.
Every time we had possession, we were just passing around.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just thinking, because I've been seeing comments saying, I want Ange back because of the attacking football. But I laugh because if we have Ange back, we'll be in relegation scraps. And we don't have any attackers to score goals. And our last 4 games, we have conceded first in our last 4 games since we've been Everton.
I don't think it's about the manager. You know, like, I get you know, the players are out there and all of a sudden we're getting a bit of time on the ball, we're having a good little spell when we're moving it, you know, and there's some nice stuff. But you know, when the game opens up to then, you know, you work it and you get it out to the other side, well then, you know, and the space opens up to drive into it. And if you give it away, you give it away. But at least you're having a go. But I feel like we're so scared to try and make something happen, you know, scared of giving the ball away that people just want to keep moving it and go out the other side. It's so pragmatic. You know, you've got to go at a team when you feel like you've had decent possession and the opportunity arises to go at a fullback. Go at him and have a go. And if you get something from it, you get something from it. If you don't, well then go again and then you build up. But too many times I'm watching Spurs just...
There was a number of occasions in the first half where Kudus gets the ball and runs are being made. It's not like the runs aren't being made. I think Bentancur might have made a run. Right. And he looks up and he sees him and he comes back in. And eventually the midfielders are going to go, I'm making these runs. I'm giving you an opportunity to move the ball forward. Yeah. It is safety football. It is safety football. Yeah. Keep the ball. Don't give the ball away. Keep the ball. That occasion we're talking about, the ball ended up with the courier.
Yeah.
Went all the way back and all he's going to do is boot it.
Yeah. I know, you put yourself under pressure. Put yourself under pressure. It happens too much. And I think that's our problem right now with Thomas Frank is the football.
You need to be braver, Jay. That's the word. Yeah. You need to be braver. And as you said, you need to commit players. Kudos, by the way. There ain't many better than him. When he gets a head of steam up, there ain't many better running. But he seems now just to hesitate. And if the pass, and he doesn't make the pass and the pass is gone, then he's duty bound to come inside and go back. Yeah. There's a lot of that at the moment.
Yeah, there is so much of that. As thanks for your call, I'm going to go to Tony. He's a Spurs fan. All right, Tone?
All right, Tone.
What's up? What's happening, boys? Jamie, right, Jason, what's happening?
Watch the game, Tone. How you feeling about it?
Mate, I'm upset. Listen, let me tell you something here. I went to the game last week as well. You see, when you got a Doggy and Porro in the team, we're not going to win nothing.
Go on. What do you mean?
We're not going to win. Look, when we play, there's no headers from Porro. Every time a Doggy gets the ball, he loses the ball. There's no support. He runs off, leaves the left side open. This is why Romero and Van der Ven always getting fouling and always getting cards. It's because of them two. We're not going to win nothing with them.
Well, I don't know.
Watch the game.
I hear you. I mean, Porro. I like Porro. I think Porro's got ability. I think he can have his moments.
Yeah, but
a Doggy.
Someone's got ability. They're not using their ability and someone.
Doggy looks like he's playing with ice skates on. I don't know what's happened to him, mate.
I don't know how he gets in the international team for Italy, mate.
Well, but because he's left-footed, he can run. He's athletic. He's got a good engine. He gets up and down, but sometimes his touch looks like it gets away from him all the time.
Yeah, he's not doing nothing. I went to the game last week. It's just shambles, brother. Absolutely, it's embarrassing.
Yeah, but look tonight, mate. That's not a bad result.
Look, away from home, all right, we take the point. Yeah, cool. Away from home, we take the point. But look how we got the point. Like we're not doing nothing. Every time we get the ball, like Kudus, you know what Kudus can do. We get the ball, we go out wide, then we get it back in, go straight back to the goalie.
Yeah.
Back out wide, straight back into the goalie. I went to the game last year, everyone was booing.
No, I know, but I think that's where, Cundy makes a good point, and the word he used is right. Got to be brave. Got to be brave on the ball. You can move it and keep it, but there comes a moment when you've got to go and make something happen. And if that ball comes to you in that moment, you've got to be confident enough to say, right, I'm going to have a go here.
If you think about what you've got, right, and why players, you've got Johnson one side and Kudus the other. When Anthony Gordon came on, their first goal comes from him. Exactly what we're talking about with Kudus and Johnson. Being brave, going on the outside, knock that ball past. Worst ways you get a throw-in.
Yeah.
At least you travelled 30 yards up the pitch.
Yeah.
There's no lions. There's no lions, hyenas, or sharks in our team. You got one or two. The rest of them are like chickens and sheep.
Wow. Instead of a mix that.
I mean, Romero's a bit of a lion tonight. I mean,
there's a couple. Bergvall, he's gonna be a little hyena.
Yeah.
You got a few of them, but that's it. You got a dog. He's a donkey.
What's Mawani?
It's absolutely ridiculous. Look, Spurs fans. It's not Frank. It's the players.
Yeah, but
it's the players.
The buck always stops with the manager. It's his job to get a tune. Look, you're looking at Newcastle, right? When Eddie Howe came in at Newcastle, they were languishing bottom half every year. Fighting relegation. They might have been bottom three when he took over. Now look what they've done with him. You can see Eddie Howe's Newcastle. That has worked. Okay, it's taken a little bit of time.
Okay, well, let's wait there because Thomas Frank is with Dec McCarthy.
Yes, he is indeed. Thomas, a really tough battle out there tonight, but that felt like a huge point away from home at St James's Park where their record's so good here. Can you put into words how you're feeling after that?
Exhausted. Yeah, of course, that's a great point, especially when you go down 2 times or go behind 2 times. Here we know it's a difficult place. I think it's fair to say that last week was tough. But the way the character and the mentality the players showed and the team showed today was exceptional. I think we suffered the first 25 and the last 60. I think we were very good. I liked a lot about that performance overall. And also dealing with setbacks. Every team needs to do that. I think, for example, it was never a pen, the pen to them. We were really talking about the referee call and that he got it absolutely right. So to also overcome that, I think was great. So many top things. The fans for me was great. We could hear them 3,000 travelling up here, exceptional. Also hear them praising Vic, which I was very happy about.
Did you speak to the officials after the game regarding the VAR incident?
No, I will do it when we are done.
And obviously, club captain leading by example tonight with 2 goals. There must be a pleasing aspect of the game in particular.
Yeah, of course. Kuchi, exceptional, both defending and playing well overall, but also the ability to score 2 goals. The first goal is an exceptional striker goal. Not many strikers score goals like that. And the other one was a perfect bicycle shin finish.
And it's times when it is tricky in football, you do need players like Romero to step up, don't you?
Of course. I think it's we can have all the tactics, all the nice little principles and bits of play, but in the end of the day, that's a framework, that's a foundation to stand on, and then you need the players to perform and play to their best abilities, and today many did that.
You mentioned the fans at the beginning there, great scenes at the end. I mean, how much of a boost will this be for the dressing room?
Yeah, I think it should be a big boost. I think, we always talk about performance, and performances is the most important thing, but you also need result to, back it up and give that little extra boost, and today was a big boost.
And now, just obviously a big point away from home, you'd want to try and carry that back into some home form.
Yeah, of course, no doubt about that. Now I think I will be, there's something always I'd like to improve, but today, the way we came back, I'll be happy for the point, and then we'll look forward to Saturday.
Thank you very much, Thomas.
Obviously today...
Thomas Frank there with Dec McCarthy.
BBC News at 6 o'clock. I'm Martin Emerson. A 13-year inquiry into the Hillsborough disaster has concluded a dozen police officers should have faced gross misconduct proceedings. 97 Liverpool's fans died in the crush in 1989. The report by the Office for Police Conduct names the then Chief Constable of South Yorkshire, Peter Wright, and the match commander, David Duckenfield. But the law at the time means no officer will face disciplinary action. Margaret Aspinall's son died. She says she feels let down by the lack of accountability.
I'm not talking about maybe somebody going into prison, but I am talking about a guy who walks away, who's told so many lies and can walk away scot-free with a full pension. To me, that is a disgrace on a system. It's a disgrace on this nation.
Cathy Cashel from the IOPC defended the inquiry.
I share the frustrations of everybody that everything to do with Hillsborough has taken far too long. As I said, it is wholly unsatisfactory for everybody that we are here 36 years later. But it was very important, given the history and the fight that families and survivors have had to go through to get the information, that we followed all of those lines of inquiry and did this properly.
The government has announced jury trials for crimes which carry a sentence of less than 3 years are to be scrapped. But serious offences, including murder, robbery and rape, will still go before a jury. It's to try and cut a Crown Court backlog in cases which could reach 100,000 in 3 years. But Tyrone Steele from the legal reform charity Justice says he's concerned.
We consistently see that juries are one of the most trusted parts of the justice system. They're consistently viewed as being fairer and more equitable, and they also as well act as a really important constitutional safeguard, making sure that decisions are taken by the people on the basis of the facts and not as the government would prefer it to be.
There are calls for a thorough investigation into breast cancer care at County Durham and Darlington NHS Trust. It comes after the BBC reported patients suffered unnecessary mastectomies, delayed diagnosis and a lack of compassionate care. Katie Driver from Chesley Street was one of those who says her care wasn't good enough.
I think we need a public inquiry. I think everybody deserves to know. I think our families deserve to know.
The new chief executive of the trust said the breast service is now very different and apologised to those affected. A council has said it's unable to confirm a timeline for bridge repairs in a city park. 3 of the 15 bridges at Jesmond Dean and Newcastle have been closed for safety reasons, one of them for nearly 2 years. Newcastle City Council says repairs could take months and they'll need to provide other access routes across the Dean. The Friends of Jesmond Dean say the closures have caused disruption for a number of people. Now, Newcastle United's Eddie Howe and Dan Byrne have received honorary degrees from Northumbria University. They've become Doctors of Civil Law at a winter graduation ceremony this week. This year they helped the Magpies to their first domestic trophy since 1955 and have been honoured for their contributions to the club and its charity foundation. And the former Sunderland chairman, Sir Bob Murray, has also become a Doctor of Civil Law. He'll receive his honour later. He studied accountancy at Newcastle Poly before it became the university in 1992. Now, your weather for this evening in the northeast, there could be the odd shower around tonight, but it'll be generally dry, certainly by the early hours and dawn. We'll have lows between 1 and 4 degrees. It will be mostly dry on Wednesday with a mixture of cloud and sunny spells with highs of 4 to 7. And that's your BBC Radio Newcastle News.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, if recent history is anything to go by, it should be fairly straightforward tonight. Spurs' last 4 visits to St James's Park have ended in 4 defeats, during which they have conceded 14 goals, scored just twice. But so far this season, Spurs have been better on their travels. So what does tonight hold? Newcastle, fresh from Saturday's victory at Everton, would rise to 7th in the Premier League table with a win tonight. Will Eddie Howe rotate his squad again? What are you expecting from the evening? We will have commentary of this evening's 8:15 kickoff, as well as reaction afterwards. It's the first of 2 nights of live action right here on BBC Radio Newcastle, because tomorrow Sunderland travel to Anfield to face Liverpool. Regis Lebris has been speaking ahead of that game today. You'll hear from him on tonight's programme as well. If last night is anything to go by, well, the derby will pop up in conversation again as well, with the December the 14th showdown already occupying many people's minds. We'll open another door in our derby advent calendar tonight. We'll keep you up to date with everything else happening too at half-time. You'll hear how Durham's Bryden Cars is feeling ahead of the second Ashes test, which starts on Thursday, and we will keep you posted on the progress of the North East players in action at the UK Snooker Championship. So stand by for another busy old night of Total Sport.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And give us a call if you have the opportunity. We'd love to get you on the show. 0800 234 6565 is the number you need to dial. It's free to call that number, 0800 234 6565. Give us a bell. We'll get you on prior to the match if we can. Remember, it's a slightly later kickoff, so a bit more opportunity to speak to more of you. If you want to send us a WhatsApp message, 08000 321 333, or a text message 81333. In either case, please begin your message with the letters BBC. Alongside me here at St James's Park is the former Newcastle United and Republic of Ireland fullback John Anderson. Good evening, Ando.
Evening, Pridey. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Marco Gabbiadini, ex-Sunderland striker, is on the show tonight as well. Hello, Marco. How are you doing?
Good evening. Yep. How are you doing?
Nick Barnes, our Sunderland commentator, back in the studio too. Evening, Barnesy.
Good evening.
Barnsley preparing for tomorrow's trip to Liverpool. And Razor is here, our Newcastle United commentator as well. He's just been in earnest discussion with the BBC Radio London commentator for the evening. No doubt trying to find out a little bit about the opposition, Razor, there from a very knowledgeable commentator.
Just doing my homework.
Yeah, got it, haven't you?
Yeah.
You've got to. It's... the conditions here. I went long johns tonight and extra t-shirt and all that. I've even got my gloves with that. I don't think I needed to. It's not that bad. It's not that chilly.
Do you know what? Over the last couple of days, I've had 3 or 4 people ask me, will Ando be wearing his lucky cardigan tonight?
Well,
it really has become a thing.
It's not his lucky one.
It hasn't come out this season.
No.
It hasn't been cold enough to be quite... Well, I mean, it's...
Well, you've got a kind of charcoal grey on. It's not a cardigan. It's a zipped jumper.
Just a warm one.
Okay, it's not lucky though, is it not?
Get a bit cooler.
You don't need to use your luck up against Spurs. I mean, Spurs.
No, you don't.
Could you wear it in 12 days' time?
You need to save it for tougher opposition. I mean, Spurs come here, and once they get north of Watford Gap, they collapse.
Well, they don't, do they? Not this season. They've been good away, haven't they?
Well, they've had to be because the home form is absolutely abysmal. They've only won the one game, I think, at home. I watched them at the weekend, and the opening 10 minutes, they were absolutely abysmal.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't great up here in the League Cup either. Is the manager coming under a little bit of pressure?
I think he is, judging by some of the calls that I've heard from Spurs fans on national radio.
Yeah, I think when you start calling your own fans out for having a go,
that was interesting, wasn't it?
It was.
He basically said that they shouldn't boo.
Yeah.
I mean, they were losing at home to Fulham.
Yeah.
So you're going to get boos, aren't you?
Well, they had
you get boos here if Newcastle were losing at home to Fulham.
Yeah, they had
if Sunderland losing at home to Fulham
for what he did when he should have just put the ball in Rose Ed. He's tried to play it down the line, and Wilson's great finish, to be fair, but but then you call your supporters out, and you don't want to get supporters on the wrong side of you, do you?
Yeah, so that was interesting, and it's sometimes difficult to work your way back after that. The only way that he will is if they go on a big winning run, which looks unlikely, bearing in mind the way that they're playing.
They got Brentford next, haven't they? His former club.
So that'll be an interesting encounter as well. Yes, of course it will. It's a later kick-off than usual tonight. 8:15. Razor. What's the thinking behind that?
Probably television audiences,
because there's a couple of 7:30 games.
Yeah, so that you can.
It'll be 9 o'clock next year.
Well, yeah, so they can stagger them properly. They could do a 7 o'clock and a 9 o'clock, couldn't they?
Yeah. It'll give people a chance, if they can watch all the games, to maybe get the second half of this one, if they're going to watch the entirety of Manchester City are at Fulham, aren't they?
Because there's not enough live football, so the people can't get enough.
Yeah. Last week, Newcastle, local time in France, played at 9 o'clock. Obviously, 8 o'clock back here. So 8:15. So a couple of late matches for them. Tea time on Saturday, although Spurs played later on Saturday night than Newcastle. Theirs was the
4:30.
The Saturday evening.
5:30, sorry.
Kick-off, Newcastle 5:30 at Everton, Sunderland and Tottenham. Fulham, the game we were talking about, was later. I don't know. I like the 7:30 kickoffs. Obviously, everyone gets home a bit quicker.
That's what it used to be back in the day, didn't it, Ando? It used to be 7:30, more than 7:45. Then gradually 7:45 became the norm.
8 o'clock. Yeah. Then 8 o'clock became 8:15.
8:15. Yeah, there's a pattern.
Be half 8.
there is a pattern here, certainly. But it is 8:15 this evening, so don't be caught out by that. And so we'll be on air till 10:30 this evening. So time for a little bit of reaction afterwards as well. Let's hear a little bit from Eddie Howe. We heard from him yesterday. More to come from him tonight after beating both Manchester City and Everton. He's looking for a third straight Premier League win.
That, of course, is the plan. I think it's vitally important that we find the consistency that we're searching for. It seems like we're sort of yo-yoing between Champions League and Premier League and not quite able to put our foot on the floor and find that sweet spot that we've been searching for all season. Hopefully this is the turning point for us. But every opponent we face in the Premier League is so difficult, and now we face Tottenham, who are a very good team. They've got their own strengths, and certainly a team that we're going to have to respect, as we always do, and try and put our plan in place to try and find a way to win.
So the question I put to you, Ando, is the usual one. Name that team, because he used the squad at Everton, didn't he, by making 6 changes. We'll get Razor's thoughts on it as well. But how many changes do you think there'll be tonight? What would the team be in your view?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this today. I think he will rotate. I think back 4 will be the same, I think.
Mm-hmm. He won't think about, Lewis Hall in particular, maybe?
No, I think the back four will stay the same.
Okay.
I think he'll only really change his back four whenever he feels it's really, really necessary. I think Tonali will come back in. Don't know whether it'll be for Joe Linton or maybe Bruno, who needs a rest, who's played an awful lot of football. He's played every game.
Yeah.
So somewhere along the line he needs a breather.
So that could be tonight.
Yeah, I think he'll bring Gordon in on the left for Barnes. And that's nothing against Barnes, because he's played very well, but it's about rotation. And Alanga, who probably had his best game in black and white at the weekend against Everton, I think Murphy will come back in on that.
He would come back in there. Would you go along with that, Razor?
I agree with Ando about Bruno, because Joe Linton had a rest, and now Tonali did at the weekend as well. So the next one to take out will be Bruno. You might think that Burnley on Saturday would be a game that he would be prepared to make maybe more changes and leave the captain out of. Win tonight, because they'd be really strong favourites against a struggling Burnley on Saturday. Even if you think they'll win tonight, it might be better to have Bruno in the team. Yeah, there will be some changes. Aaron Ramsdale continuing in goal.
But Pope's injured.
He is injured.
He's out for 3 weeks, isn't he?
That appears to be the case, though they haven't confirmed that. That's something we'll talk to the manager about at full time. So Aaron Ramsdale for a run in the team, which would include Champions League and the Derby in a week and a half's time, 2 weeks, whatever. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of cause to change the back four.
No.
But we'll we might come on to that in a moment regarding Lewis Hall, mightn't we, and all the football he's playing just back from injury, along with Tino Livramento. Not a lot of cover at full back. No Sven Botman. So yeah, it's those front six really where there could be a few changes. But six at the weekend, it worked certainly, and that was a good thing. And Eddie Howe described it as a result for the squad, which it was, because so many of them that wouldn't necessarily start regularly helped them get the 3 points.
I reckon Ando's got at least 10, right? Maybe full 11 with his team. But we'll find out. I guess the team will be named at 7 o'clock tonight, won't it? An hour and 15 before kick-off, so we'll hear it straight after the news at 7 tonight.
That's the other thing, isn't it?
What?
Keep changing these kick-off times. We don't get the team.
So the team news time changes as well. Yeah, of course it does. We were talking there about Anthony Elanga, and yeah, I wonder whether he might start again after having probably his best game for Newcastle at Everton.
The first transition in the game, right from kick-off, is him almost running the length of the pitch onto a really good pass from Nick and almost scoring, and I think that set the tone for us in the game. So I think he can be very pleased with his contribution to the game, and also how he's beginning to settle into the rhythm of life at Newcastle, because it is a big change for any player. I'm seeing a sort of a very level, steady performer. I think he continues to get better and better, but I think that was a big step forward.
Yeah, that would have given him confidence. I mean, Ando, if you were Elanga's, I don't know, personal coach and advisor, what would you be telling him in terms of what you want to see from him? Because he's been a bit frustrating so far in his Newcastle career, but he played well at Everton. We saw, I think, a bit more from him what people expected to see from him when he signed. So would you just be telling him to do more of what he did against Everton? Anything that you think he's not been doing that he should have been?
I think he did all the things against Everton that we haven't seen. You know, in the games that he's played. Look, he's got unbelievable pace. You know, his pace is electric. You know, and when you've got that type of pace against a lot of fullbacks, you just knock it and go. You know, you just simplify it when you've got that type of pace. He looked like, in earlier games, he looked like somebody who was suffering from a lack of confidence and a lack of belief. It's a little bit different playing here at St James's than it is to playing away as well. You know, because if your first touch is poor and it gets away from you, you hear the crowd. Different away from home, because there's not that many of your own supporters there. So he's got the ability. You can't doubt that. You know, we've seen it in the past when he's played for Forest against us. You know, he's shown the quality that he's got. But he looked like the player we thought we were signing at the weekend. You know, look, not the finished article, not by a long way, but you know, it was a huge improvement. You know, and he will have taken a lot of belief and a lot of confidence out of that performance.
What the manager said there, that when we were listening to Eddie Howe a moment ago, was the first move of the match in the first minute. What was it, 20 seconds or something? And Voltemada took it down and Elanga ran in behind, went beyond him, and that's what they need players to do, whether it's wingers, whether it's midfielders, whoever, fullbacks. I mean, at one point Lewis Hall and Tino Livramento were the furthest forwards when Hall had the deflected shot onto the bar at Everton, so that was really good to see, just that intent to run, and of course with his speed they're not going to catch him, so just want to see more of that really, and it might be better suited to away games, but he can definitely do it here as well, and if he starts again tonight then it will be warranted, it'll be deserved.
Let's see what people think. Do get in touch. Would you play Elanga from the start tonight? Would you bring Murphy back in? Do you have other ideas? 0800 234 6565. I mentioned there when Ando went through his team that Lewis Hall might be the one that Eddie Howe could potentially think about resting from the back line because of the fact that he hasn't played much because of injuries. It was only his third start of the season for Newcastle at Everton. He did play for England's under-21s last month though. Eddie Howe though is trying to ease him back in.
Well, we tried to do that in his early steps of coming back. I think it was really important that we didn't thrust him into starting too many games consecutively at that point, but I think the time away with England was important to get him some robustness, as in some 11v11 action in a 2-week period. I looked after him well, and then he's come back, and I think you can see towards the end of games he is fatiguing, but hopefully that will improve as we go through. There also comes a time when we have to try and get him to play the minutes that we need him to play. I mean, he's such an important player. He brings us his unique qualities, and we want him on the pitch as often as possible. So let's see how he feels. We'll always make a judgment call, I think, on the various tests that we do in the build-up to games.
Yeah, so I mean, he might be the one, I suppose, but you would think that, bearing in mind the way that he played at Everton and the ability that he's got and the way that he and Livramento changed the dynamic of the side, he would be reluctant to leave him out, wouldn't he?
Yeah, well, they might bring him off late on if they're in a strong position, and similar to what I said about Bruno, the manager will say that they're not going to prioritise matches, but you would probably want to have more of your best players, your strongest 11 out there for longer tonight, you would think, because this is a tougher game. Certainly looks it than Burnley at the weekend. You might not agree, Ando, but if they're going to make a change, I think they would possibly do it on Saturday and maybe play Dan Burn at left back. But again, with full backs, Emil Kraft's had an injury, Kieran Trippier's out, so they are short of options in those positions. Jacob Murphy filled in at wing back, didn't he? I'm trying to think which match it was. It's been so many games.
Against Manchester.
It was Manchester City when Sven Botman came on. Another player who's unavailable because of an injury problem. So, if you take out Hall and Livramento for any period, then you don't really have natural replacements at the moment. Alex Murphy, the young Irish defender, left-sided, was on the bench at the weekend, but has only made a handful of substitute appearances so far.
Going to hear a little bit from Eddie Howe on a different topic now, because a move to force clubs to temporarily remove an outfield player if a goalkeeper goes down injured is being discussed by football's lawmakers in an effort to combat teams using a loophole to create a tactical timeout. Goalkeepers feigning injury got hoyed in the river at the end of last night's show. You might remember if you were listening to the end of the programme yesterday. The Leeds boss Daniel Farke accused Manchester City's Gianluigi Donnarumma of feigning injury to bend the rules on Saturday so that Pep Guardiola could give new instructions to his players. This is what Eddie Howe thinks.
I think it happens. It happens all over the Premier League. I don't think it's something new. I think it's been happening for a long time.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not something Newcastle would ever do.
No, is it, Ando? I was about to say exactly that. You would never see any kind of dark arts like that, would you? Would you?
I take the fifth.
Would you? Would you like to see it stamped out, though? I mean, we talked about it a bit last night. It got hoyed in the river, which probably answers that question.
Yeah, look, it is something that teams do, you know, and the Leeds boss obviously wasn't too pleased with what went on, because they went on to lose the game very late on when Foden scored the winner. But Guardiola was then able to get his outfield players into a huddle and give them a little bit of a team talk. But it's the same for everybody, and everybody can do it, and everybody does do it. So, you know, how did they try and cut it out? What if a player goes down to take an outfield player off? Well,
I don't know if that would work, though, would it?
Well, does it work? Will it work? Because how long do you take the outfield player off for?
It's something that's going to keep being debated while it keeps happening, I guess. We'll see if it occurs in tonight's match. And you've got an update, sort of, anyway, about the stadium, Razor, as well, haven't you?
Yes, just some comments that were...
Sort of.
Well, sort of, yeah. Just some comments from the Newcastle United CEO, David Hopkinson, who was speaking last night at a fan event along with the sporting director, Ross Wilson, and one of the questions from fans was about what's happening with the stadium, staying at St James's Park, moving to a new ground. When will the club announce something? David Hopkinson said that he doesn't know. He said he wanted to be clear with fans about that. Those were the words that he used. He says the club have not made the decision. He said St James's Park right now is still incredible. It could be renovated or reimagined somewhere else. So it's a project that Hopkinson said Newcastle are working on every day, but said it was complex around finances and project planning, and it will be the most ambitious project the club's ever taken on. So nothing ready yet. They're not ready to announce anything. They haven't decided, according to the new CEO. So we're just going to have to wait a little bit longer, even though it remains one of the number one topics around Newcastle United.
There you go, Ando. Some sort of news about the stadium. One more thing, Razor. Eddie Howe and Dan Byrne, they've received the degree of Doctor of Civil Law in recognition for their outstanding contributions to Newcastle and the wider community from Northumbria University.
Quite right too. Have you seen the picture of the two of them? It's on the BBC News website and app. I thought it was AI generated.
Yeah, I did as well. When I see it, I went,
yes.
Yeah.
I assumed that it was on the press release they originally sent earlier in the week, and I thought they've mocked that up.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
I think it's because
those hats aren't great, are they?
I mean, Dan Byrne towers over just about everybody. Maybe they should have been sitting down.
Yeah.
But there they are with their
Eddie Howe looks like he's in a period drama, doesn't he, of some kind?
Northumbria University have honoured people who've contributed to either the university or the Northeast, our part of the country. They did that at the winter graduation ceremony.
Ando should have one of those honorary degrees, shouldn't you?
Well,
that's next.
You're not going to get a real one, are you? So you might as well get an honorary
There's
one.
no chance in the world of me getting a real one.
The accolades will just keep coming for you, I'm sure, after your induction into the Hall of Fame.
Exactly. It's like Benno. Once one came along for him, he got a load, didn't he? So maybe that's next. I don't know what on an honorary degree in what. That's something that people can message in about tonight.
What's the highest honour in Ireland?
I've no idea.
Guess. You don't know.
I haven't got a clue.
Okay.
Ando should receive an honorary degree in what? 08000 321 333.
You're here longer than I've been at home, so I haven't got a clue.
Start your message BBC 81333 on text, again starting with the letters BBC. Thank you for now, Razor, and you'll be back with team news just after 7 it'll be for us.
Yeah.
And so, in the meantime, you can have your say. Thanks for the messages you've sent so far. We'll come to some of those very shortly, but we're going to talk Sunderland next with the time now at 24 minutes past 6.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
This morning, I want to know the weirdest thing you've found in your clothes. Carol in Benton.
My daughter's a teacher in a primary school, and one afternoon after school had closed, the parent came back with a little boy. She said, I found something moving in his pocket. The school had eggs incubating the chick for the kids to watch, and he borrowed the chick, popped it in his pocket and got home with it, and luckily the mother noticed the little thing wiggling in his pocket. Surprisingly, the chick survived.
He took a live chick home in his pocket.
He did, yeah.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Total Sport with Simon Pride here at St James's Park. A chilly-ish night, not as chilly as I expected. It will get colder later. Jason Tyndall's just walked in. Anthony Elanga made his way up the tunnel as well. Newcastle against Spurs, 8:15 this evening. Tomorrow night, we also have live action for you. Sunderland going to Anfield to take on Liverpool in the Premier League. Barnsley has been speaking to Régis Lebris today, looking ahead to that game, haven't you, Barnsley?
I have. Also a little bit of reflection on Saturday afternoon, that crazy game of football against Bournemouth. Reflecting on conceding those 2 early goals, of course, in the first 15 minutes, and how that, of course, is not the ideal position to find oneself in. I asked him, in that situation then, who took control of the decision-making? Was it he and the coaches on the touchline, or Granit Xhaka and the players on the pitch?
I don't think we had a specific trigger to change the dynamic. I think we kept working hard because we were, I think, dominant with and without the ball, and mistakes can happen. It's possible. It doesn't mean that you have to give up and just keep going. And in football, we know that if we score once, the dynamic can change, and it was the case after the penalty.
Yes, so that was Régis Lebris looking ahead, or looking black rather, at the Bournemouth game. I mean, you said it when I saw you in the office earlier, Barnes. He's just his usual self today, remaining completely emotionally consistent. Just talking about what he witnessed at the weekend, as though it was kind of matter of fact. Yeah, we went 2 down, but we came back and won 3-2.
Because I mean, looking back over the season so far, of course they went 2 down at Old Trafford, and that he changed the system there, and they held their own then for the rest of the game. The only game really when you look back, I think, through the season when it didn't really work for them was Burnley. When the first half they played well, they arguably should have taken the lead in that game, but then they handed the initiative to Burnley. In the second half, they never really seemed to come to grips with Burnley that afternoon. But I think they are, as Régis Lebris will say, every game they're learning, every game he will be, I think, mentally sort of adjusting how he approaches games, what he's picking up from the opposition. It's not ideal them going behind in games. And I think I'm right in saying that Sunderland have collected more points than anyone else this season from a losing position. So ideally, as a coach, that's not the position you want to be in. You want to be scoring first if you can, and then keeping hold of that lead. But credit to them. We talked about character as well. And the character this team is showing this season to bounce back in adversity. They did it on Saturday. They did it against Arsenal. They've done it against Villa. They've done it against Everton. They are a very resilient team. So I think that is part.
And that's That's important, isn't it, Marco? Because you look at, the Chelsea game, and of course they went behind quite early there against one of the better teams in the league. It means that if they go to Anfield and for some reason it doesn't start as they hope it will, and they do concede, they're not going to be flustered at all, are they?
Well, I think this is it's an interesting point as well. Listening to the manager there about what the team is made of. It's built on a solid foundation of defensive organisation, and that involves every player in the team, not just the defence. But you have to have more than that. You can't just defend in a game, and also it is expected that things will go against you. That is what happens in a game of football over a season. That you're not going to score first in every game. You're not going to turn up and it's easy, or turn up and the opposition are going to do what they did the previous week against a different team, and they might counteract what your plans are. So I think there's a lot you have to put in the mix. But I do think it's telling when you listen to the manager say we didn't change too much in the game, and we came back and we stuck it out till we got the third. The third goal was the important one, really, wasn't it? I think it would have been 3-0, probably too much. Instead, it's 2-1, and I think that is. Sometimes I think we get a little bit obsessed in the modern game with coaches being, having dynamic, and we've had it for years where coaches at the club, people say, he hasn't got a plan B, and he doesn't make substitutions. It isn't always the thing to do. Sometimes you just have to keep doing what you're prepared to do, and I think that's what Sunderland did in the game. They clearly made some mistakes. They clearly had difficulty getting the ball down and getting the ball in, under control at times, because of the conditions and the way the opposition were troubling us. But eventually they did, and they built on it, and they built on it until they got the penalty, and obviously the second half we saw what happened. So I think that just sort of proves this. Sometimes you don't have to. I talk about this quite a bit on the show, where we talk about, sometimes the players just have to get on with it, and the players have to make slight adjustments, just maybe that they track a runner from a different position, or that they get behind the ball, or that they take more risk and go beyond the player who's broken forward for them, and you stay ahead of that, stay higher up the field than them. All these little things come together, and sometimes it doesn't. You can't coach all the game for 90 minutes from the touchline. You have to trust the players, and I think that is. We've got a group of players at the moment who've got enough experience and the ability and the power and the pace and all the other attributes you need to actually just keep winning games, and it's very impressive.
You've also been speaking to Regis Lebris about the crowd at the Stadium of Light, Barnsley.
Yeah, he's touched on it a couple of times, the significance of the crowd. I think he first started talking about it after the Fulham game and how Fulham's crowd changed the dynamic to a certain extent in favour of the home team. And Regis Lebris has highlighted that at the Stadium of Light. He says it's critical importance, especially at the Stadium of Light.
Just a decision making on the pitch can shift the momentum, and they feel the crowd, they feel the energy, and I think the opponent as well. So because we experienced this situation before, I think now we can manage it properly.
Yeah, something that's hugely important. The away fans tomorrow night as well, of course, will be trying to make themselves heard. Anfield, another ground, even though Liverpool haven't been doing particularly well of late, where the atmosphere can be pretty difficult to play against, but that shouldn't be something that will worry Sunderland either, the way that they've been going away from home too, Marco.
Yeah, look, the fans are obviously fantastic. Away from home, I think they made a lot of noise at Fulham, and they played their part in that as well. And sometimes the home team gets affected by the away support because they feel that they've got to respond to it because it's so vociferous. But at home it's been fantastic. I think the build up to the game is really impressive. I think it really gets everybody going. And obviously, the feel-good factor is just there at the moment. It might not last all season. I hope it does. But I do think, there's a lot for the fans to be excited about. There's a lot of players, the majority of the players who've come in, you can't really criticise. We talked a little bit about, maybe Talby has been a bit, and Adingra a bit slow out of the blocks. But, there's nobody there who hasn't put the 100% in every game, and I think that is a big thing for football fans in the northeast, especially. They care sometimes more about how hard they tackle than how fast they run, or what other attributes they've got. So I think that has been a big part of it. The players have bought into the club. They've bought into the ethos of the club and what it has stood for over the decades, and I think that's led a lot by someone like Xhaka. I think he's done his research. He knows all about the history of the club and things. So, yeah, lots of good stuff, all positive.
That's quite interesting because today Regis was asked a question about why Liverpool's recruitment hasn't worked this summer, whereas Sunderland's has. And now Regis clearly is not going to get drawn on what's gone wrong at Liverpool. That's not going to happen. But he did then reiterate that the recruitment at Sunderland was very much defined by the right characters, players who've bought into what the club are doing, bought into the history, bought into the region, bought into the whole process, as Regis likes to call it, of the football club. And players that he says, if they're not involved in the first team in terms of regular first team football, regular starts, I like it when they're frustrated. I don't want them sitting there not bothered. I want them to be frustrated. I want them to be wanting to play, and they understand what their roles are when they come on. So they'd be very forceful about what you said then, like about Xhaka learning about the club history and all the players making sure that they understand the fabric, if you like, of the football club and what it's all about. And interesting too as well, he mentioned about, we've talked about this in the lead up to the game at the weekend, whether Brian Broby would have started on Saturday instead of Isidore. He says that Broby now, he feels he's not far away, playing 60 to 65 minutes of a game, not fully up to speed, but he's getting better and better, closer and closer, and at the moment he feels he might get a 60 to 65 minutes. Whether that's a hint for tomorrow, I don't know. Whether it's a hint for the weekend at Manchester City, we'll have to wait and see, but he's clearly getting closer. Traore's getting stronger. Yep. Mundell looked good when he came on, certainly a burst of energy from him. So more options being made available to him at the minute.
Yeah, and we've talked a heck of a lot this season about the African Cup of Nations. I mentioned towards the end of last night's show some breaking news about how players wouldn't have to leave until December the 15th, so the day after the derby, and that's something you've been discussing with Régis Le Bris as well, Barnsley.
Yeah, as you say, it's the day after the derby. Good news for Régis Le Bris and, of course, the players.
Yeah, it's a good news for the team, for this fixture, especially. And now we have a strong group, touch wood, because we don't have any injuries, and the players who hadn't played much before will have opportunities to play, and I think they can contribute as well, because I think the group is powerful with different options. So we'll see.
Yeah, so looks like good news, and obviously they'll have to deal with it, as we've discussed a lot, when those players do eventually leave, but they will be available for the derby, as we suspected they would. And so Liverpool tomorrow night then. Is there any injury issues at all, Barnes? Anything that he was worried about?
Said there, clean bill of health again. Nobody's picked up any. Sadiki, of course, got the elbow in the face from Cook, but although it was painful, he's fine. So he will be available. It's going to be a test of character, of course, because Anfield, you've touched on it earlier, noisy, it's vibrant, it's an emotionally charged stadium, a tough place to go. Bearing in mind Sunderland haven't won there since 1983.
Yeah, we worked hard to have the privilege to play this kind of game. I think it's a great honor to be in that position, especially through a positive dynamic. So challenging situation, tough game, but I think we want to live this kind of experiences.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone to most grounds and won at various points. Anfield is one, they just haven't managed to tick that one off, have they?
A lot of draws over the years, but no, they just can't find the win.
Who knows though? I mean, what a game to... How you predict how that's going to go, I don't know. I mean, I think Sunderland are sort of probably the worst team Liverpool would want to see at the moment because of their determination and their, doggedness. When Liverpool have been flaky and obviously they get it together every now and again and they look good and they've got obviously some great. But when you talk about recruitment, it's interesting. We didn't really delve deep into that. They're the players that they've recruited. When it all comes together, it should be pretty impressive. Let's just hope they wait another couple of weeks before it all kicks in.
Well,
indeed.
Let's not forget they've only lost 2 at home in the league this season. Before everyone gets carried away that Anfield is no longer the fortress it used to be.
Yeah, it's easy going to Anfield.
Easy. And one of those was to Manchester United, and I think the other was Chelsea, wasn't it? So it's not exactly as though they rolled over and had their tummies tickled. Or Forest, Nottingham Forest was the one game I think was exceptional, because I think that did take everybody by surprise. But
yes.
They want to get at the weekend. They've got quality. There's just no question that if it comes together, as Marco says, they still will be a force to be reckoned with.
Message from Paul in Durham. You probably know the answer to this, Barnesy, because you've been doing your notes today. Can anybody remember the last time Sunderland played Liverpool whilst being above them in the league?
I can't, because in my time covering them, they never have.
So
I mean, it's been they've been so dominant, Liverpool. I mean, I say they've done well to go and get. On occasions, there's been a couple of 1-1 draws, 2-2 draws. I think last time back in 2016 was it? They got a 0-0 draw there before the season they got relegated. They lost 2-0. I mean, they've held their own there, but they never seem to be able to just get it over the line, if you like, in terms of a.
So I don't know what the answer to that question is. It's probably the
because even when they finished 7th, those
99, 2000 or 2000, 2001,
weren't they in those 2 seasons?
I don't know if they dipped a little bit there. Maybe at some point during the season when they played each other, Sunderland might have been above them, because Sunderland reached the heights of sort of 3rd, didn't they, those seasons? But I don't know, Paul. We'll have to check. But it's a good question that you pose.
It depends on when the fixture fell, isn't it? It
does. The under-21s were in action last night, Barnsley.
Strange game by all accounts. They beat Bromley in the Premier League Cup last night 4-0, but all the goals came in the second half. The main thing to take from it is that Dennis Serkin got 90 minutes Hjelder got just over 60 minutes in the tank for them. So that's Sirkin closer and closer to making his first team return, obviously trying to tie that in with AFCON when Reinildo heads off for that in mid-December.
It sounds like the Bromley manager got into a bit of trouble, didn't he, last night?
Yeah, I think there was a bit of to-do surrounding him. I'm not quite sure what happened, but yeah, just brushed that one aside.
Yeah, apparently. No. Right, okay. I think he got his marching orders, though, didn't he?
Well, I think he got sent off, but I don't know what exactly for. I think so. I'm not going to get sort of make judgment on anything because I don't know exactly what happened. So all I know it was something happened.
It's Andy Woodman, isn't it? Who's been at Newcastle?
No, not the under 21s.
Right.
Not the under 21s.
Just right. Yeah. Of course, it was that fixture, wasn't it?
So, and it wasn't a particularly pleasant night either, was it, with the weather? But as I say, Dennis Sirkin.
That's all very mysterious, then, Barnes. Yes, you do some
good
digging
news
there.
for Sirkin, though. Good news that Sirkin's making some progress because he's another one of those players who, like Mundell and one or two others, Maenda, Dan Neil. We're all desperate to see whether they can handle it at the high level. So that was good news.
As I said, one more thing. Congratulations to Chris Waters, Sunderland's supporter liaison officer. He's won the Supporter Services Award at the Football Supporters Association 2025 Awards. So congratulations to Chris. A well-deserved award.
Good on him.
Yeah,
Chris.
Indeed. Okay, Barnesy, thank you very much indeed. We'll talk to you from Anfield tomorrow evening. But Sunderland fans, if you want to send us a message, having heard from Régis Le Bris tonight ahead of that game, do get in touch. Send us a message on 08000 321 333. On WhatsApp 81333, on text, start your messages BBC, or give us a call, have a chat to Marco. 0800 234 6565 is the number. The time now is 6:42.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And don't forget, tomorrow morning, Matt will have reaction from tonight's game between Newcastle and Spurs and more build-up to Sunderland's trip to Liverpool. All the news you need in a morning as well. And he will open another door on his advent calendar. He's got one as well. I'm going to open ours shortly. His involves, well, it's a door somewhere in the northeast. Where will it be? Is it yours? If you've got a door for Matt to open, do get in touch. And also tomorrow, Northeast Mayor Kim McGuinness will be in the studio. So busy show for Matt tomorrow. She returns for her monthly hot seat. So of course you can ask her anything you want between 9 and 10 tomorrow morning. Matt is on air from 6 o'clock. Right then, what should Ando get an honorary degree in? Ando, you have been the suggestions are all pretty similar. I'll read a couple of them out. So Paula says Ando should get an honorary degree in straight talking because he's brilliant at that. Paul says Ando degree, a BA in good old-fashioned common sense.
Not sure about all those two so far.
That seems to be there's a few more like that, but there's a common theme there. Telling it like it is, a degree in telling it like it is, Ando.
You're not supposed to do that anymore, are you?
Well, to an extent. I mean, you should. Yes.
Right.
But you have to be careful sometimes, I suppose. And so, if you think that Ando should have an honorary degree in something else, do let us know. Keep those coming in. And yeah, we're gonna talk to Newcastle fan George just to take. I think we should do the advent calendar now, though. What do you think? Should we do that now?
Yeah, why not?
Because we do it at different times each evening, so you might have missed it last time. We did it quite late. So
did you get the WD-40 on that door?
No, it's still. I think it's still a bit creaky. Yeah, our advent calendar door. Basically, what we're doing in the run up to the derby, every evening we're going to open door on our derby advent calendar, proper advent calendar, and leading up to a proper big day in December. And yeah, each time we open it, you will hear a different memory of something that happened in a derby on Wearside. We heard about, we heard Nobby Solano scoring the winning goal from the penalty spot yesterday. Let's find out what's behind this evening's door.
excellent delivery though. It's what let them down. It's towards the far post, and it's in! Higginbottom! Danny Higginbottom with his first goal for Sunderland has headed Sunderland into the lead. Danny Higginbottom, no stranger to the Southampton Portsmouth derbies, is delirious. He's at the far side, he's in the crowd. It's Sunderland 1, Newcastle 0, and it's Danny Higginbottom!
There we go. So yes, Danny Higginbottom scoring there.
That was carried away there, didn't he?
In a 1-1 draw. It was the 19th of November 2007. That's when that was. And so, do you remember who equalised for Newcastle in that 1-1 draw, Ando?
No.
Still playing now, this fella.
Yeah.
There's a clue. Yeah.
Playing for us.
Well, no.
No. I was going to say.
No, but he's still a professional footballer in the Premier League. He was a young lad then.
Ooh.
James
Milner.
Got the equaliser. Sunderland were managed by whom, Marco, in that season?
2007.
Yeah. Roy Keane. That season.
Right, okay.
They had the likes of Nyron Nosworthy, Dixon Atuhu, Michael Chopra in the team that day. In the Newcastle side, Joey Barton, Michael Owen played that day as well. David Rosenthal, remember him, Ando?
I do.
Yes, a centre half, wasn't he, from the Czech Republic? So yeah, he played in that team, which was managed by Glenn Roeder, of course. So it was a 1-1 draw, and that was Higginbottom's goal, which got Barnsley rather excited.
It did. Yeah,
indeed. Who's going to be the most excited commentator week on Sunday, I wonder? Plenty more coming up ahead of the derby. Got a special show which we're going to do as well. I should tell you about that now. On the Friday night ahead of the derby, you would expect that, a big build up, and we're going to have, well, you're going to be there, Ando. Benno will be there as usual. A couple more ex-players going to have in as well. So we're going to have Rob Elliott in, former Newcastle goalkeeper, and Lee Cattermole, ex-Sunderland midfielder. They're going to join in the fun as well. So it's you and Rob against Benno and Cats.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
All in the studio. Looking forward to it. George has been waiting patiently on the line. He's a Newcastle supporter. Evening, George.
Evening, lads.
Hey, George. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
We're all right, George. We're all right. We have been talking a lot about the derby, but I suspect you're more focused on tonight, are you?
Yes, but I'm a bit disappointed with Newcastle's game against Everton.
Disappointed?
Yeah.
Really?
Because they let a goal in and cost me 140 quid.
Oh.
How very dare they?
We had 4-0. That was a very bold prediction.
You know? You must
have been gutted.
I was.
Yeah, I mean, you would have fancied them to win 4-0 on all their previous away form this season. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see why. I can see why you would have fancied them 4-0.
Well, I mean, the bookies, even the bookies was laughing 4-0. Are you joking? I went no. So yeah. With tonight's game. I'm just hoping that they can keep up the pressure that they've been doing with Everton in the last couple of games, because at the end of the day, we need to get our points and get back up to the top half. We need to get into 7th position. So
yeah, look at the last 3 performances. Obviously Manchester City here deserved to beat City, played really well on the day. Even though we got beaten in Marseille, the performance was good. We deserved more out of the game. You can't legislate for individual errors, but that's part and parcel of the game. And then obviously the weekend away, to go to Everton and put 4 past them, and it could have been a few more as well. We had other chances. Pickford's made a couple of decent saves, so that could have been better. So it looks like we're just getting our mojo back, so to speak, George.
Yeah.
That belief.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Well, the other thing was this Wissa saga. If he becomes available for the African Cup, which I think is a Mickey Mouse Cup compared to what we played for, I think that Newcastle says, look, if you come back injured, you're not getting paid.
Well, he's not going.
He's not going now.
He's not going. No, he's not. He's not going. He hasn't been picked. He hasn't been named in the squad. So he's going to be here. He's played a friendly, behind doors friendly. Came through that okay. There's another one planned for him. So it looks like he's edging his way back. He could be on the bench. Could be on the bench in the coming weeks. So that's good news for us. And the fact that he's not going out there as well. That's great for us.
It's just that everybody's building their hopes on him coming into the team to start banging goals in. I think it's not going to happen straight away, but I think he will assist a lot of goals. But I'm just hoping he can score goals as well. That's my main concern. I know he's done it the last season, where I forgot who it was now, but
Brentford.
The point is, we need to concentrate. Like I said, tonight it's got to be a big win for it tonight. So, like I say, I'm hoping we do win. I've put on 3-1 for Newcastle because I know we always need a goal. I was going to put 3-0. So
it's going to be 3-0 now, isn't it? After what happened to you, and you're still going to be gutted, aren't you? You're going to be willing Spurs to get a late consolation now, aren't you?
Yeah. I mean, look. Spurs' record here hasn't been great. They're not having the best of seasons. They were beaten again at home at the weekend. You would think the manager's under a little bit of pressure. So it's a big game for them as well. But look, as I said to you earlier, we look like we're finding our form again. The last couple of league performances have been really, really good, and our home form overall this season's been good. So looking forward to tonight, and hopefully we can pick up another 3 points.
Yep. Okay, lads. Well, enjoy the game.
George.
Cheers, George. Thank you.
Thank
Take
you.
it easy.
Thanks very much indeed, George. Razor from Newcastle, not our Razor, the other Razor that gets in touch, has messaged to say 17th of October 2009. I think, Marco, he's answering the question about when Sunderland last played Liverpool when above them in the table. That might well be the case. Relatively early in the season, played them.
Early in the season.
So 17th of October 2009, very possibly. I've just been told in my ear that he's wrong. And that Colin's just sent me a message. Where's your message, Colin? I can't see your message. Oh, you say all right. He sent a text in. Have you, Colin? Well, all right, okay. Here we go. Might as well do it now. Oh, here we are. Thank you, Colin. Last time Sunderland beat Liverpool when above them in the table was actually the 15th of September 2012. That's the fourth game of the season, though, Colin. That's silly. The rule is it's got to be at least 6 games. Didn't I tell you that? Sunderland had taken 2 points from their first 3 games, but Liverpool had only taken 1. Says Colin. Well, at least he's done the research there. But can we count that? I suppose we have to, don't we? Really? So there's the answer to Paul in Durham's original question. Another Paul on the line, Sunderland supporter. Hello, Paul. How are you doing?
I am doing very well. Liverpool. Reminisce. I think we've beaten them twice there in the last 50 years, and I think I was at both of them.
Were you? Who scored the winner? And you'll remember this, the last time, early 80s, 83.
It was Gary Rowell. And I remember the 1980-81 when Stan Cummins scored the winner. I'm sure it was at the Cup. And the rumour was that after the game, Bob Paisley, who was manager and, of course, was a big Sunderland fan from Hetton, he came in with a crate of champagne.
Really?
Which is quite an interesting story. But, so our record's not very good. I was having a look. We've won there 18 times in 80 visits. And I think the vast majority of those wins were way back in the 1900s and 1910s and stuff like that. So it's interesting that we go tomorrow. And I don't know what's everybody thinking here. Are thinking we might be able to get something? I mean, my son's going down, so I hope we do get something. And I remember the last time we went, though, we got beat 2-0, and I think we were camped in our own half for virtually 90 minutes. So it hasn't been a very happy hunting ground, as I say, for the last 50 years. It was Gary Rowell, wasn't it? Sorry, when you asked the question? Simon?
Gary Rowell, yes, I haven't got it written down in front of me. I think it was Gary Rowell and Stan Cummins, the other one. Yeah, those were the two I had in my mind. But yes, Colin can check that as well while he's checking stuff. Oh, Colin, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure you're right.
You've got a great memory. You've got a great memory. Now, look, I think just to answer your question, Paul, I think there is optimism of a some kind of result there. We've come back against the league leaders and the only team really that's got some good consistency this year, Arsenal. We've took shocked Chelsea and surprised quite a few other teams. So I think there's optimism. Look, you've got to go there and hope that they are at the best, because if they play anywhere near their potential, they should beat us. That's fair enough, I would think. But I do think whether we would be camped in our own half, I think we hopefully that's the thing that we will avoid, that we can go and be competitive and have a go at them.
Well, I think it's interesting you mentioned about the tactics and that, because I've picked up on this. I don't know if many people have, but Lebris plays quite a good defensive game. I mean, we did it at Chelsea and yet broke away and won the game. And he's got a very good defensive kind of five at the back or whatnot, what I call catenaccio football. Very good at it and very good at breaking. And I'm just wondering if he's going to line up a little bit like he did against Chelsea and kind of hope for the breakaway. I'm not sure what to do. If we go and attack them, Marco, is that suicide or not?
Well, look, I think what they've been good at, I think, is choosing their moment. So if you win it back and their fullbacks are pushed on, as we see often now. That teams commit their fullbacks inside or they go into the final third. If we win the ball back in positions where there's space and people can get the ball to you forward and then support them, I think that will be what they will do, and we've done that well. I mean, that Chelsea game, I don't think it was 90 minutes back to the wall at Chelsea, was it? It was better than that. Yes, we scored obviously a late breakaway goal, which is maybe in the last 10 minutes of a game, and you're maybe holding out, and but to go and get a winner in that position, that was what was special about it, because they didn't they weren't happy to settle for the draw.
Yeah, I mean, Bournemouth kind of showed away. I mean, they played brilliant against them at the first game of the season. I think it was Semenyo scored twice or something like that. And I do think they have a weak link, Liverpool. I know it might sound daft, but I don't rate that Konate very highly.
No, Konate's struggling. Yeah, he doesn't. And you know what? There seems to be. I don't know if you've seen the body language of Virgil van Dijk. He just doesn't look happy. It's almost like he
doesn't look the player he was either.
No, but it's almost to do with.
So you've got to take advantage of that, haven't you?
Yeah,
okay.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay, Paul, thank you very much indeed. Good to speak to you ahead of tomorrow night's game at Anfield. More live commentary tomorrow night. Tonight it's Newcastle against Spurs here at St James's Park. Kicks off at 8:15. Would love to hear from you ahead of the game tonight.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Newcastle,
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
At 7 with the BBC News, I'm Dalit Farookawan. A long-awaited report into police conduct during and after the Hillsborough disaster has identified 12 officers who would have faced gross misconduct proceedings. 97 Liverpool supporters died following the crash at the FA Cup semi-final in 1989. Because of the law at the time, no officers will face disciplinary action, as all had retired before the probe began. Charlotte Hennessy, whose dad Jimmy was one of the victims, says bereaved families will never get justice.
We will never truly know the full extent of South Yorkshire Police Force's deception, but there is no hiding, there is no destroying, and there is no way to cover up that they failed their duties and then they sought to blame the victims.
The Justice Secretary David Lammy has announced crimes with a likely sentence of 3 years or less will no longer be tried by jury. The reforms include creating swift courts to tackle unprecedented delays in the court system. The Shadow Justice Secretary Robert Jenrick says his counterpart was delaying and denying justice.
Over 21,000 court days have gone unused this year. And why? Not because there are too many juries, but because the Justice Secretary won't fund the sitting days.
Its submerged Network Rail made an application to close a level crossing in Nottinghamshire where a schoolboy was killed last week back in March over safety concerns. 14-year-old Josh Travis died after being hit on the Chestnut Grove crossing in Burton Joyce. Data submitted to the council reveals there were 19 near misses in the past 5 years. These people living nearby believe it could have been made safer.
I was concerned about the crossing. I've only used it twice, but I've never felt comfortable on it.
I walk across there with the dog. If they put traffic lights up like they've got at the other one, it'd be a lot safer.
Me and my mum do use the crossing when we go on walks, but I think there has always been a case of people might want it closed.
The Crown Estate has told a Commons committee that it doesn't believe Andrew Mountbatten Windsor will receive any money when he moves out of Royal Lodge on the Windsor estate. Under the terms of his lease, he would be entitled to nearly £490,000 in compensation for leaving the property early. But the Crown Estate says that in all likelihood, Andrew will not receive anything because of the cost of repairs. Transgender girls will no longer be able to join the Girl Guides, Brownies or Rainbows. It follows April's Supreme Court ruling that legally defined the term woman to mean a biological woman. It's understood some volunteer roles will be affected by the changes. And finally, an attempt to wrap a 200-metre scarf around a Lincolnshire care home has been successful. Staff and residents spent the whole of November knitting the scarf to raise awareness of dementia. Segments will now be donated to charity. It's 3 minutes past 7.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
It's a chilly night here at St James's Park. Total Sport is live from the ground this evening ahead of Newcastle against Spurs. The kick-off isn't until 8:15. That means we've only just got the team news and Razor can bring it to you.
There are changes for Newcastle tonight, but only 2 of them. Bruno is on the bench, replaced by Tonali, and the other alteration is on the right of the attack where Murphy comes in for Elanga. So Newcastle, same squad as the weekend. Ramsdale, Livramento, Chow, Byrne, Hall. In midfield, Tonali, Miley, Joelinton. And the front 3, Murphy, Barnes and Voltemada.
Razor, thank you very much indeed. What do you make of that team then? Ando, I said we'd get at least 10 right, which he did. He got 10, didn't get all 11 because he thought that Anthony Gordon might come back into the side. But what do you make of that team to take on Spurs this evening? Do get in touch with us. You can call 0800 234 6565. We'll get the lowdown on Spurs as well from a reporter who covers them week in, week out. Difficult to work out Spurs, isn't it, this season? So we'll try and do that ahead of tonight's game. We're talking Sunderland as well ahead of another massive Premier League match tomorrow night. Another live commentary here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Sunderland at Anfield to take on Liverpool. So share your thoughts ahead of that game. Sunderland haven't won there, as we've just been discussing, since 1983. A couple of 1-0 wins in the early 80s. Sunderland's last success in terms of all 3 points. It was only 2 points back then, I think, wasn't it? So yeah, can they do it tomorrow against the Liverpool team who've had a pretty poor season so far on the whole? Give us a call about that as well. And also, what should Ando get an honorary degree in? Eddie Howe's got one, and Dan Byrne as well, from Northumbria Uni. I can't remember what that was. It was civil law or something, wasn't it? But yeah, what should Ando get an honorary degree in? Your suggestions are coming in, so keep them coming in. If you want to send a message, 08000 321 333 or a text 81333. Start your messages, please, with the letters BBC.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Martin in Durham sent a very long message, which I might read out at another juncture, Martin. Some interesting stuff about Newcastle's owners, but it basically says Ando should have a degree from the Saudi nation. After all, they can buy you anything you want. That's what he says. And then there's some other points that he makes with ongoing issues that people have with Newcastle's ownership, which we don't shy away from, Martin. I'm quite happy to keep that message to discuss it when we've got a bit more time. Steve says, could John Anderson please step forward to receive his honorary degree for anger management and diplomacy, either that or a degree in teaching people how to give their heads a shake. It's something that you offer. I mean, you could have an honorary degree in giving your head a shake.
I can do, yeah.
Yes. That would work.
Much appreciated.
Yes. So thank you very much indeed for your messages. Keep those coming in. Mark says... Well, Mark messaged actually before we got the team news, and he said that he hoped that Eddie Howe would trust his squad, and he wanted to see Bruno. He wanted to see Bruno, Tonali, and Miley start in midfield. But Bruno is the one who's rested, and he thought also that Gordon might start. But same defenders said.
Yeah,
Mark.
look, I think Guimaraes needed a rest. You know, he's played almost every game. You know, he's been. He's got to trust the squad. He rotated at the weekend, and something we spoke about last night. Players that came in didn't let him down. You know, they were exceptional. And he's done the same tonight. You always felt Tonali was going to come back in. It was who was going to make way. Was it going to be Joe Linton, or was it going to be Guimaraes? I always felt that it was going to be the skipper, solely because he needs a breather. You know, he's played so much football. He needs a bit of a break.
William is listening in wonderful Washington. Beware the wounded animal, Ando, says William. He's talking about Spurs. Although I think it's probably, you know, if you were going to take on an animal, you'd probably want to take on a wounded one rather than a fully fit one, wouldn't you? But anyway, the Spurs players and manager have received a lot of flack after their home defeat, so are likely to be fired up. Spurs have also won 4 games on the road, including at City, and their form seems the exact opposite of ours, home and away. Although their record at St James's Park is poor, or we can take nothing for granted, and we must play our high-intensity pressing game from the start.
I agree with that. I don't think you can take anything for granted. I don't think you can go out there just thinking that you've got to turn up and you're going to win the football match. You've got to earn the right to go and do that. I just think that in the previous 2 league games, everything about it's been really, really good. You know, the attitude, the intensity, the physicality of the way that we played, that high press, it's all come back, where earlier on in the season it's been missing a little bit, especially away from home. You know, and as I said earlier, our away form has been good. The performances at home have been good. They've kept us right just as well, because, you know, obviously we picked up our first away win of the season at Everton at the weekend. But yeah, look, you've got to go and earn the right to go and win the football match. You just can't go out there and think it's all done and dusted. You've got to go about it the right way.
Nick says Ando should get an honorary degree in identifying interesting ones. You could have an honorary degree in interesting ones.
Interesting.
Yes. And this one from Billy in Jarrow says he should have an honorary PhD in referees and hating VAR. Just get on with it, man, says Billy. An honorary degree, an honorary PhD in just getting on with it, man. Okay. Keep the suggestions coming in. Let's have a chat to Jonathan, Newcastle supporter, who's on the line now. Hello, Jonathan. How are you doing?
Hi, Simon. All right, lads. How are you doing?
Hey, Jonathan. You well?
What would you give? What would you give Ando an honorary degree in, Jonathan?
Hiding it in the net, or sticking it in the net, I should say. I was going to say hiding it in the river.
Oh, just sticking it. Yes, you were getting just sticking it in the net.
Totally blown. Of course. Anyway, ask me again. He's going to just stick it in the net degree. I think that's what he needs. But Andrew, I want to say huge congratulations on the Hall of Fame recognition. I mean, you're a legend.
Cheers, mate.
When he passed
Thank
out,
you.
you know, I know me.
He keeps going on about it, Jonathan. He never stops talking about it.
No, well, credit where it's due, mate. You put a lot of effort in Newcastle. Even the not just the playing bit, but obviously all the stuff we've done in the 90s, and then the commentary and all that. It's brilliant.
Cheers, thank you.
Sorry I couldn't make it to the your event at Lynch Farm, because I was babysitting my son, actually. Believe it or not, one of those situations.
All right.
If you're looking after your own son, it's not babysitting, Jonathan.
I know. I'm just. My mate Mike was there. Mike was there, and he was with the lads, and he said he was having a good crack with him. So he said it was a really good night. But I'm sorry I couldn't make it. But anyway, congratulations, and
cheers, mate.
Get that honorary degree and sticking it in the net. So
thank you.
Yes, I like that one.
He's doing a cracking job of sticking it in the net as well. But yeah. So yeah, the team anyway. I was going to say that tonight, the team. I'm really happy with it. I'm pleased in a way that he's kind of not jiggled about too much with the back four, because I think I thought they were good. I mean, totally different team with Livramento and Hull in the team, totally different. And Chow is just a, sort of an absolutely colossus at the back at the minute, the way he's playing, and obviously getting on the end of now corners and crosses and things is what we need. We've been crying out for somebody to do that from a corner, so I'm really pleased. And young Miley as well. I know the lad. I kind of was at the school. I worked at the school where he came through with Tanfield. Such a nice, humble lad. His family live close to me in the area, and a lovely family. And he just needs that run of games, a bit of confidence. I'm really pleased with how he played the other night, because he's got raw talent. He just hasn't had a run of games, and I'm pleased he's changed the midfield a little bit. And I agree with what you said, Ando, about Bruno. Bruno's played like 1 million minutes, and he's travelled the world as well. You know, and sitting on planes and all that. It does catch up with you. And I think good team selection. And let's go and beat Spurs like we always do. I shouldn't say it, but I've got the top from 97 on with the orange stripe down it, the orange and green stripe. And every time I've worn it against Spurs, anyway, the last 5 years we've won. So let's just hope it's not a bad omen, because I'm going to keep wearing it.
Yeah, well, I'd say it sounds even more successful than Ando's cardigan. Ando's lucky cardigan.
I mean, young Miley was excellent at Everton. He does need a run of games. It's difficult when you come in and you play one game and then you're taken out and you sat there for 4 or 5 and then you get thrown back in. You need to get a run of games so you get up to the pace of the game and pace of the Premier League. But look, the lads that came in at the weekend, they were all exceptional, and he's going to have to use the squad, especially this month, Jonathan, with the amount of games that we've got, and he's got to trust these boys, so I'm happy with it. I just think Bruno needed to come out, because like you, I just think he's played far too much football and he needs a little bit of a breather.
I agree. He's a good, really good player, but he can't play every single minute of every game for it. And the kind of the game that the game that he plays in that middle of the pitch, it's just it's expansive. He's got to be up and down it, and then he needs a rest now and again. So I think it's a good call, good team, and I think we'll win tonight. I think we're going to go 3-0. Putting it out there.
Okay.
Oh, I take that. Yeah, I most definitely would take that. Yeah, well, look, I'm with you. I think getting the 2 young fullbacks back has been a huge bonus for us as well. They just give us so much balance, and they give us an outlet on both sides. They're young, they're athletic, they've got pace, they get forward. And Chow, as for Chow, Chow is just turning into a monster. He's been brilliant. The 2 headers at the weekend were sublime. Onwards and upwards, hopefully.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you, Jonathan.
We're ahead of the Mackens in the derby and all, Andrew.
Oh
well. Yeah. Well, we've got a few more games to play before that comes around, but
a win tonight, if it happens, would put Newcastle right on Sunderland's tails. They'd still be behind Sunderland. Sunderland with a couple of tough games at Liverpool and at Man City. Newcastle with another home game against Burnley. So it could be close when it comes to the derby. It could be further apart. You
never know.
We just don't know. Thank you, Jonathan.
Cheers, Jonathan. Enjoy. All the best.
Of course, Benno and Razor had that bet, didn't they?
They did.
So it'll be interesting to see what comes.
Huge bet as well.
Did you know about this, Marco? The bet.
Absolutely massive bet.
Oh, I've missed that. What happened?
So Razor, a couple of couple of weeks back, Razor.
They were both really brave when it came to it, Marco.
They were having a good old-fashioned, passionate conversation, and Razor bet Benno that Newcastle would be above Sunderland by the time of the derby.
Do you know how much?
Well, if Razor's involved, it won't be very much.
Quid.
No.
Yeah, quid was it?
Quid.
Well, it's more down to, I suppose.
Well,
yes,
to be fair, it was probably worth risking a quid. It was worth risking a quid, but it was. Well, look. I mean, how many weeks ago was that? I mean, look. I think that was. We've got to be happy with where we are as Sunderland fans. For us to be going into that derby in a position where Newcastle, even if they do go above us, it won't be very far above us. Newcastle are a Champions League team, and the thing about the Champions League is the teams usually want to get in it year after year after year. That's where Newcastle are at the moment compared to us, our first season back in the Premier League. So we've got to be realistic. I know some people come on and they're a little bit chippy and getting carried away with things, but I think I'm really happy with the situation. I doubt whether it's going to be close whether Newcastle are above us, but we've just got to take it on our merits of what we've achieved this season, and we've been consistently a decent side this year, and the derby's going to come at a good time.
Yeah, good on Jonathan for triggering a bit of extra derby crack ahead of tonight's game. Newcastle Spurs, 8:15 tonight. Sunderland are at Liverpool tomorrow night. Plenty of football still to be played ahead of the derby, but we can't help ourselves looking ahead to a week on Sunday as well. This is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. With it being an 8:15 kickoff, we've got a bit more time to read your messages and take your calls. It's just gone 7:15 now.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
This morning, I want to know the weirdest thing you've found in your clothes. Carol in Benton.
My daughter's a teacher in a primary school, and one afternoon after school had closed, the parent came back with a little boy. She said, I found something moving in his pocket. The school had eggs incubating the chick for the kids to watch, and he borrowed the chick, popped it in his pocket and got home with it, and luckily the mother noticed the little thing wiggling in his pocket. Surprisingly, the chick survived.
He took a live chick home in his pocket?
He did, yeah.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Matt back tomorrow. We'll have reaction to tonight's game. He'll be looking ahead to Liverpool Sunderland as well. Stewie from Hetton's been on, Marco. Did anybody mention the Bournemouth players at the weekend going to the manager after each goal? Don't think I've ever seen that before. I wondered if it's allowed, says Stewie from Hetton. Is that something that you spotted? What were they doing? Were they getting some tactical advice? Were they taking a little time out there? Or were they just going over there to celebrate their own goals? Marco's line has gone, irritatingly. So we'll try and get him back, and I'll put that point to him again when we can speak to him. In the meantime, let's do some more of your messages. Billy in Wallsend, Ando.
Yeah.
Ando's honorary degree has to come in Cheltenham Festival winners.
Oh, I didn't.
I don't know if you'd pass that degree. Would you? You've got to kind of.
No, there has
a certain percentage right, haven't you?
God. Yeah. I don't think that percentage would be very, very high, Bridie, as you well know. But there's been a few.
But Billy's got faith in you. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Ando should get a PhD due to his expertise in the field of blood iron deficiency, because he knows that Guinness is good for the blood. That all sounds a bit scientific.
Good for the blood, good for the iron, yeah.
Well, I'm not so sure that that's medically proven.
It is.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. I remember an Irish doctor once telling me that.
All right, okay. Must mean it's right then. You could be a doctor. And if you get a PhD, couldn't you?
He said Guinness is good for you. Did you know that years and years ago they used to give women who were expecting babies, obviously pregnant women, they used to tell them to drink Guinness because it was good for them and it was good for the baby.
Yeah, that's been overridden now, I should say, by medical science.
I think it was right because
you don't
I obviously got a taste for it.
Right, okay, possibly.
Mind you, my mother never drank it.
We would no, good. We would not recommend that.
Well, it
we
used
would
to
not.
be,
categorically, we would not.
No, but it used to be.
It used to be a thing.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Fair enough. As ridiculous as that sounds now. See, Mark, you disappear for a few minutes. See what we get onto talking about.
Well. So it's a very common subject, isn't it? That, to be fair.
Anyway, I was reading you a message from Stewie in Hetton about the Bournemouth players at the weekend who apparently, according to Stewie, went to the manager after each goal. He says, I don't think I've ever seen that before, and I wondered whether it's allowed. I mean, I guess it's as long as you don't stay there too long, I guess it's allowed.
Yeah, there were some really long delays. I think when they scored a goal as well, they were really slow and a lot of premeditated stuff going on in football that's not acceptable really, and it sort of crept into the game along with VAR delays and things. I mean, what did we? I can't remember what the added on time was in the first half. Was it? It was 8 minutes at the end.
It's about 8 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it was at the first
even at half time, I think there was quite a big one as well. So, not what we want to see, to be honest. And we're seeing clubs now where they're eking every little bit of advantage they can. Obviously, set piece coaches and all these other things. And I think, you know, game management, I think is probably the subtle way of naming it, is becoming a big thing. And you know, I feel a bit sorry. You know, I feel sorry for the referees, because how do they manage it? How do they, you know, constantly running over to the touchline and trying to sort people out and stop people doing things, and they had a carry on with a player who, I think Bournemouth, one of their players went off the field to get a bit of treatment at one, I think maybe in between one of the goals, and he tried to come straight back on the pitch, and the referee made him stay off the field, and then he ended up, you know, then the play was in his corner, so he didn't get back on the field for, you know, well over a minute or two, and you know, so you know, they've got to try and cut people, you know, stop people doing things that they're not allowed to do.
It's a chilly night at St James's Park. I'm glad of the long johns now. It's getting a bit colder. It's that time of the evening when the goalkeepers come out, so Newcastle's squad of keepers out there warming up away to our right, and Newcastle against Spurs kicks off at 8:15. We'll bring you a Spurs lowdown very shortly. We're going to talk to Mike now, though, who is a Sunderland supporter and is on the line. Evening, Mike. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Hi, Mike.
Hello, Mike.
Hi,
all good, thank you, Mike. How are you feeling ahead of tomorrow, Mike?
I'm okay about it, to be honest. I just think that the points in the bag give us a little bit, and you know, a lot of people saying it's a free hit. I don't see it like that. I think that, you know, the team at the moment seems to go out and wants to win every game. I'm not saying we're going to beat Liverpool, but I still think we could get something out of that game, especially the way Liverpool are playing at the moment.
Well, so, I think you and many others will think the same, Mike, because it's, you know, we've proved it over how many games we played now? I've lost count.
Well, 13th,
is it? Yeah. So, you know, it's impressive, you know, the how, and even the games, you know, that we've lost. We never got completely thumped, and the Man United game was a poor start. But Burnley, we, you know, early in the season, still getting a little bit of players getting to know each other. You know, we've been present, or we've had opportunities to win most of the games that we've started this year.
Absolutely, and even the games that we've drawn, you know, we've been the one on the front foot towards the end of all of those games.
Yeah.
Looking for the extra goal, and I think that you know, tomorrow the only thing that worries me is I think the referee Stuart Atwell. So that's the only thing that I would be concerned about. But there you go.
Why?
Why? Because
yes,
I'm actually concerned about Siddiqui or Xhaka getting carded. I suppose tomorrow would be the best one for them to do it, because I don't want them, obviously.
Then they'd miss City.
We really need them for the derby. We do need them for the derby, but you know, Stuart Atwell he's not my favourite referee. I think he loves his cards, and the game becomes more about him than it does about anything else. But we play our game. As long as we play our game, I think that we've got enough to cut. If we can come away from there with a draw, you know, and there's no reason why not. I listened to Arne Slot's press conference, and he said he was watching the Chelsea-Arsenal game. He said how good they both were at the weekend, and Chelsea and Arsenal being very strong teams. And then he said, I suddenly realised that Sunderland had beaten Chelsea at Stamford Bridge and drawn with Arsenal. You know, so at the end of the day, you know, unfortunately, teams will start to take notice of us.
Okay.
I think we've flown a little bit under the radar.
I think that's fair. Thank you very much indeed, Mike. Good to speak to you. That's probably you can only fly under the radar for so long before the radar picks you up.
I'm not sure
Marco.
about that. I think with the analysis and data that teams pick up now, they know we've been at it right from the start. The distance covered and the coming back from behind and staying in games right till the 97th minute. I think teams, yes, okay, the wider public and the press and people who less, but within the top flight, within the clubs, they know what Sunderland's data has been, what their performances have been, and we're only say 13 games in. Some of the teams have changed a little bit. I thought even that Man United game, that was a huge game for Man United going back to. I know there was a lot of disappointment that we got beat because they were on poor form, but they really went for us that day. They and I think we've seen Fulham do that a little bit, and I think Bournemouth did that because they're trying to disrupt what we're doing, and they've been doing it for weeks.
Thank you for the moment, Marco, and thanks to Mike for his call this evening as well. Still time to chat to Marco or send a message, because remember, kickoff here isn't until 8:15 this evening. Newcastle United against Spurs in the Premier League. Let's do our Spurs lowdown now. We always like to find out a little bit more about the opposition, get a bit more in-depth analysis of what our teams are facing. So Jack Pitbrook covers Spurs for The Athletic, and I'm delighted to say he's taken some time out to join us. Hello, Jack.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much indeed for coming along to chat to us. Listen, you're going to have to help us work Spurs out. I don't know if you've worked Spurs out yet this season, but it's been a curious season, hasn't it?
Not even close to working them out, to be honest. I think they've had a really strange season in which basically all of their best games have come away from home. They've not really made any impact at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium at all. We saw some really negative scenes there when they played Fulham on Saturday evening and they lost, not for the first time. And I feel like a lot of the fans are still trying to get their head around this new season, this new era with Thomas Frank and what that's going to be like.
Yeah, so Thomas Frank then, I mean, some comments that he made after the last game about the Fulham game about the fans booing. I guess those probably haven't gone down very well. I mean, fans like to vent their frustrations, don't they? That might sort of manifest itself in booing when things don't go well. And is it advisable for a manager to come out and condemn that?
I think it's always a big risk. It's always a big risk whenever a manager takes on the home crowd. What happened in the game was that Vicario made a really bad mistake, which led to a Fulham goal early on, and the home fans got on Vicario's back. They started booing when he got the ball. They ironically cheered when he successfully made a clearance.
Yeah.
And Frank said those aren't real fans.
Yeah.
And I just think that for any manager, as soon as you start, I don't think he's doing it from a position of strength, because the fact is their home record has been really bad this season. I think he's taken a huge risk.
Yeah, that made me wince, Sander, when I heard those comments.
Well, something we spoke about earlier on. I think when a manager comes out and starts criticising supporters for booing or for having a go at players, he's taking his life in his hands a little bit. I think the one thing you need is your fans on side with you, most definitely, especially when you're going through a bad patch, especially the way Spurs are at home. The one thing they most definitely need is the backing of the fans, and you don't want fans being on your back.
That said, they've been very good away from home for whatever reason, Jack. What do you think that is? Why have they been better away from home? I know it didn't go well in the North London derby, but apart from that, some very impressive results away.
I think when they're away from home, they can relax. They don't have to worry about having the ball. They don't have to worry about taking the initiative. They can just keep things tight, focus on counter-attacking set pieces, which they're really good at. We saw that at West Ham. We saw that at Everton. We saw that at Leeds. We even saw that at Manchester City. If they play the reactive game they want to play, they're good at it. It's the problem is when they're playing at home and they have to have the ball. They have to take control of the game. That's what they're really bad at.
Yeah, so that's probably answering my next question, which was going to be how will they approach tonight, but so they'll do that here tonight, will they?
Yeah, I'm sure they will set up to contain Newcastle, to don't allow them a lot of space, try and hit them on the break, try and focus on counter-attacks. They've got quite a pacey team tonight. They brought Brennan Johnson back in. They've got Kudus in there. I just worry a little bit about whether or not they'll be able to cope with Newcastle's physicality. Like Tottenham have not been super competitive, I think, physically in recent weeks. Like we saw, particularly against Fulham, even against Arsenal, they got steamrolled. And I just worry a little bit that Newcastle will be too strong for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen that up here in the cup game.
Mm.
Tottenham were neat and tidy, as they always are, decent on the ball. but they couldn't really handle the physicality of our game. You know, that high press, pressing Spurs back in. They never won the 50-50s. They were second best in all those 50-50s, and that's something that we're very good at, especially here at St James's. So they'll have to stand up to that tonight, you know. And if they don't stand up to that, they'll get found out again.
I mean, what would Jack, a successful season for Spurs look like, do you think?
At the start of the season, I would have said 6th, maybe 7th. At the moment, I think everybody's revising their expectations downwards because they're playing so badly. I think that if they can get to the end of the season and they've proven that they've got a way of playing where they can create chances, win home games, and the fans and the players can believe in, that would be a big success, because I don't see that at the moment.
Do you think Thomas Frank will still be in charge by the end of the season?
I would be surprised if he's there at the start of next season.
Really? That's interesting.
Interesting, because it's one thing going to Brentford and setting them up the way that he did and getting the success, but you go to a club of the size of Spurs, the expectation levels go through the roof. You've got to play a certain brand of football, and he just hasn't delivered on that, has he?
Yeah, and to be fair, lots of really good managers have done brilliant work at smaller clubs, and they've got a job at a bigger club, and they haven't quite been able to figure it out. You know, like David Moyes at Man United, or Roy Hodgson at Liverpool, or even Nuno at Tottenham 4 years ago. So it does happen, and I'm not saying it can't happen, because he's an incredibly smart guy, and I like him, and he's very rational, and he's a great talker. But I think what the fans want to see is proof that he can get them playing a brand of football which kind of gets the fans back on side, because at the moment they haven't done that at all.
Okay, well, Jack, thank you very much indeed for taking some time out to speak to us. Enjoy the game this evening. You don't sound like you're too confident, it has to be said, from a Spurs perspective.
Honestly, I've got a similar feeling to how I felt when I came here in April 2023 when Christian Stellini was Tottenham caretaker manager.
Right,
Newcastle were 5-0 up after 20 minutes.
Yes. Andrew remembers that one, yes.
I hope for Tottenham's sake it's not quite that bad tonight, but I think they're going to have to start well.
Ended 6-1
I hope them feelings out come true.
Thank you very much, Jack. Good to see you.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks very much for speaking to us this evening. That was Jack Pitchbrook, who covers Spurs for The Athletic. You can read his work on the Athletic website. And so, yes, it didn't sound hugely confident about Spurs, despite their decent away results this season. Probably makes you feel a bit more confident, doesn't it?
Yeah, he didn't sound confident at all. And for people who are listening, I have to say he didn't look very, very confident either. He's
yes.
So look, he obviously sees Spurs on a regular basis, but you just feel when things like what happened at the weekend with the manager and supporters starts to happen, it doesn't bode well.
Make sure that you're listening tomorrow morning to BBC Radio Newcastle. Matt Bailey, as usual, on your radio from 6 o'clock with reaction from tonight's game. Razor will, of course, speak to Eddie Howe after the match, might chat to a player or two as well. So we'll have all of that on the show tomorrow morning, as well as some build-up to Sunderland's trip to Liverpool. And the North East Mayor, Kim McGuinness, is going to be in the studio. So if you've got a question for her, she's in her hot seat, her monthly hot seat. You can ask her anything you want, really, between 9 and 10. So get in touch with any questions that you want to put to her. The canny cryptic clue, what's the word? Masters of Pop will return as usual as well from 6 o'clock tonight. Our main focus is Newcastle against Spurs. Kicks off in just under 3/4 of an hour's time, because the time now is 7:34.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And as far as the team news is concerned this evening, a couple of changes for Newcastle. Murphy in for Elanga, Tonali in for Bruno. So just those two changes made by Eddie Howe. Bruno Guimaraes given a rest this evening as Eddie Howe continues to rotate his players with this hectic run of fixtures. Elsewhere, well, Sunderland's head coach Régis Lebris has told BBC Radio Newcastle he isn't too concerned at the prospect of losing 7 players to the African Cup of Nations, and added that he trusts the quality of the group in their absence. Sunderland, of course, are at Liverpool tomorrow. Elsewhere in the Premier League tonight, it's AFC Bournemouth against Everton and Fulham against Manchester City. Both of those games kick off at 7:30, or did kick off at 7:30, so we'll keep you updated through the course of the evening. And it's Blackburn against Ipswich Town in the Championship, that one a 7:45 kick-off. Excuse me.
Are you struggling there, Pride?
I have a cough.
Have you got a little bit of a cough? You're getting what I had last week. I haven't given it to you.
I'll tell you who's giving it to me. My daughters, they've both got it. Got it from school.
No.
So they come back with it. So I think it's gone again now. It's just a little, frog in the throat. So where was I? I was about to tell you about the National League Cup. Newcastle's under-21s against Scunthorpe. They are 1 down in what was a 7 o'clock kick-off. And England's women also kicked off at 7 o'clock against Ghana, and it is England 1, Ghana 0 currently as well. Elsewhere, in the Northern Premier League this evening, it's Morpeth against Gainsborough Trinity, and in the East Division, it's Dunstan against Emley. Might have to do one more cough, Ando. You got anything else to say of it?
No, I mean, I'll just carry on. If you want to go and sort yourself out, I'll stay here and carry on.
Do you know what? I mean, virtually every time we come here, Razor brings me a water, doesn't he?
He does.
He's not done it today. I don't need yours. You're right. I'm just saying, it's the one time he hasn't. He's busy down there talking to one of the bosses. Anyway, he's you know what he's doing, don't you? He's just ingratiating himself. Where was I now? Right then. Oh yeah, Dunstan Emley. I've just told you about. I'm like, FIFA is set to press ahead with plans to have VAR checks on the awarding of corner kicks, and really, the 2026 World Cup, despite domestic leagues rejecting the idea for the wider game. You've got a cough as well there, Marco, or was that you testing?
I was
testing
groaning,
at that.
I think. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't need it, do we?
Well, going to check Darwin's next as well.
The only thing about the World Cup, they did do it quicker, didn't they?
Quickly, didn't they? Yes.
Yeah.
So if they can just tell the referee he's here, that was definitely not a corner, and he can then make the decision on the field. That works.
We are in a period where it is taking teams 45 seconds to take a corner. You know, they don't jog out there, clip it in the box and get on with the game. It takes them forever. So hopefully, in half that time, they could come up with an answer definitively.
Yes. Some sad news from the world of cricket. The former England player Robin Smith has died at the age of 62. He won 62 Test caps between 1988 and 1996. Scored 4,236 runs, and that included 9 centuries. Meanwhile, Will Jacks will play in his first Test in 3 years. England named him as the replacement for the injured Mark Wood for the second Ashes Test against Australia in Brisbane. Ando's looking forward to the old pink ball coming out, aren't you, Ando?
I am, yeah.
And at the UK Snooker Championship in York, well, Gary Wilson went out yesterday. What about Elliot Slesser, who's up against Kyron Wilson? Tough match for him, but he's 1 frame to 0 up in that one. And David Lilly from Washington is also in action this evening. He's playing Barry Hawkins, and he has also taken the first frame as David Lilly. So a good start for the North East players. Don't know whether it's still the golden age of North East snooker. I feel like it probably is the golden age of Chinese snooker, though. Lots of Chinese players doing well at the moment, and Ronnie O'Sullivan was knocked out today. He fell to a shock 6-4 first round defeat by Zhu from China. He turns 50 on Friday. He was playing his first match at a UK tournament since his 17-7 loss to Zhao Xintong in the semi-finals of the World Championships at the Crucible in May. Now, the Rugby Football League has been approached about staging an exhibition cross-code match combining league and union rules. And next season's championship fixtures were announced today with Newcastle Thunder kicking off their campaign with a trip to the Midlands Hurricanes on Sunday the 18th of January. If this season's anything to go by, they'll be blown away, won't they, in that match? But you never know, they might be improved, mightn't they?
Well, they'll have to improve, won't they?
In Formula 1, Red Bull have promoted Isaac Hadjar to their senior team for next season, and they've handed Arvid Lindblad a seat in their second team, the Racing Bulls. And finally, in boxing, unified heavyweight world champion Alexander Usyk says he wants to take on Deontay Wilder in his next fight. The Newcastle players have just come out to do their pre-match warm-up here at St James's. The Spurs players already on the field as well, just going through their pre-match routines now. I'm thinking I can probably let you go, Marco, I'm trying to see if there's any more messages for you.
Crack on. Yeah. Okay.
I think you can. I think you can get off. I think you are dismissed. Do you want to hear a couple more suggestions for Ando's honorary degree first?
Go on then.
Marky says he should have an honorary degree in the history of French cheats. He knows a bit about that topic, doesn't he?
Yeah, I do a little bit.
You?
A little bit.
So thank you for that suggestion. And John, the analyst in Houghton the Spring, says Ando should get an honorary degree in Blarney. He can talk the legs off Murphy's donkey, says John.
Can I?
I don't know, apparently.
Fair enough. I didn't realise that.
I think John is a man of the exact right amount of words. That would be my way of putting it.
Yes, often he's to the point with what he says. If he decides to use few words, they tend to be to the point. It's fair enough. Marco, we look forward to talking to you tomorrow night ahead of Sunderland's game at Anfield.
Cheers, mate. See ya.
Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker, back on the show, of course, tomorrow evening. And let's have a chat now to Eddie, who is a Newcastle supporter and who's on the line. Good evening, Eddie. How are you doing? How are you feeling ahead of the game?
I'm fine, thanks. You guys, I'm queuing to coming in now, so I'm outside the stadium.
Good man, Eddie, good man. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to us while you're doing that. Is there an air of confidence in the queue for the turnstiles?
Yeah. I think we should win again against Spurs. If we play the same way as we did last time, we had a cup game, then it shouldn't be too much of a problem. And after 2 wins before as well, the confidence is there. So,
yeah, look, I agree. I think the last 2 league performances will have given everybody a big lift. I think that confidence, that belief will have returned. I thought we were excellent at Everton, and we were great here against Manchester City. Our home form has been really, really good. I always feel that Spurs are a little bit flaky. I think when you get at them, I think you can upset their rhythm. They don't like the physical side of the game. They've got nobody in there. You look at this Spurs side that they've named, and you think, is there anybody in there who will roll their sleeves up and get dug into a physical battle? And you think not. So I'm not too sure that Spurs can handle the physical aspect of our game. I hope that proves right. I think we've seen in the cup game here against them. They didn't like the physical aspect of it. They'll be typical Spursy. They'll be neat and tidy on the ball, but when the going gets a little bit tough, there's a few of them that go missing. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm with you. I think we should win here tonight. I think we go about it the way that we have the previous 2 league games and show the same determination, the same physical aspect of our game. I think we'll win it, and we'll win it comfortably.
Yeah, I just hope we can sing "It Happens Again." It happens against the Spurs fan again.
Thank you, Eddie. Well, we'll let you get into the ground and enjoy the game this evening.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll
get
a chance to speak to you, or at least get a message from you after the game as well.
Cheers,
thank you. We'd love to hear your thoughts after the match as well. We've got time to speak to Dave as well before the match tonight. Obviously, another Newcastle supporter. Hello, Dave. How are you doing?
Hello, Simon. Hello, John. How are you doing, lads?
Hey, Dave. Yeah, good.
We're all good, Dave. How are you feeling?
Good. I'm a little bit confident, Simon.
A little bit confident, okay.
A little bit. I don't think we're in the right season to say we can just walk up and win. We've had some missteps already. I think if we play like we did in the last couple of games, I think we'll win. But if we turn up like another Brentford or West Ham performance, Spurs have a bit of quality. So I think it's all about intensity. I like Eddie Howe's quotation. I think he's spot on. I do wonder when Baltimore gets a rest. I kind of play every game. Let's just be a little bit confident and turn up like we have done. I was a little bit I found Arthur's comments last night a little bit odd. I don't know where they came from, saying that if Newcastle fans turn up and just think Newcastle will walk over Sunderland, that'll be it. Not one game this season has any Newcastle fan thought we're going to turn up and win anything. It's been one of them, so we need to approach that tonight as well. Let's just get at them. They're a bit wobbly, but let's just not give them a chance to get a foothold.
Yeah, look at I think the performances that you've mentioned there, Dave, the Brentford and West Ham, I don't think we've seen any of them here at St James's. I think the performances here have been decent, you know, and I think the last couple of performances, and even the performance in Marseille, you know, I know we lost the game, but I thought the performance was really good. I thought there was an awful lot to take out of the game, and I think if we perform the way that we have done in the previous 3 games, I think we'll win. You know, I said earlier, I think Spurs can be a little bit flaky, and I think if you get at them and get on top of them, you know, you look around that Spurs side, there's nobody really in there who's going to roll their sleeves up and take the game to you. So, so fingers crossed, we get another 3 points on the board tonight.
You know what happens when me and you predict wins, John? It normally doesn't end up well, so let's change it a bit.
Don't be like that, Dave.
Well, you can change your mind, you know, and say that we're going to get beat if you want.
He's not going to do that. All right.
Well,
you were putting yourself off, Dave.
I just think the way that things are going at Spurs, I just think we'll have too much for them tonight. I really do.
Thank you very much, Dave. Good to speak to you as well. Enjoy the game tonight. I kind of know what he's saying, because people always hate it, Andrew, when you are confident ahead of a match.
I know.
They don't like that at all.
It's people aren't happy when I suggest that we're going to win, do they? They prefer it when I'm a little bit on the negative side, but I just don't. I don't see us losing tonight. I really don't.
And I kind of get what you mean looking at the Spurs team there. If, you know, I mean, obviously we're not going to get a repeat of that game when it was 5-0 after 20 minutes, but if they go down early, that doesn't look like a team, a line-up there that's going to be, you know, they could fold.
You look down there and you think, where's there a physical presence in that Spurs side? You know, you don't see a physical presence. You don't see a Chow or a Joe Linton or a Tonali from a physical aspect. Neat, tidy Brennan Johnson. When Johnson played up here in the cup game, he never got a kick. You know, he was neat and tidy, but went missing. The boy Sarr, I think, is a good player, but yet again, no physical presence. It's the same with Kudos, good player, no physical presence. So look, we'll see, but I just think we'll win.
Manchester City have taken the lead at Fulham, so they are a goal up there, one of the 7:30 kickoffs. The other one is still 0-0 between Bournemouth and Everton. I haven't bothered saying it. People will just assume, that fella got it.
Was it him? That's his 100th goal.
Whatever it is. So Haaland scored for Man City. So they're one up at Fulham. Still goalless between Bournemouth and Everton. As I say, both of those 7:30 kickoffs. We'll keep you updated as the evening progresses. Both sets of players out on the pitch. It's a chilly night at St James's Park. Kickoff here is around about 25 minutes away. Razor and Ando will take you up to 8:15 after this.
I descend in silence, covering the world in ice and snow. I freeze your roads, darken your skies, and summon the storm. I am stillness. I am wild. I am unstoppable. I am winter.
A yellow warning in force. Flood alert in places. The snow is still coming.
Absolutely horrendous.
Face the season prepared.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Corner sent to the near post. It's in! They've scored early. Malik Chow has got his first goal for Newcastle United. Livramento, shot blocked. Lewis Miley hits one and scores! Newcastle have got a second goal. Lewis Miley in for only his third Premier League start of the season, into the ground, and that's gone through Jordan Pickford. Quick roll out to Livramento. He's chipped it forwards. Elanga the target. Elanga's got there behind Irabunam, and Voltemada is in. Voltemada over Pickford and scores! What a first half for Newcastle United. It's 3-0 in the 45th minute. Harvey Barnes, left side of the area, keeping the attack alive for Newcastle. Lewis Hall, he delivers a cross. Back post is headed in. Malik Chow's got another. He's got 2, and Newcastle have 4. And what a night this is turning out to be. A great way to get their first Premier League away victory of the season, and first since April. Massive win over Everton, and it followed up the home success over Manchester City here. So if they get another 3 points tonight, that will be 3 in a row for Eddie Howe's Newcastle United, who are making their way up the Premier League table. This one is an 8:15 kickoff, an unusual kickoff time. They've had a couple of these over the years, but means a late start and an even later finish. There are a couple of Premier League 7:30s. We've just been hearing about those. If there are any more goals, we'll let you know as we continue the build-up to this big one at St James's Park, live right here as always on BBC Radio Newcastle. And the team tonight shows 2 changes from the starting 11 at Everton on Saturday. Sandro Tonali and Jacob Murphy come in. Captain Bruno Guimaraes and Anthony Elanga, who played well at Everton, drop to the bench. It's the same squad. There's still no Wissa. Botman isn't back. Trippier remains out. Osula, with his ankle problem, unavailable as well. And Nick Pope could be missing for around 3 weeks. We'll get that confirmed hopefully by Eddie Howe in his post-match interviews later. So Aaron Ramsdale continues in goal, his 5th Newcastle United appearance in total. Tino Livramento, Malik Chow, Dan Burn, Lewis Hall in defence. Lewis Miley, Sandro Tonali, Joe Linton are the 3-man midfield. Jacob Murphy and Harvey Barnes in the wide areas, with Nick Voltemada through the middle. 7 goals in 17 games for Newcastle for Voltemada after that lovely lift over Jordan Pickford at Everton for the 3rd on Saturday. On the bench tonight, John Ruddy, Fabian Schär, Anthony Gordon, Anthony Elanga, Joe Willock, Alex Murphy, Bruno, Jacob Ramsey and Sean Neve. 2 changes, and though he is using the squad at the moment, not as many changes as on Saturday when there was 6. I think you always felt that Bruno would get a rest at some point this week, but he's gone with it tonight, that change, rather than on Saturday against Burnley.
Yeah, look, the skipper, he's played an awful lot of football, right? You know, you can't keep playing 3 games a week, and you've got to factor in all the travelling that he's done when he's been away on international duty as well. You know, it takes its toll physically and mentally. You need a rest. I think this is ideal for him. You know, I know you were saying maybe Saturday would have been better, but I think when you watch the way that young Miley played at the weekend, you know, you've got no qualms about leaving Miley in. You know, he was exceptional at the weekend. He was still a young boy learning the game, but he played with so much maturity. He was first class, you know. So, and you've got a ready-made replacement coming in Tonali as well. You know, it's not as if you're taking a chance by saying, "Oh, well, we need to leave Guimaraes out, but who do we put in?" You know, you're bringing another top quality player into the side. So I thought he would have brought Gordon back in. I thought he might have rested Barnes, but he's gone with Barnes again. I always thought that Murphy would come back in, and that's nothing against Elanga either, who I thought was probably his best game for us at the weekend against Everton. You know, doing the things you want to see him doing, having a go at fullbacks, knocking it past fullbacks, getting crosses in the box, getting shots away. You know, so his performance overall was excellent. So, but he will get more opportunities. And because of the amount of games that we've got this month, you know, there's so many games. It's 3 games a week. It's relentless, you know. So he's got to use the squad. He's got to rotate players. I suppose the one you would worry about is Valdemada, who's through necessity has got to keep playing at this moment in time. Asul is out injured. He's got that ankle problem. Wiss is still finding his way back, but hopefully he shouldn't be too far away.
And in the midfield, Ando, do you think it will be Lewis Miley or Sandro Tonali who plays the deeper role in the centre of the 3?
I think it'll be Tonali. And why not? You know, that's his best position. He sits there, he controls things, he sees the big picture from there. I think it gives the other 2 a little bit more freedom. You know, he's a very intelligent footballer, Tonali. You know, both from an offensive and a defensive point of view. He sees danger, he reads danger. So you want him in those areas. So I would be surprised if he's not the one that sits.
Newcastle United and Tottenham Hotspur putting the finishing touches to their preparations for the match. United ending with some shooting practice away to the right hand side at the Gallagher end. Spurs are doing a set piece drill in the other penalty box, and it was a corner that was partly their undoing in the League Cup tie here 5 weeks ago when Jed Spence was tying his bootlace. You remember that, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
And they felt that they didn't give enough time to get back in.
Yeah, which was really strange, I suppose, when you think that the referee gave him all the time in the world to tie his lace, but then didn't give him enough time to get back in the penalty area. These rules are there, you know, and they complained about it, but he took too long, you know, and in my opinion the referee was right.
Tottenham Hotspur, who have struggled at home this season and suffered another defeat in front of their own fans on Saturday night when Fulham won in North London by 2-1. They've made 3 changes for tonight's match. In come Christian Romero, who returns from suspension, the centre-back, straight in at the heart of the defence, with Pape Sarr in midfield and Brennan Johnson as one of the wide forwards. The other 2 who come in and the 3 who drop out are on the bench. Richarlison, João Palhinha and Mickey van der Ven, 3 big players left out by Thomas Frank tonight.
I'm surprised that he's left
Van der Ven especially.
With the pace that he's got, when you look at the pace that we've got up top. Although the times that he's played here and he's played against this Van der Ven, he's struggled a little bit, hasn't he? But he's got pace. It's the one thing he does have.
Second worst home record in the Premier League this season, but only Arsenal and Chelsea have taken more points on their travels than Tottenham Hotspur. This is the 11. Guillermo Vicario in goal. Pedro Porro, Christian Romero, Kevin Danso and Destiny Udogie, the back 4. In midfield, Pape Sarr, Rodrigo Bentancur and Lucas Bergvall, with Mohamed Kudus, who was their goal scorer against Fulham on Saturday, brought them back into the match at 2-1, but couldn't give them the platform to go and get an equaliser. Brennan Johnson, Randal Kolo Muani, the striker on loan from Paris Saint-Germain, who you might remember scored against his parent club twice in the Champions League last week, and they were his first and so far only goals for Spurs. At the visitors' bench, Antonin Kinski, the goalkeeper, he played in the cup tie here a few weeks ago. João Palhinha, Xavi Simons, Richarlison, Mattis Tell, Archie Gray, Jed Spence, who was excellent in that match at the end of October here at St James's, Wilson Odobert and Mickey van der Ven. It's, for the time of year, late November, not a bad night. It's dry and still. 15 minutes until kick-off, and we'll bring you... It is December, isn't it?
It is December, yes, right.
Yeah.
You've lost track of time.
Do you know what it is? 9 matches in 29 days.
Takes its toll, doesn't it?
It does. Football fatigue. Yeah. Well, hopefully we won't be doing any squad rotation if there are any mistakes tonight. Newcastle on their way back into the changing room, but a pleasant night here at St James's Park. Harvey Barnes and Lewis Hall and Joe Linton making their way down the tunnel to applause from the supporters next to us, who are on their feet and some of them leaning against the railings in the lower section of the Milburn stand just next to the Newcastle United bench. Also leaving the pitch are the team of officials. Thomas Bramall from South Yorkshire has been appointed referee for this one. His last time refereeing Newcastle was almost a year ago, the big home win over Leicester, mid-December last year. I had a look at Bramall's statistics: 3 red cards in 11 games this season, which is a lot, I think. Hopefully.
I hope you're not tempted fate.
Hopefully he's not going to be at it again tonight. Simon Bennett and Nick Greenhalgh are the assistant referees. Anthony Backhouse, 4th official. Paul Tierney has the VAR responsibility, assisted by Ian Husson. Newcastle United against Tottenham Hotspur, live on BBC Radio Newcastle. Eddie Howe made 6 changes at Everton on Saturday, and there are 2 more changes tonight.
We've said all along this year, especially where we are now with the schedule that we've got, it's going to be very much a squad effort that gets us through this season. I think we've tried to manage the squad effectively in the last few games, where obviously it's a lot of information that we take in, so I get a lot of information from the sports science team, the medical team, and then we all try and come together and make the right decision for the individual players. But the big thing is focusing from West Ham and Brentford, that we enter the pitch and we're able to physically give our best, and that's probably where I stand right now, is in whatever team I pick, I want them physically to execute it, because I think if they can do that, then technically and tactically I think we'll be okay.
He described the win at Everton as a result for the squad, and sometimes Eddie Howe is criticised and criticised on our Total Sport show on BBC Radio Newcastle for, in the view of some fans, having favourites and not making changes, being reluctant to use players who are available to him. They've got more depth now than they ever have, and Saturday underlined that. But the players who come in have got to perform and deliver, which they did at Everton.
Yeah, they did. And look, he's got to utilise the squad, there's no doubt about it, with the amount of games in such a short space of time. You can't keep driving players on and asking them to play Saturday, midweek, Saturday, Sunday, whatever it is. You know, it just takes its toll, not just physically but mentally as well. You know, we've already spoke about Bruno. You know, it's the travelling aspect of it as well from his point of view. But it does take its toll on players, and there's so many good players in this squad now that you've got to utilise it. You've got to give players the opportunity. He made the changes at Everton at the weekend, and you know, it could have backfired. It could have backfired, you know, and if it had backfired, he probably would have got criticised for it. But these are the chances you take, and these, you know, he sees these players day in, day out, and he put his trust in these players, and the players are rewarded him with a performance, you know, and more importantly, with a huge result as well. So it's something that he's going to have to do between now and the new year. But he's got good players. You know, you look at the bench: Gordon, Elanga, Willock, Guimaraes, Ramsey, you know, Fabian Schär. You've got the young boys on there in Sean Neve and Alex Murphy. You know, Murphy's been around the first team. Neve's been training with the first team as well. So, you know, good experience for them boys, but there's plenty of experience on the bench there as well.
And that's still with, as we mentioned a few minutes ago,
without certain players who are injured,
who aren't yet available now. Good news about Jan Wissa from the Newcastle point of view, isn't it, with him not being named in the Democratic Republic of Congo squad for the Africa Cup of Nations. I think the timing has worked well for Newcastle United, because there's no way they would have, as much as they understand and respect international football and international footballers, there was no way, given that he got injured playing for his country, that they wanted him to go.
Look, there's no way that he could have went away. Well, I think they've got a report after the Derby game. You know, he's played no football. He's only been back in training a few days. He can't go out there, and the thing with tournament football is as well, games come around very, very quickly, you know, so there's no way in the world he would have been able to do that. His body wouldn't have been able to take it. He hasn't been back training long enough. He basically has to go through a pre-season, because he missed the majority of pre-season as well, you know. So yeah, it would have been a big ask. Look, people say it's a bonus for us. Of course it is, because sooner rather than later we will see him in a black and white shirt. He'll be back on the bench, you would think. couple of weeks, maybe. Might be on the bench for the Derby game. You know, be on the bench and then come off the bench and score the winner. What an introduction that'd be.
Just imagine. How well placed do you think they are now to go on a run after the 2 wins? Now they've got 2 home matches this week. They'll be favourites in both, but Tottenham Hotspur with their good away record and lots of very good players, even though you describe them as flaky and having a soft centre. They still have a lot of talent. Burnley, most people would expect them to win, but it does give them the opportunity to do what they hadn't done this season and stick together a sequence of wins. That's the idea.
Yeah, look, I think we're running into a bit of form at the right time. You know, I think I said to Pridey earlier on, Razor, you know, the performance against Manchester City here was excellent. There was nothing fluky about that win, and even the performance in Marseille, even though we lost the game, there was so much good things to take out of that game. You know, we played well. Should have got something out of the game, we didn't. And then obviously last weekend against Everton, turned up, scored 4 goals away from home. You know, you were going there and you were wondering what was going to happen, because our away form this season and our last 2 away performances haven't been of the standard that we've become accustomed to. So those 3 games, 2 wins, okay, we lost in Marseille, but as I say, the performance overall was decent. So you feel as if we're running into a bit of form. Confidence is returning, and that high press is returning as well. That high physicality, that high energy game is returning, and it all seems to be coming around at just the right time.
A reminder of the Newcastle United starting 11: Ramsdale in goal, Livramento, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Tonali, Miley, Joelinton, Murphy, Barnes and Voltemada. On the bench, Ruddy, Cher, Gordon, Elanga, Willock, Murphy, Bruno, Ramsey and Nee. Elanga and Bruno replaced by Tonali and Jacob Murphy tonight. And Spurs, Vicario in goal, Porro, Romero, Danso, Udogi at the back. In midfield, Sarr, Bentancur and Bergvall. And the front 3, Kudus, Johnson and Kolo Muani. And the Tottenham Hotspur substitutes: Kinski, Simons, João Palhinha, Richarlison, Tell, Gray, Spence, Van de Ven and Odegaard. It's BBC Radio Newcastle live at St James's Park. We bring you every Newcastle United match and every Sunderland game exclusively live. Sunderland away to Liverpool tomorrow night. Another of these 8:15 kickoffs, which are becoming increasingly frequent, aren't they, Ando, for television scheduling reasons? 8:15, it's not your favourite time slot, is it?
The times are becoming ridiculous as well, you know. Obviously 8:15 it's a new one for us, but it is what it is, and they'll probably get worse as the seasons go on. The times will get worse. It's something that we're going to have to get used to, but we knew that these were the times that were going to be set out. I mean, some of the times that have been set out at weekends as well. You know, I just think it's so unfair on supporters. You know, they don't take supporters travelling. They don't take that into consideration at all. They don't consider supporters whatsoever. All they consider is television audience.
Yeah, Newcastle got another one of these 8:15 kickoffs against Leeds next month, and when they go to Spurs for the reverse fixture in the Premier League, that's also a Wednesday night game, an evening kickoff. So yeah, it's unavoidable, isn't it? But often it involves travelling from one end of the country to the other. Newcastle United against Tottenham Hotspur. These two met here in the League Cup 5 weeks ago. On that occasion, Eddie Howe's side won by 2-0.
Yeah, that was a tough game, and this one will be no different. As you say, you might see a sort of a change in personnel because they've got a few players back from that game, but they've got a strong squad and they've got depth in the squad. So I think they've got some very good players, obviously a very good manager as well. So yeah, it will be a great game, I think.
Looking at the way the table's changed in the last week or so, it's clear, isn't it, the importance of putting a run and a sequence of results together, which It's probably something you hadn't been able to do so far. How important is it that that continues as you go on through this busy period?
Yeah, we always felt, even during some difficult runs, that the league's very tight this year, and a consistent run of victories can propel you very quickly up the league. We're in a better position than we were, and not necessarily in terms of league position, but in terms of points gap. And as you say, a couple of wins, and we're back to where we want to be. So really key time, because what you can't do is allow yourself to become detached. We know where we want to be. We've got work to do to get there. We really need a run of games where we get positive results. That's what we're looking for.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, they corrected their away record at the weekend at Everton. It's been a different story here. If they win tonight, it'll be the 7th in a row at St James's Park in all competitions. Premier League, League Cup and the Champions League. And even in the matches they've lost this season at home, John Anderson, you felt that they've played well, haven't they? Liverpool, Arsenal and Barcelona. Yeah. Which until Manchester City were arguably their 3 strongest performances here.
Even though we lost against those 3 games, Arsenal, Liverpool, Barcelona, the performance levels were high, they were good. First half against Barcelona, thought we played really, really well. Second half, Barcelona upped it a little bit, kept the ball, and we found it hard to get the ball off them. We were chasing the ball for an awful lot of that second half. Against Liverpool, when we went down to 10 men, we were the better side. We came from 2 down, we got back to 2-2. And then we got done in the last minute. It was harsh. And Arsenal, we said at the time, Razor, that it was a game that would probably come down to set pieces, and so it was. We played well yet again. So our performances here have been good. So there's no worry about the way that we've been playing here at St James's. And the last time out here against Manchester City, we were excellent.
The players have shaken hands, and Newcastle United take off black tracksuit tops to reveal the black and white stripes. Black shorts and black socks for the outfield players tonight. Ramsdale in light blue in the United goal. Spurs in their change colours of yellow with navy trim and luminous orange for goalkeeper Vicario. The War Flags group have been at it again with another display. Lots of the individual black and white flags being flown around St James's Park. Plenty of others in the colours of some of the famous and most loved away kits over the years, like the maroon and blue and the green and blue stripes from the 90s, and a banner at the Gallagher end to our right hand side from the commentary box that just said Newcastle United in black and white, and behind it the giant Eddie Howe banner, which usually is held aloft at every home game. Dan Burn captains Newcastle United this evening with Bruno Guimaraes on the bench. The Spurs skipper Christian Romero back in their team after suspension, going for the coin toss. Bruno, I think he's got a 100% record with the toss this season, whereas last season he couldn't win one at all.
Couldn't win one at all, no.
And they kept getting turned around.
No pressure on Dan Burn then, is it?
Yeah, well, he's won it because they're going to shoot uphill towards the Leazes end in the first half. That's from right to left as we look at the game, and the two sides go into their huddles in their respective halves of the pitch. Spurs, Vicario, Porro, Romero, Danso, Udogi, Sarr, Bentancur, Bergvall, Kudus, Johnson and Kolo Muani. And Newcastle, Ramsdale, Livramento, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Miley, Tonali, Joelinton, Murphy, Barnes and Big Nick Voltemada. Tonali and Murphy for Bruno and Elanga, who are both on the bench tonight, in the only changes made by Eddie Howe. 3 good performances over the last week or so, including in Marseille, and back-to-back Premier League wins for the first time this season. Last time they got 3 in a row in the league was when they managed 5 in total between March and April last season. Another one will take them closer to where they believe they should be in the Premier League. And they've got a good record against Spurs, particularly here. Some famous matches in recent seasons, but any sort of win tonight, John Anderson,
it's just about winning the game. Just keep that momentum going. It looks like Tonali's playing in the middle of those three, Miley on the right hand side, Joe Linton on the left, and we've got an offside flag up straight away. Big Nixon come back from an offside position.
We're underway on BBC Radio Newcastle and the Newcastle United website and app. There's been 2 more goals for Manchester City at Fulham. It's now 3-0 to City. Tijani Reinder's got goal number 2 and Phil Foden's got the 3rd. Erling Haaland had opened the scoring. 40 seconds gone at St James's. Newcastle throw it right back. There's a good atmosphere tonight. There always is for an evening kick-off, particularly when it's a big game, and this does have that feel about it. Up to Voltemada, headed down to Murphy, he's collected it well and clipped a diagonal ball towards Barnes. Pedro Porro headed it up and away and out. Barnes was trying to make his run inside. Newcastle throw, Hall back to Byrne. Eddie Howe without Sven Botman, but still with a central defensive decision to make, and it's Byrne who goes in alongside Chow, with Cher among the substitutes. Byrne to Livramento. Back to Miley. And with Big Dan Byrne, about 15 yards from halfway, Hall onto Barnes, back inside for Hall. And Lewis Hall helps it on towards Joe Linton. But after Newcastle appealed for a free kick,
Hall was fouled.
For the challenge on Hall, Spurs get a decision.
I thought there was a foul on Hall. The referee was right on top of it, mine.
The ball from Barnes inside to Hall gave the defender the chance to steal it, but it looked like Hall did get there first. Anyway, it was given as a free kick to Spurs for another challenge, and now Dan Byrne wins it back inside the Tottenham half, and Harvey Barnes goes on the outside and dinks in a cross, which has come out to Tonali, who can't bring it down in time. Can't get the shot away. Livramento and Miley linking up well, but Udogi's gone in on Livramento. Looked like it could have been shoulder to shoulder. Tino Livramento is down off the pitch, slowly picks himself back up, and it's a goal kick for the visitors after 2.5 minutes.
Just lent into each other, didn't they? Nothing in that.
Emil Smith-Rowe's pulled the goal back for Fulham, who are now 3-1 down at home to Manchester City. Short goal kick from Tottenham Hotspur. Danso, the defender who's just helped Austria qualify for the World Cup for the first time since '98. And Vicario long. Lewis Hall out from left back into the forward line, winning it back and carrying it on. Beats his man, goes for a low shot. That's terrific work from Lewis Hall to win it, carry it. And he got the effort away. It lacked power and rolled wide of Vicario's left-hand post, but a brilliant run from Hall.
Yeah, he did great. I mean, he picked the pocket of Sarr, who was just too slow in trying to get to the ball, and unfortunately he's just dragged it wide. I mean, he's ended up in a centre-forward position.
Short from the back from Spurs, and then long, and Dan Byrne heads it on, and Livramento's got it. Newcastle have started strongly, but still goalless in the 4th minute here at St James's. Murphy to Miley as Tottenham Hotspur get yellow shirts back. Tonali, good ball, first time out to Murphy, floated in, looking for Voltemada. Glancing header, wide of goal.
Just got up too early, didn't he? Driven ball in from that right side from Jacob Murphy. Just couldn't get above it, could he?
He was in between 2 defenders.
Bright start though. Good start, good pace to it.
Tried to guide it into the far corner, but it went away from the posts. Goal kick taken short again. Vicario to Bergvall. the Swedish midfielder who comes to get it, and then Baltamada has dispossessed Romero and played it into the area looking for Barnes. It's slid behind by Tottenham Hotspur, but Newcastle are all over them and threatening the opening goal.
About Spurs, if you get at them, you know, they're trying to play this little short kick out. It's not working. Just go long. Just mix it up. They're doing exactly the same thing all the time.
Lewis Hall's gone into the penalty box for the corner, which feels unusual. Murphy and Livramento on the edge of the Tottenham area. And Sandro Tonali, left-hand side for Newcastle United, flat to the near post, away by Pedro Porro. A disappointment with defenders up in the attack, but they might have another chance here. Livramento decides to bring the ball out towards the right wing. Murphy then hangs one up into the box. Dan Burn with a header. Harvey Barnes trying to get past his man. Spurs have scrambled it clear, and now Hall with a header into midfield. Bergvall on, and the chance of a counter-attack. Brennan Johnson taking on Livramento, goes on the outside. Johnson, it's cut out by Hall in the centre. They prevented the corner, Newcastle, and in fact they kept it in on the far touchline. Murphy up to Baltamada, who wins a free kick. In a bit of danger for the first time tonight, and Lewis Hall back into a brilliant defensive position, having been in the attack in the 6-yard box at the other end.
Yeah, I mean, they broke the numbers. He's done great, hasn't he?
I thought that had gone out behind for a corner.
Yeah, I thought that had gone out as well.
That's why we are not officials.
Oh, they didn't show it.
Must be correct then. Hall pings one on the inside of right back Pedro Porro. He leaves it for Vicario, and the Italian international goes long. Kudus on his chest, Hall behind him.
Oh, well played.
And Kudus is playing on the right of the Spurs attack tonight. Passes it inside to midfield under pressure. And Udogie forwards from left back to Johnson, close to the edge of the Newcastle penalty area. Sarr to Bentancur, out wide again for Udogie. The cross is blocked by Livramento. Barnes looking to combine with Baltamada, and then a trip on Lewis Miley 10 yards ahead of Newcastle's box. 0-0. And referee Thomas Bramall.
Good start to the game, isn't it? Pacey start. Tottenham have just shown if you throw too many people forward, too many black and white shirts, if they break, they can be dangerous.
Malik Chow out to the right touchline, still in his own half, gets it back from Livramento, pushed across to Big Dan Burn, who starts to carry and come up towards halfway. Out to Chow, on to Murphy, helped out wide to Livramento. It's good play. Murphy gets it back from Livramento, 30 yards from the goal. He's looking to deliver the ball for Baltamada in between the centre-backs every time. And it was a header from Baltamada, but from across from the other side, they got Newcastle their second goal when they played Spurs here in the Cup recently. Chow on the diagonal, headed away by Porro. Hall to Joelinton, out to Barnes, who tries to go outside. Pedro Porro, who tackled him, but Barnes has won it back. Hall in the area, he's got it caught under his feet. He's found Joelinton. Baltamada lays it off to Miley, it's blocked. It's come out to Livramento, 25 yards from goal. Slips a ball into the box to Baltamada, who gets turned, digs out across. Pedro Porro diving header behind. Spurs are on the ropes, but it's still 0-0.
Yeah, Porro yet again. He's trying to backheel it on the edge of his own penalty area. Puts aside, just drops aside in trouble.
Everybody back for the visitors.
None of them are looking at the ball. You see the Spurs players, none of them are looking at the ball.
They're all round the back post as Newcastle players make their move to the near side. There's the corner, headed away from the goal line by Bentancur after Vicario missed it. Now Tonali chasing back to stop Kudus breaking over halfway. He's played it back to Romero. United get players back into position, all behind the ball, and Pedro Porro on the right side of defence for Tottenham Hotspur has it, and then it comes inside to Romero, short to Danso. Now Newcastle can push forwards and press. It's played around Murphy. Udogie up towards Kola Mwani. Dan Burn slides in. Puts it out in the middle of the attacking half of the pitch, over on the far side, the east stand. Almost played 10 minutes on BBC Radio Newcastle. They look for Kola Mwani. Newcastle managed to get it clear. Hall is at right back at the moment with Livramento on this near left side. And it's defending that they have to do here as Udogie tries to get on the end of the ball from Brennan Johnson, slipped into the area. Another sliding challenge from Dan Burn, and this time it's out for a corner.
Yeah, it's been a lively 10 minutes. Real good pace to the game.
Pedro Porro takes a lot of Spurs set pieces, and from right side to left corner for this, their first of the night. 4 players at the back post. It's a packed 6-yard box, just like the Newcastle one a moment ago. In swinging corner, headed across the area. It was a United head that got onto the ball. I think it was Voltemada. And
it's another corner kick.
It's come out on this near side. 0-0.
Good pace on the delivery, wasn't it?
Every black and white shirt back in the box. Aaron Ramsdale just ahead of his line. A couple of yellow shirted players nearby, and the referee has seen something he doesn't like. Thomas Bramall now goes to have a word, and there are 2 players there, one either side of Ramsdale. They're trying to get black and white shirts in the way to protect the goalkeeper. Left-footed corner from Kudus to the near post. Lewis Hall header. Porro brings it down on the 18-yard line. Back out wide to Kudus. Barnes in front of him. He heads for the goal line. Hangs up across, but beats everybody. And it's a United goal kick.
Yeah, that wasn't good, was it?
Livramento's gone back over to right back. Hall is here on the left again. No offside from a goal kick. Voltemada's a good 5 yards behind the Tottenham Hotspur defenders. Now they drop, and he gets in front of Danso and wins the header for Murphy. Brought down nicely by Murphy, and he slipped in. Voltemada, edge of the area, but a good challenge from Romero to prevent him going any further. Newcastle appeals for handball against Lucas Bergvall as it was smashed into him. Chest height in midfield. Kudus here, nice ball skills, nice juggling, but Lewis Hall has pushed it away, and Barnes in the area gets around Porro. Barnes tries to hang up a delivery, and Jacob Murphy, heading away from goal, back to goal, has hooked it over the top. Not a lot Murphy could have done there, but Tottenham Hotspur playing themselves into trouble, not for the first time tonight.
Not for the first time tonight. What, 13 minutes in, the amount of times they played themselves into trouble trying to be clever. It's all right encouraging players to play, but it's all about playing in the right areas of the pitch.
It's a risky business, and Thomas Frank, the manager, who only joined this summer from Brentford, is coming under a bit of pressure, isn't he, from his own fans. They do have a good away record. Kudus there with a handball. For Newcastle, it's about 10-15 yards in the attacking half here on the left. Now, you could only imagine if something like that goes wrong for them, the stick they will get after a mistake that led to the second goal they conceded against Fulham, and also saw the goalkeeper booed Vicario by his own fans on Saturday night. Tonali next to the ball for the free kick. Byrne is up there. Chow is possibly looking to time his run. He's a few yards back from the line of Spurs defenders, just ahead of the D. Chow now does make his move. Tonali curls it into the box. The header's gone across the penalty area from a Tottenham defender. Barnes wins a knockdown. Jacob Murphy here into a couple of challenges. He's done very well under pressure, a little bit off balance to get it back to Livramento near the centre circle. Newcastle 0, Spurs 0. Hall
pulls it back and comes back inside to Tonali, who's effectively a centre-back here, looking long for Byrne, headed on, Baltimore trying to get there at the back post, he can't keep it in. That was a great header on from Byrne, and Baltimore gave everything to try and keep the attack alive, but it just beat him. It went behind, well wide of Vicario's right-hand post.
Got up well, didn't he? Headed it into a good area. The ball was out. Here we go again, Spurs.
Rolled up the line by Pedro Porro. Kudus. Hall has managed to push it away, and Barnes wins a throw off Bentancur, 15 yards out. Thomas Frank is applauding his players, or maybe he's just encouraging them. With his arms folded. Now a member of his staff is out there with a bit of paper, some set-piece instructions. Newcastle, long throw from Lewis Hall, looking for Byrne, just beats him, and it's swung away. A big clearance by Sarr. Livramento back to Ramsdale, takes the safe option of going to the goalkeeper. He has a touch. Well, Aaron Ramsdale is praised for his distribution. That time he didn't find a teammate in black and white, but what he's done is he's put it out right next to the corner flag on the Tottenham right, so they've got them boxed in again.
Would have been great in rugby, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But it's not the worst in the world, as you say. They've got Tottenham boxed right in.
It's been a good start by Newcastle, but it's still 0-0. There's the throw, looking for Colin Muwani. Nice take. Slips his way around Barnes on the touchline. Doesn't get past Lewis Hall, who concedes a throw just in front of the Tottenham bench. Frank picks it up, gives it to Porro. Has a word in his ear. Bergvall back to Porro. And then Harvey Barnes has won it. Bergvall is down off the pitch. Spurs want a free kick. Barnes gets beyond Bentancur. Here's Lewis Miley, edge of the area, straight at Vicario.
Big chance. Just tried the side footed, didn't he? Came to him.
They appealed
just
for
put his foot through it.
They appealed for the free kick, didn't they? But Newcastle were allowed to play on.
Never a free kick.
Barnes did brilliantly. It took a deflection and came to Miley, and it just lacked it lacked a bit of direction. It wasn't quite in the corner, but also didn't have the power, did it?
No.
Kudus towards Bergvall, won back by Joelinton, who we've not really seen so far. Hall to Miley, trying to get away from Bergvall. The two 19-year-old midfielders there coming together in the middle of Newcastle's half. Chow on the other side to Livramento, and back again. 18 minutes on the clock. Ramsdale outside the penalty area, receives it, plays it on to Byrne, who gets it back from Hall. Square to Chow. Up to Voltemada. Tried to flick it between players for Murphy. It's been blocked. Bentancur now. Long sleeves and gloves for Rodrigo Bentancur, the Uruguayan midfielder. Lewis Hall, useful header. Bentancur's won it back though, and Sarr to Danso. Newcastle pushing up the pitch. And now trying to win it back, which they have done. Livramento to Murphy, making the block. Murphy, he was taken down, and the referee felt there wasn't really an advantage, so he's brought it back. It'll be 35 yards plus for the free kick, but Murphy caught late.
Spurs are causing so much of their own problems. They keep persevere with this, trying to play out from the back.
Udogie late on Murphy. He missed the cup tie here, he was injured. Jed Spence played that night, and you were really impressed by Spence, weren't you, at left back?
Spence, yeah.
He's on the bench again. Udogie starting. Newcastle in dialogue over the free kick. It's going to be left to Tonali. Jason Tindall shouting something from the touchline. Murphy goes up the right wing. Bergvall goes across to stay with him. Tonali, it's flat, and a header from Sarr, but it's gone backwards and behind.
In fact, it was Kolo Muani, wasn't it?
Yeah.
39, not 20. 39, not 29 for Tottenham Hotspur. Corner kick from that header.
What's Muani got on his head? Looks like he's got headphones on.
We'll have to take a look. A lot of curl on that header. It was like Dan Burns in the Champions League, wasn't it? It's gone for a corner, which Hall is going to take left-footed from the right. Oh dear. He's got underneath that.
It's not his best.
And it's a goal kick. It beat everybody in the middle. A lot of height. It wasn't coming down in time. Too much force behind it. And he jogs back into position. Vicario puts the ball down. Ramsdale, Livramento, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Miley, Tonali, Joelinton, Murphy, Barnes, Voltemada, Elanga and Bruno on the bench, replaced by Murphy and Tonali tonight. Vicario takes the goal kick into Newcastle's half. Good header from Lewis Miley. Voltemada beaten in that challenge by Danso. Miley with another aerial contest that he wins. And he's found Tonali here with a pass. He tries to make his way across midfield from right to left, but he's been caught and the whistle's gone. They got a free kick just behind halfway. No big chances yet, but they've been on top, John Anderson, haven't they?
Yeah, the best chances probably come at the other end.
The cross that was cut out by Hall. Yeah. But they have been the better team, Newcastle, by some way.
Yeah, they've dominated the ball.
Burn up to Voltemada, to Miley, back to Tonali. First time looking for Murphy, but it's cut out by Udogie, who was on his toes, alive to the situation, and now brings the ball forwards. Makes good progress, and then runs straight at Tino Livramento, who dispossesses him. Tonali here, a rare misplaced pass. This one is accurate to Lewis Hall, inside to Byrne. Chow gets it, goalkeeper's available, but he turns, and it's up the right to Livramento, who gets it straight back from Miley. Chow available here, drops his shoulder, comes inside and gives it to Aaron Ramsdale on the edge of the 6-yard box. Over to Byrne. Hall available just on the outside. Joelinton in midfield, caught after the ball was played, and then Harvey Barnes was caught late as well. A couple of members of the Spurs staff are unhappy about something. Thomas Frank with his arms outstretched, but the captain Christian Romero, who is no stranger to a yellow card, has picked up another tonight for catching Joelinton late, and that is perhaps no surprise. Argentina on Brazil.
No, not at all.
Listen to BBC Radio Newcastle, where it's 0-0 midway through the first half, and Lewis Hall with the free kick. Sandro Tonali just been out over at the touchline, limped back into the middle. Might just need to shake off a knock, possibly from that free kick he won in midfield a couple of minutes ago. Voltemada, they got two on him and he's been dispossessed. He's helped Newcastle win it back here for Livramento, inside for Joelinton. Barnes up ahead, Hall on the outside. Bentancur's fouled Joelinton. Another Newcastle free kick. It's getting a little bit spicy, but it's no bad thing if you're Newcastle. No further punishment. It's central, it's too far out for a shot, this, and it's probably 35 yards. He got a push and then he got a nudge, Joelinton.
That's not a foul.
Phil Foden's got his second of the night for Manchester City, who lead 4-1 at Fulham. 0-0 here.
He's won the ball and his momentum's taken him into Joelinton. I don't know what else he's supposed to do.
Tonali sends the free kick to the right to Livramento, gets it back again, then it comes to Hall on the left, then Tonali once more, now Livramento. Murphy gives him the option on the outside and he hangs up a ball into the box, but Spurs put Newcastle under pressure there.
Well, that was a waste.
Rushed it.
That was a waste. I mean, what are they trying to do?
Yeah, they rushed it, didn't they? But it looked like they weren't quite clear on what they were trying to achieve. No. Jason Tindall is talking to Lewis Hall about that situation. Eddie Howe seemed perplexed. They'll be disappointed.
Well, it's obviously one they haven't worked on.
Don't know where the new set-piece coach is, but they'll have been hoping to deliver better than that. Goal kick taken by Vicario. It's gone long with this one, rather than the short ones they've been playing. Miley heads it out on the far side.
He's won his fair share of headers in there, hasn't he, Miley?
He's competed well, got up well. Throw to be taken. Kola Muani, French international, is awarded a free kick. Livramento cannot believe referee Thomas Bramall's decision and is telling him so. It's still in the Tottenham Hotspur half, out on the far touchline. Romero here to Pedro Porro on the corner of his box, whipped forwards to Kudus. Hall at his back, Joelinton in front. Kudus has lifted it up and then cushion pass inside to Pape Sarr. Livramento makes a block on Brennan Johnson, and it's out for a Spurs throw. They're unbeaten outside of London in the Premier League this season, in 4 matches, 3 wins, 1 draw. It's their away record that's got them into a decent position. They're ahead of Newcastle only on goal difference. Hall to Tonali, gets it back again. What a ball by Lewis Hall to get Barnes in, but he's forced away out to the corner. Good defending by Romero, but Newcastle still on the attack. Barnes' cross takes a deflection. Tonali here to Livramento on the right side, lifted in towards Joelinton. It's just beaten him, and it's going to be a goal kick. That's a great ball by Lewis Hall to release Barnes. Just a shame they couldn't make more of the situation.
Great ball down the line, wasn't it? In behind the fullback. He's just curled it in behind the fullback. Barnes has got himself in there. Romero's done well though, he's defended it well. And then the ball in, just a little bit too much on it.
We are in the 27th minute. Quite a lot of supporters after that attack decided to go inside, maybe beat the half-time queues. Looking up at the away end behind the Leazes end goal, Spurs have filled 5 blocks and almost a 6th, which is, for a match at 8:15 when they can't get a train home to London, is big support, isn't it? Haven't seen a lot from their team so far. It's been mostly Newcastle, but still goalless. Joelinton to Livramento up the line. No one there in black and white, cleared by the centre-half Danso, flicked on by Johnson and Chow with a bit of time to play it to Ramsdale. Johnson closes down burn edge of the area. Hall receives it to feet, needs an option, goes on the outside of Kudus, and then Hall, great skill, went inside then back outside. He's got to be careful. Hall here, Kudus was getting back at him. Terrific ability. The only thing missing there was an early pass, but Newcastle have still got it.
There's nothing on, was there?
Exactly.
Didn't have anything on down the line.
Just made that point to one of his colleagues. Burn up to Joelinton, back to Hall. Barnes gets it here. Straight back to Hall on halfway. Chow, Livramento making a run infield. Murphy gets it. He's under pressure, Jacob Murphy. Pushed away by Udogi, but he keeps possession, and Newcastle try to attack up this near side. Joelinton from the ball from Barnes. Joelinton wins a corner.
Yeah, just got the wrong side of Bentancur, didn't he?
It's been good to watch this, even if they haven't tested Vicario, even if they haven't given themselves that moment, that opportunity to score. It might come from this. Lewis Miley, who put the corner in for Malik Chow's first goal at Everton, is going to take this one from the left side. Lewis Hall is making the run short. Miley lifts it in and he finds Chow at the back of the box. His header goes up. Kola Muani and then Bentancur combined to get it clear, but out only for a throw on the far side. Byrne and Chow go back to halfway. And there's no doubt about it that the crowd are trying to do their bit tonight. Good noise inside St James's Park as Manchester City, this was a 7:30 kickoff, are now 5-1 up at Fulham through Jeremy Doku. Hall across halfway to Chow. Couple of touches from the defender, and Livramento now to Murphy. Up the line to Miley. He wins a throw, probably in line with the penalty spot, far side from midfielder Pape Sarr.
Yeah, long throw again coming up.
Livramento lifts the ball up, dries it on the front of his black and white shirt. Joelinton
goes short.
Made a run in the box. They go back down the line to Tenali. Now Livramento again, back to Tenali. In it comes, high, Baltamada and Chow. And Newcastle with another chance with a header from Byrne, but it's one that didn't have any power. There was a lot of pressure, a lot of players going for it, and Vicario claims. It's on the floor in midfield with Bentancur. Plays it short to his left. Sarr with possession on halfway. Alex Iwobi's pulled one back for Fulham. 7 goals there, but it's Fulham 5, Man City 2. And the other match is Bournemouth-Everton, isn't it? And it's 0-0. Joelinton wins possession back for Newcastle and looks for Murphy, finds him. Murphy teases in a cross. Vicario wasn't sure where that was going. It's behind for a goal kick. It didn't take a touch off the goalkeeper.
Vicario looked a nervous wreck, didn't he? He wasn't sure where that ball was going at all.
He wasn't confident. It was too far ahead of... He wasn't confident that it was going to land past the post, but it did. 0-0 here, 0-0 Bournemouth-Everton, and Fulham 2, Man City 5. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
I got it the wrong way around. Wishful thinking, maybe. Trying to close the gap on Man City. Newcastle get it back from Tottenham in midfield. Joelinton on to Barnes, and Hall makes a run on the outside. Referee gives the advantage for Newcastle. Hall's got 3 yellow shirts around him. It's been dispossessed, and then Tenali gets in between man and ball to take it back from Kudus. Ramsdale.
See, that's the physicality I talk about. Haven't got that physicality, Spurs.
Tenali has the energy, the midfield power and the strength to do all of that. Now he's on the ball trying to go up the other end with a pass to Harvey Barnes. They started from Ramsdale, now they're on the left on the edge of the area. It's been brought inside by Barnes. He's lost it, then Joelinton wins it back, beats his man. What have they got here? Livramento, edge of the area. Murphy available wide right. Deflected cross, caught by Vicario. Well, patted down and then gathered by Vicario. The one thing that's really been lacking, the obvious statement to make, because it's 0-0, but it's not just been a goal, it's been a big chance that they haven't created yet, despite all of their good play. Now they've won it back from Spurs. Byrne and Joelinton from Kolo Muani. That's the moment that they haven't yet been able to have, John Anderson.
No, for all the play they've had.
Baltamada, edge of the area, tried to play the nutmeg on Romero, but it was blocked. And Pedro Porro with a chance to clear up the line, which he does. Newcastle throw, but on that point about creating chances, that's the only thing that hasn't been there.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a clear-cut chance, has there really? Maybe Miley's when it's pulled into hits it straight at the keeper.
It's a good opportunity, but because the finish was really lacked power, they were not close to scoring from it, were they?
No.
0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Harvey Barnes takes a touch, has a few more, comes in off the left wing. Tenali directly across the halfway line, across the centre circle to Chow. Miley for Murphy. Looking for the run of Joe Linton, right side of the area. Joe Linton hits the post! Vicario beaten, and it's come out to Hall. Joe Linton off the base of the post. Barnes looking for Voltemada and Murphy at the back stick, but they can't make anything of the cross. That was their big moment. Joe Linton made the run on the angle into the box. Hit it low across Vicario and off the inside of the post.
It's a
low down.
Fabulous effort, you know, from the angle that he's at. It's a real tight angle to get it on target from there to hit the post. It's a great effort.
It remains goalless. Through ball there from Romero. No runners in yellow. Byrne decides to stop it. Edge of the box, plays it into the area to Ramsdale. And with Bergvall chasing, it's lifted long and high into Tottenham Hotspur territory by the Newcastle goalkeeper. And Kevin Danso's got it. Joe Linton unfortunate there. They almost had the lead. 10 minutes or so until half time. Spurs played out short from the back. Only Voltemada went to close down. Romero here going long, looking for Johnson, brought down by Dan Byrne. Bergvall has it, and now it's found Johnson in the area. He stuttered and stumbled, didn't take the shot on. Back to Kudus, that's blocked. Then Joe Linton helps get it away, but Spurs have it again. Newcastle hitting the post has woken them up a bit, maybe. Kudus beats Lewis Hall for the first time on the outside. A flick onto the roof of the net from Lucas Bergvall. That would have been a spectacular goal.
Yeah, it's the first time he's done Hall, isn't it? Just dropped the shoulder.
Oh wow, from Bergvall.
What an effort.
Running forwards onto the ball, flicking it behind himself and just clipped the roof of the net. Now they go long through the middle. Murphy was attempting to get on the end of it. Ball was overhit, but a nice idea. Pedro Porro back to the goalkeeper, couldn't go forwards. Vicario, Voltemada close by. Livramento takes that down on his chest. Brennan Johnson though wins it back, and Tottenham Hotspur maybe starting to show a little bit more. Randall Kolo Muani with it on the left, looking for a shooting position. He's carried it over to the near side to Kudus. Tried to bend one in to the bottom corner on the far side. Newcastle block it. Kudus exchanges passes with Pedro Porro. They're close to the United penalty area on the right hand side. Bentancur to Porro. Johnson made a run across to the near side of the box, but it didn't come. It went back to halfway instead, where Romero's on a yellow card. The captain has it. Kudus now to Pedro Porro and back again. 35 yards out. This is probably their first spell of possession of multiple passes in the Newcastle half or around halfway in the entire match, which is still 0-0.
Dear oh dear.
Back to the goalkeeper Vicario. Romero to Kudus. Hall's won it for Barnes. Now Voltemada. Bergvall is on the end of Voltemada's touch and comes inside away from Tonali. He's a good player, this young midfielder. Joe Linton and Miley stop him breaking into the area. Kudus, right corner of the box, dangerous position for a player like him. Has it again from Porro's pass. High cross, Dan Byrne header. Livramento lifts it around his man and starts to make his way forwards. Challenge comes in, no foul. Newcastle have Joe Linton down edge of the area. Tottenham are continuing to attack. Bergvall, he's miscontrolled. Barnes up to Voltemada, can't get there.
It's 100 mile an hour, isn't it?
40th minute, Joe Linton is down again. This might be a problem. He's picked himself up. Tottenham Hotspur not going to kick it out. Kudus hangs up across, back stick, Kolo Muani, that will be a goal kick.
Dear oh dear, he turned his back on it.
Came off his neck, didn't it?
ducked
See
out
what I
of the
mean?
way.
What's he got on his head?
Difficult to see because the way that the camera is not focusing on him. Joelinton, well, it now appears to be all right. But that is the first time they've been put under pressure in the match, Ando.
Yeah, I mean, Spurs, they had it on the edge of our penalty area, and then the ball ends up back with the goalkeeper.
Aaron Ramsdale with a long goal kick. A lot of height on it. It's onto the head of Bentancur. Dan Burn comes across, chests it away from Kolo Muani. And Livramento just behind the halfway line. Back to Chow. Joelinton for Tonali just behind halfway. Hall looking for Barnes. That's cleared by Pedro Porro. Ramsdale could let it run for a goal kick, actually keeps it in close to the left side of his penalty box. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall having a long chat. Tindall's doing the talking at the moment. Lots that they will like, but I'm sure they'll feel that they can do more. One thing that they have to do is score. They've been close with Joelinton hitting the base of the post. Header there on the far side. Miley winning it back from Spurs.
Good strength.
And might have been bundled over there, Lewis Miley.
That's got to be a free kick.
Doesn't think that was a foul, Thomas Bramall. Newcastle don't get the decision there. Spurs take the throw back into their own half. Danso. That was dangerous. Pushed away by Joelinton, but they've got it at the back again. Up to Kudus. Wants to go on the outside of Hall. Joelinton there too. They double up. Oh, and they touch inside from Joelinton. Gives it straight back to Kudus after he'd won it. Sarr, 25 yards out. Kudus takes it. I think it was intended for Pedro Porro. It's found the fullback eventually. High up here on the right. Back to Sarr. Flat cross. Bergvall flicks it. Burn there in the middle to take a touch. And then clear. And Sarr looking for Porro. It's gone out for a throw. Send us a message about the first half. Simon Pride will be along during the break, and put your message BBC at the start of your message. 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Remember to start it with the letters BBC. Hall with a throw. Goes about 30 yards across the pitch to Chow. Livramento to Murphy just behind the halfway line. Tottenham Hotspur will be happier with the last 5 minutes at least. Probably everything since Joelinton hit the post. 0-0. Baltimore with a layoff to Tonali. Passes it to Hall. Gets it back from Barnes immediately. Miley comes into the middle of midfield to receive. Turns, has a look. Rolls it into the path of Chow. Newcastle on their way forwards. 2 minutes to half time. Livramento up the line to Murphy. Reverse ball inside, but Livramento's run hadn't taken him that far. Spurs win it back. Danso plays it against Murphy. Then it's a rushed clearance. And it's Newcastle's throw. About on halfway, far side of the pitch.
There's been a good tempo to the game, hasn't there? Good pace to it.
Livramento assessing his options, needs something. Joelinton it is. Who is square, gives it back to the full-back and then manages to knock it down to Chow. It was a difficult ball that was lifted up towards Joelinton. They've done well to keep possession, Newcastle. And now with Hall, thought about whipping one in behind the full-back for Barnes, then thought better of it, turned back to big Dan Burn. You can also send us a message on X, at BBC Newcastle is our account on X for half-time. Joelinton onto Miley, edge of the area. He's done well to find Harvey Barnes here. He gets the shot away. Deflection, but was it off a yellow shirt or a black and white one? They've got no idea. Offside is the call.
He didn't have a clue, did he, the referee? And the linesman, to be fair.
In fairness to them, I don't know from the quick replay we've seen how obvious it actually is who it took the last touch off, but it might well have been an offside. Vicario is unhappy about something and got booed by his own fans on Saturday. He's getting booed by the Newcastle supporters tonight. The fourth official has the numbers board ready. There'll be a minimum of a minute.
The official has indicated a minimum of 1 minute of additional time to be added.
Referee speaking to a member of the Spurs staff, it seems, or somebody pitch side. It's actually a security person from Newcastle. I don't know what the problem is. Maybe there is a situation in the crowd. It's difficult to tell. His Vicario is pointing to something on his boot. And there's obviously lots of movement and activity in the stand, the Leazes end, because people are going inside for half-time. It's unclear what all that's about. We'll try to find out during the break here on BBC Radio Newcastle. 0-0. First half additional time. The minute has elapsed. Bruno, Willock, Elanga, Ramsey and Gordon. Not a bad quintet there to potentially bring on. They've just come back to the bench from warming up. Tottenham Hotspur header. Malik Chow lifts it up. Lewis Hall, great first touch. Lent into Kudus, brought it down beautifully. Voltemada slips as he turns and then tries to come away from Danso. Nothing given in the way of Newcastle in respect of a free kick. Byrne with the challenge on Bergvall, and Hall has got it back. Referee could let them play on here. Hall tried to angle that through the middle for Murphy. Oh, now Sarr got it caught under his feet and just released it in time, but then they've lost it to Livramento, and Jacob Murphy here, one last attack. Murphy into the area, it's blocked. Important defending by the visitors right at the end of the first half. Murphy played in and they blocked his cross. There's the half-time whistle from referee Thomas Bramall. 0-0 at St James's Park. The closest they've come, John Anderson, is when Joe Linton hit the base of the post with a decent effort.
Yeah, it was a great effort from the angle that he was at. It was a great strike. I mean, the keeper's beat. I don't know what's going on with the Vicario though. He keeps pointing at his boot, but what's happening? I don't know what's going on.
Well, but he's gone back to the referee and is having a word with Dan Burns. So there's obviously a situation. We don't know what it is. Burns got his arm around Vicario. Focusing on Newcastle, though, it's been a good performance, but it's lacked the goal, and that Joe Linton chance was their best one.
Yeah, it was their best chance, best opportunity. But some good stuff to take out of the half. I mean, Vicario's still going on. I don't know whether he's been hit by something or whatever, but he's complaining about something. Just get on with it. But look, for all the good stuff that we've done, we haven't created a great deal. You know, the Joe Linton one, the Miley one from the edge of the penalty area, but you know, there hasn't been a great deal in the game. Been decent pace to it, good tempo to it, high press. Spurs have worked hard without really causing a threat. So still all to play for in the second half.
As they chase a third straight Premier League win, it's been a good performance, but with a lack of big chances, apart from the Joe Linton effort back off the base of the post. And at half-time at St James's Park, it's Newcastle United 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0.
Anna Foster, weekday mornings from 10.
We chatted to the lovely Liam Fender about his brilliant song Here We Are and goats.
It's been really busy, but I'm really ready for a break now. I'm actually thinking of maybe, you know, because I've made such a spectacular amount of money over the last 3 years that I'm gonna buy a donkey sanctuary in the south of France, and I think I'm just gonna retire.
Oh, can I come with you?
Yeah.
That sounds good.
That's the dream, isn't it?
Something for everyone on this show. Anna Foster for music lovers and goats alike.
Anna Foster, weekday mornings from 10.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Simon Pride at St James's Park. The ground staff are out with the pitchforks. It's 0-0 at half-time between Newcastle United and Tottenham Hotspur. John Anderson, former Newcastle fullback, still with me. And it is very much in the balance, Ando. Spurs, we were talking about them prior to the game, and we were saying we haven't really been able to work them out this season. I still haven't really worked them out, to be honest, what they're necessarily trying to do. They do pose a bit of a threat, but at the same time, their lack of physicality, it feels like that could cost them.
Yeah, and keep persevering with trying to play out from the back, and they're causing an awful lot of their own problems by doing that. Well, you got to mix it up a little bit as well. You know, you know exactly what you're going to do. We're going with 3 across the edge of their 18-yard box and saying, well, go on, then try and play out. But you've got to mix it up. You've got to take those 3 out of play and go long once or twice. But look, it's been a decent enough game. It's been quite an enjoyable game to watch. But for all the play that we've had, we haven't created a great deal. Joe Linton's one that hit the post was a great effort from the angle that he was at.
That was the chance, wasn't it? It was a good effort.
That was a chance. But apart from that, we haven't created a great deal.
I mean, when Spurs do get the ball, they just don't seem to have a great deal of cutting edge. Newcastle are almost just waiting for them to give the ball back to them, which they inevitably do. You know, we were talking to the reporter from The Athletic who covers Spurs ahead of the game, and he was talking about how Spurs are more comfortable away from home because they like to try and counter-attack. So I think Newcastle was sort of playing to that in a way. So they're saying when Spurs had the ball, they were filtering back and saying, right, just find a way past us, and they couldn't. And Newcastle were just winning it back without really having to do much.
Yeah, they haven't been great on the ball, Spurs. Every time they get it, they've been put under so much pressure. They're forced into rushing stuff, and they just keep giving it straight back to us.
So what did Newcastle do then to
just keep doing what they're doing?
And that will be enough, you feel?
I think they're playing down the hill. They will get chances. I don't think Spurs can keep the intensity that they're playing at. You know, all the closing down, they're chasing the ball an awful lot. They had an awful lot of chasing of the ball to do in that first half. That catches up with you.
Yes. So second half up the hill.
Yeah.
Might find it tricky, and you'd fancy Newcastle to go on and with this. In terms of what Newcastle have got on the bench if needed, I mean, Anthony Gordon's the obvious choice if they still need someone to unlock the door when we're getting to
look at they've got Gordon, they've got Alanga, they've got Guimaraes on there, they've got Ramsey. You know, he's got plenty of options on there if he wants to change it.
Okay, Ando, go and get a half-time drink. Thank you very much indeed. Ando back with Razor for the second half very soon. You might have heard it across the PA when the half-time scores elsewhere were being announced. Not many other games in the Premier League tonight, just 2 others. There's been another goal in the one at Fulham. It was Fulham 3, Man City 5. Fulham have just scored again. It is now Fulham 4, Manchester City 5. It was 3-1 at half-time. This was a 7:30 kickoff, so they've got around about 10 minutes plus injury time to go there. Haaland put City ahead early in the game. Reinders, Foden twice, and Sander Berge with an own goal as well for Man City. But then Emile Smith-Rowe for Fulham, he got one just before half-time to get them back into the game when they were 3 down. Alex Iwobi and then Chukwueze as well with 2 on 72 and 78 for Fulham. Fulham 4, Manchester City 5, with, as I say, around 10 minutes plus injury time to go. Can Fulham complete what would be an extraordinary comeback at Craven Cottage? We will, of course, keep an eye on that one. And there has been a goal now at Bournemouth. Everton have taken the lead, trying to bounce back from that defeat at the hands of Newcastle at the weekend. Jack Grealish has scored for them on 78 minutes. So they lead by 1-0. Again, around about 10 minutes left there. In the Championship, Blackburn Rovers are playing Ipswich Town, and that one is goalless. 66 minutes gone in that match. The half-time entertainment is going on. I'm not sure what the fellow, he's got to score a goal. He's having a crack from halfway. Nobody in goal, obviously. There's a goal set up, full-size goal, and he's got to crack it in from halfway. this fellow. He's had a near attempt, he's had a bad miss, and his third one, oh no, he scuffed that. That's going well wide. He's not happy. He's not happy with the fellow. I'm not sure what he would have won if he'd got that. Anyway, elsewhere in terms of local matches, Dunstan are leading Emley by 3-0. These are Northern Premier League matches. Morpeth lead Gainsborough by 1-0. So both going well there. In terms of the snooker as well, some more ongoing action this evening involving North East players. Elliot Slessor is up against Kyron Wilson at the UK Championship. That one is 2-2, as is the match between David Lilly and Barry Hawkins. And he's missed again, our man, from halfway. Disappointing effort, really. He's getting a good round of applause, but he's got to be a bit disappointed with that, to be honest with you. Don't know if anybody else gets to have a go. No, I'd quite fancy a crack at that, to be honest with you. Anyway, so that's what has been happening elsewhere in the football and in the snooker. Elsewhere in the world of football, FIFA is set to press ahead with plans to have VAR checks on the awarding of corner kicks at the 2026 World Cup, despite domestic leagues rejecting this idea for the wider game. It's something that we were discussing in Total Sport, and not a great deal of positivity about that idea, certainly from the discussions that we had, but it's something that's going to come in. And some sad news from the world of cricket today. The former England batter and Hampshire captain Robin Smith has died at the age of 62 in Perth. Here is the BBC's chief cricket commentator, Jonathan Agnew.
Robin Smith was born and raised in South Africa, but like his elder brother, Chris, qualified to play for England during the apartheid years because he had British parents. He played in 11 home test series and 6 overseas tours, 62 tests in all, making 9 centuries with a top score of 175, and was renowned for his ability and bravery against fast bowling. His trademark cut shot was always struck ferociously hard, and his energetic ducking and weaving to avoid the bouncer kept spectators gripped. He also appeared in 71 one-day internationals. Nicknamed Judge because of his mane of hair, Smith played for Hampshire for 21 seasons, leading the team for 5 of those before retiring in 2003. In a searingly honest book, he chronicled graphically his battle with alcoholism and depression.
Jonathan Agnew there on Robin Smith, who has died at the age of 62. Such sad news. A hugely talented player who I very much enjoyed watching play. Meanwhile, Will Jacks will play his first test in 3 years after England named him as their replacement for the injured Mark Wood. That for the second Ashes test against Australia in Brisbane. It gets underway early on Thursday morning. It's 4 in the morning our time. That one starts. This is a day-nighter, so starting in the sort of afternoon time in Australia. The Durham fast bowler Bryden Carse keeps his place in the side. He's been speaking to the BBC's chief cricket reporter Stefan Schemmelt and began by talking about the difference in using that old pink ball for this day-night match.
We're really excited for what this week has to offer. We've spoken about a couple of guys who have played some pink ball games and, you know, had a look at some of the games that have been played in Australia over the last 4 or 5 years. That said, you know, it's on an evening, it does seem to do a little bit more, especially if you do have a slightly newer ball, so that I'm sure we'll take into consideration throughout the game. But it's going to be exciting. I'm expecting, you know, a massive crowd, a hostile crowd, which will be exciting, and yeah, guys are really looking forward to it.
Look, we're standing on the outfield at the Gabba. You take a look around, it's empty at the moment. You can imagine what it's like when it's full. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that England haven't won here since 1986. What is it about this place, you think? What makes it unique, and what are you expecting from it?
It's obviously going to be hostile. You know, this is where Australia have dominated most of their Test cricket, but again, it almost fills the group with excitement that we have the opportunity to come here this week to, you know, square up a series and putting a performance that not many sides have done. So, you know, that's what I'm looking forward to, and that's what the rest of the group's looking forwed to.
1-0 down, is there pressure on this week?
I think there's always pressure in professional sport, but again, it's a 5-match series. They've landed the first blow, and we've got this week and then 3 more opportunities as well to put things right.
And just as a final thought, Bryden, you have fantastic travelling support wherever you go. You'll know that there's lots of England supporters who are ready to come out here over Christmas and those sorts of things. Do you feel a responsibility to those guys to have the series alive going into that Christmas period?
Look, the English support at Perth was fantastic, and someone was mentioning to me the other day, the numbers of fans that are travelling throughout the Ashes series. We're very fortunate with the following and support that we get, and yeah, of course, every single player in that dressing room wants to win, as do the fans, as do everyone that follows English cricket. Yeah, we'll be looking to put smiles on our faces and theirs, definitely.
That was Bryden Cass looking forward to the game which starts on Thursday, the second test against Australia. He keeps his place in the England side. Score I didn't give you earlier, an international match. England's women up against Ghana beat them by 2-0, and latest score as well, which I didn't give you, in League One. Wigan lead Burton Albion by 1-0. You probably want to know whether there have been any further goals in the Fulham Man City match. There haven't. It's still 5-4 to City, with around about 4 minutes plus injury time remaining. And I can give you a snooker update. It's all happening. David Lilley's now 3-2 up on Barry Hawkins at the UK Championship, so going well for the Gateshead man there. A couple of other things to tell you about before the second half resumes here. Newcastle 0, Spurs 0 at St James's Park. Remember, we've got Liverpool Sunderland on BBC Radio Newcastle tomorrow night. Actually, the players are coming out, so I'll spare you the Rugby League and Formula 1 news. Do that maybe at full time if I have time. But the players are coming out for the second half. At least the Newcastle players have already emerged. Goalless at half time. Who can break the deadlock? You'll find out in just a moment.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thanks very much to Simon Pride, who will be along at half time. At full time. This is half time. It's been a long season. It's been a long couple of weeks.
There's a lot more to go, by the way.
I lose track of where we are, where we're supposed to be. Might be the same for you with all the matches. Newcastle 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0 after 45 minutes. Could and should have been ahead, really, but still goalless. Here come the visitors. Newcastle out first for the second half, and no changes as far as we can see. Ramsdale, Livramento. Oh no, hang on, there is an extra player, and it's Bruno who's coming on for Tonali. There we are. He's just emerged. So Ramsdale, Livramento, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Bruno, Miley, Joelinton, Murphy, Barnes, Baltamada, and Tottenham Hotspur. Vicario in goal. Porro, Romero, who's on a yellow card, Danso, Udogi, Bentancur, Sarr, Bergval, Kudus, Johnson, Kola Mawani. Second half begins. Newcastle black and white stripes against the yellow and navy of the visitors, kicking towards the Gallagher end, the way that they want it always in the second half, down the hill. And let's see if they can get their third straight Premier League win and actually make it 7 wins in a row at St James's in all competitions. Match has been paused. It's not a free kick, but there is a potential head injury for Spurs, so it's the referee just pausing proceedings. Randall Kola Mawani, who you mentioned something that he's wearing. He has a facial injury, so
it's got to go off as well.
Yeah, it's a protective mask that he's wearing. Thomas Bramble, the referee, who's from South Yorkshire, gives the ball to Dan Byrne at the back of the centre circle, and we're playing again. Here go United with Livramento inside to Miley. Bruno's gone into the centre of the midfield three by the looks of things. Here he clips the ball out towards Livramento, just too much on it. Goal kick, nice idea. Not quite the perfect execution, but Livramento so good going forwards.
How long does he have to stay off for?
It's 30 seconds, isn't it? Well, players going down, potentially needing treatment. We talked about it pre-match on Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. The situation with goalkeepers and how an outfield player may soon be told to leave the pitch if a goalkeeper goes down needing treatment. It is a talking point, and the Spurs bench are having it explained to them by the fourth official. 0-0, back to Vicario, long, Lewis Hall, good sliding challenge to win, and Joelinton to Barnes, who beats his man on the outside. Here goes Harvey Barnes, that's a massive save from Vicario. Voltemada headed off the line. Voltemada's header headed away by Danso. Two huge chances, still on the attack with Bruno, and now Livramento. Inside to Murphy, edge of the area, Jacob Murphy. Oh, that's a shot that trickles away from goal. Vicario stops it from going behind. Barnes, great work, and Voltemada there when the ball was dropping. He was always going to get his head to it, but Tottenham Hotspur had a player back, were in the perfect place to head clear.
Yeah, had somebody on the line.
Still 0-0. Kolo Muani back on. Brennan Johnson can't keep the ball in. Dan Burn onto Lewis Hall, far touchline, back inside to Burn. Still got his right hand and wrist strapped. It's been like that for a number of weeks. Mohamed Kudus has got strapping on his left wrist, the Tottenham winger. Players playing with injuries. Barnes flicking it on, Hall trying to run behind. A couple of strong challenges from both teams. It's competitive. Referee lets it go. Bergvall up the line, but did it go out? No, says the assistant. Dan Burn plays it to Joelinton and Bruno. Jacob Murphy trying to run behind the Tottenham defenders. Header there from Danso. Joelinton with a midfield header. Bentancur dispossessed by Voltemada, but Spurs get numbers there and claim it back. Udogie to Bentancur. He's just inside his own penalty box. Comes out wide to Udogie. Malik Chow steps up to win it. Could that have been a foul on Kolo Muani? Referee says no. Joelinton to Murphy. The second half started like the first one did, with plenty of intensity, and it's a pretty ferocious Newcastle play. Livramento here from the pass. High ball hung up. Gets away from the players in the middle. No offside flag, despite a couple of Tottenham defenders and Newcastle players having a look. Back to Captain Bruno, on for Tonali at half time. Miley for Bruno, takes it well. Murphy helps him out, and now it's moved on invitingly for Livramento, who has a touch. Back to Bruno, swings in the cross. Barnes back post, just beaten to it by Pedro Porro. Very good defending, and Kudus now gets turned and plays it to Romero at the edge of the penalty area. And the ball is pushed across to Udogie. They come back with it, Tottenham Hotspur, but still have possession. Danso through to Kolo Muani. Burn wins it back from the French striker, and this is Harvey Barnes just outside the box. Wants a free kick, nothing given, and play goes on with Johnson up to Kudus. And you do feel Mohamed Kudus, with all of his great ability, brilliant left foot, trickery, could be the player that Tottenham Hotspur will turn to try and make something happen. But they're going backwards with the ball to the goalkeeper, edge of the area. It's still goalless. We're in the 52nd minute. Bentancur back to the goalkeeper again. Newcastle trying to keep a high attacking line. Out to Udogie. They're going to win it back here with Chow. Onto Murphy. Voltemada on the inside. Has a touch. Romero comes across, makes a good challenge. Clipped away by Danso, and then out it goes. Tottenham do not look convincing in quite a lot of the things they do, but Newcastle haven't punished them yet. Now that's late from Sarr on Bruno, and the whistle's gone for a Newcastle free kick, and the referee now has to deal with Christian Romero, who comes chasing after him.
Yeah,
not sure what about. Clear free kick, nothing more. No card there. Dan Burn and Bruno saying their bit to referee Tom Bramall. Meanwhile, it's finished. Bournemouth 0, Everton 1. Jack Grealish with the winner. Late goal.
You wouldn't have predicted that, would you? Everton winning the Bournemouth.
A couple of disappointing results for Bournemouth, who started the season pretty well, but everyone's beating each other, aren't they, at the moment? It's a tight Premier League table, and more midweek matches to come after the 3 tonight. 0-0 at St James's Park, with Miley lifting in the free kick, headed away by defenders at the edge of the box, on there by Hall. Joelinton back to Bruno, who lifts it up. Joelinton with a little nod back to Hall. On halfway, a diagonal ball to Murphy, takes it on his chest. Low cross to the near side of the box, put out of play. They'll have a throw, Newcastle. Taken quickly by Murphy. Livramento to Miley, able to turn. Goes out to the touchline, back out wide to Murphy. Decides to go on the outside of Johnson. Clips in the cross. Surely! Oh, Voltemada couldn't get there. Hall deflected wide at the near side. It's going to be a corner.
Great ball, dinked in again, Murphy.
Voltemada was
so well.
And the defender in front, I think, just used his body as a barrier to stop Voltemada being able to go for the header.
Yeah. Good defending. Just eased them out of the way, didn't he? Just as you thought he was going to get up above him.
Corner kick from Miley, looks like a good one. It's come out to Jacob Murphy, and at the back post, lifted over the top by a Tottenham Hotspur boot. Bruno whipping the crowd up at the Gallagher end, 0-0. That was a really good corner kick, whipped in. Murphy was about 6 yards out. He didn't connect with it properly, and Bergvall.
You just feel it's a matter of time, don't you?
Bruno to take the corner again. Players run across the 6-yard box, and he tries to drop it under the crossbar. Vicario gets 2 hands on it, and it's a Newcastle corner on the near side, 3 in a row, as they look for the opening goal of the night here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Are they going to let... No, hang on. They want to take it from the far left-hand side, but they were told it has to be from the right. I think that was just confusion, rather than the dark arts, which they don't use, as we know. 10 minutes gone in the second half. Miley to take this latest corner. It's an outswinger. It's lifted in, headed away. Kudus has got to the ball first. Murphy trying to win it. Pedro Porro, that's out to the right wing. Kolo Muani. Newcastle have got more back than Spurs have forward. Joelinton does what Joelinton does well. Strong play.
Great tackle.
Now he wants a free kick, nothing given. Spurs lose it, and then Hall is tripped. And there are calls for a yellow card, and they're going to be answered with a booking for Rodrigo Bentancur for the challenge on Lewis Hall, who has stayed down. Joelinton, brilliant work to help out Hall to win it back from Kolo Muani, and then as he brought it clear, Bergvall won it back, and then Spurs gave it straight to Hall, who was...
Bentancur at times is just so sloppy, so casual.
What sounds like an epic game at Craven Cottage has finished. Fulham 4, Manchester City 5. Bit of a comeback on there, because was it 5-1?
5-1.
Yeah. It didn't quite complete it, but 9 goals. No goals here. 1-0's enough. Hall tried to play it over the top of Pedro Porro, but he sliced it off the outside of his left boot. Hits the advertising board, and it's midway up their half of the pitch. Bentancur back to Pedro Porro, and then back again to the midfielder. Nicely worked inside, get away from Newcastle's pressure. And Udogie just behind the halfway line. Brennan Johnson, who has got 4 goals this season, including in a match against Copenhagen in the Champions League, which is Tottenham's only win in their last 7 before tonight. Brennan Johnson scored and then got sent off in that game. Bergvall uses the ball well, finds Kudus, right corner of the area, back to Pedro Porro, deep cross, nobody there in Tottenham colours, and that's gone behind.
Yeah, haven't seen much of them as an attacking force, have you? And when they get the opportunity to deliver a ball like that.
BBC Radio Newcastle. Dan Burn. It's a ball given away. Spurs onto Kolo Muani, and then Johnson tackled by Chow. Will go for a throw near the corner flag on the left. It's a misplaced pass up into midfield. Danso from centre back, clearly has a long throw. Seems he's about to launch one.
Changes are going to be made.
Langer and Gordon seem to be coming on shortly, but Newcastle have to defend at the other end first. Dan Burn with a header at the near post, then another, and it hasn't gone out for a corner. It's heading towards the touchline. Spurs throw. That'll inject even more speed into their attacking play if they get those two on. Seems like it's just going to be a double change as we approach the hour mark, and no goals yet. Frustration over the length of time it's taking Spurs to deliver this throw. It's a looping one. Burn with another header back out towards Danso. He wants to let it run. Taken a touch and held it up in the corner. Back to Johnson, Udogie, Porro, whipped around to Kudus. Hall out to him to stop him making any forward progress. Back to Pedro Porro, and Udogie in the centre circle, and Pape Sarr comes to get it. Brings it up the pitch 10 yards. Johnson wide on the left, on the outside of Murphy, delivers across. Dan Burn, great desire to get there and make sure he was the player. Got his head to it first. Livramento finds Joelinton. Kudus is coming in to challenge and did just enough to put Joelinton off. And Dan Burn then tackles Kolo Muani. It's gone for a throw. Udogie. Inside to Sarr. This is again a bit like they had at the end of the first half after the Joelinton effort hit the post. Good spell of possession, some of it around Newcastle's penalty box. Apart from that, it's been all United, and a double opportunity at the start of the second half. Could have had them in the lead, but still no goals. Misplaced pass again, starting to make errors, largely unforced errors, and that's giving some encouragement to the Tottenham Hotspur fans. Gordon and Elanga, number 10 and number 20 respectively, wait to come on. Brennan Johnson found on the left wing, onto Udogie. Some appeals for offside, flag stays down. Bentancur, reverse ball to Bergvall, back to Pedro Porro, 30 yards out. Kudus towards Bergvall, Joelinton tackles him, manages to get the cross in. I don't know if it just rebounded off him. Newcastle with some sort of clearance that goes back out wide right to Kudus. Crowd sensing that the players might need a bit of a lift and a bit of help. Support from the bench is on the way, but the ball hasn't gone out. Johnson on for the run of Udogie, tracked by Miley. Miley blocks it, it's a corner. Pedro Porro's got to come across to the near side of the pitch. Now then, Gordon's put his bib on, as has Elanga, an orange bib. They've gone for a jog up the touchline where Willock and Ramsey are warming up. Bruno brought on at half-time, so they can introduce 4 more players. Bit more defensive work first though, in the 63rd minute. Pedro Porro to the back post. It's headed away. It's going to run for another corner. Seems to be Lewis Hall who was credited there with the touch. We had 2 yellow shirts around him. I don't know if he had actually touched Hall. He did say to the officials it should have been a goal kick, but corner is the decision. And like Newcastle have been doing, Spurs are packing the 6-yard box. They're trying to protect Ramsdale United in the middle of the goal. Kudus left-footed corner. Hall definitely got that header. It's coming down to Pedro Porro. Murphy out to him to block, and did well, Jacob Murphy. Then Kudus done exceptionally well there with a difficult ball to bring it under control, keep it in from the goal line, and then from the touchline, deep cross. Ramsdale gets his glove to it, then picks it up. That's good goalkeeping. And then a roll out to Bruno, and a run from Murphy. Bruno, what a ball to find Murphy. Left side, edge of the area. Jacob Murphy. Shot is blocked. Well, that was an electric break from Newcastle. Ramsdale and Bruno. Murphy unfortunately couldn't finish it off as Spurs got numbers back.
Wasn't too sure what he was doing, was he? Murphy got caught in 2 minds.
Miley, Bruno, Voltemada. Oh, beats one, but didn't really take the ball with him properly. Then Bruno dispossesses Bentancur, edge of the area. Skipper feels it's his responsibility. He's found Miley, edge of the area. Livramento doesn't want to shoot. Lifts in a cross. Oh, it's hit Pedro Porro and gone behind for a corner. Bruno again, waving his arms at the Gallagher end.
There's 2 of them down now.
Tactical foul maybe, or fouls, stoppages from Spurs. After a period of defending John Anderson, 2 good attacks.
Yeah, 2 decent attacks. Spurs haven't really carried a threat, have they?
The 2 players are back on their feet, and this is the Newcastle corner from Bruno. Vicario punches, Livramento drives it! Good save low down by the keeper to his left. Murphy puts the cross back in. Kolo Muani chests it. Miley stops him. That is a tactical foul. That might be a yellow card. Tino Livramento. He has only scored once for Newcastle.
Great strike, wasn't it?
Against Wolves a couple of years ago.
Great strike.
Vicario, big save.
No, it was the defender who got something on it. Defender.
Gave the goalkeeper the credit.
Yeah.
And it wasn't him.
That wasn't him. Great save. No, he didn't save it.
Straight swaps. Harvey Barnes and Jacob Murphy leave the pitch. Anthony Gordon and Anthony Elanga are on. Gordon left wing, Elanga right wing. Want to see Gordon at his best, and you want to see the Elanga that we watched at Everton on Saturday, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, 2 players with plenty of pace.
Back to Ramsdale. And they've still got it with Bruno on the edge of the box. That's a good ball up midfield. And it's Anthony Gordon for the first time since coming on to Joelinton. Oh, he's got to hold it up. Well, they want a free kick.
Never a free kick.
But they're not going to get it. Now Elanga's got it back on the outside for Lewis Hall, right wing. Hall crosses with his right foot. Vicario at full stretch claims.
Kudos is running on empty. He looks absolutely shattered. Look where he is now.
Bergvall in the box though. Look where Spurs are. Lucas Bergvall crossing towards the right hand side, but Brennan Johnson not there. Elanga now inside to Bruno, looking confident. Anthony Elanga after a good match on Saturday. Bruno inviting for Gordon. Taking on two, goes on the outside. He's crossed it. Oh, Doggy could have let it run, but he's headed it behind. There was nobody there in black and white. It's going to be a corner.
It's poor defending. No communication whatsoever. He could have let that ball run, would have went out for a throw in to Spurs. In the end, he's played it. He's given it a needless corner kick away.
69th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle. Lewis Miley. Byrne, Chow, Voltemade, they're at the back of the box. Now they make their move. As the ball comes in, just too high for Joelinton. Lewis Hall with a block on the edge of the area. Nick Voltemade goes out to the left corner, but there's an offside flag up.
But it's come about again because Kudos gives it away on the edge of the penalty area again. Okay, the flag goes up, but as I said, he looks like he's running on empty. Apparently the goalkeeper was saying that he was hit by something
from the crowd. That was he was complaining, talking to the referee before half time and as he went off, but we weren't sure why. So that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
Not something that we are able to confirm, but I'm sure something that will be discussed after the match. Voltemade puts Danso under pressure. He has to lift it away. Brennan Johnson misjudges the bounce of the ball. Here's Tino Livramento inside to Bruno. He's got a man on. Bergvall has played the pass against Sarr. He released it in time, Bruno, but was misdirected. And now Johnson, he's offside. Newcastle pleased about that.
That's poor.
What have you seen in the second half, Ando, that makes you believe that they can go and win?
It's just been similar to the first half. Loads of press, loads of willingness.
Gordon knocks it around Pedro Porro and goes. Great speed from Gordon. His cross finds Voltemade. Here's Bruno. Oh, that's brilliant! That is brilliant! Wonderful Newcastle United goal. It's been coming all night, and it finally arrives in the 71st minute. Gordon with the speed, the electric pace to get away. Voltemade there with a touch, and the captain on at half-time has buried it. And it's Newcastle United 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0.
Well, this time Gordon just knocks it past the fullback, gets to the byline, pulls it back. It's a great finish as well. Just coming on to it, he just places it into the bottom left-hand corner. But Gordon just leaves the fullback for dead. He whips it in. They half clear it. It's a great finish. Hits the side net. Keeper's not stopping that.
Bruno just opens up his body and his right foot, and I would say guides it in, but there's a lot of power behind it. Drives it in to the far bottom corner, the goalkeeper's left, Bruno's right as he looks at the goal. Tottenham Hotspur response from the touchline is immediate with Richarlison and Mathis Tel, the French forward who they had on loan from Bayern Munich last season and then signed permanently in the summer, ready to come on. And Elanga here wins it for Baltamada. The two subs have done well since coming on. Baltamada looks for Elanga. Now Elanga challenges Danso on the edge of the area, who has the physical advantage, much bigger and stronger, and clears, but it's straight to Dan Burn. And then Burns lost possession. Newcastle have been too many wasteful passes. Xavi Simons will be introduced as a third Tottenham Hotspur substitute as Brennan Johnson goes on the outside, crosses towards Kolo Muani, and
great defending.
Malik Chow, who else?
Brilliant defending.
Sees it back to Aaron Ramsdale under a lot of pressure close to his goal.
Yeah, it was great defending, big and strong. Got himself between man and ball.
Now they're singing his chant. The player just gets better and better. Gordon inside to Joelinton, nicely from Gordon to Bruno. Anthony Gordon looks really in the mood and determined. He's played a forward ball there that was cut out, but Newcastle have it back. And Elanga's had a couple of good moments. He wants it here short from Livramento, gets it, brings it inside. Miley has got two men on. Miley goes around them, gives it back to Elanga, 30 yards out. Wide to Miley again. Livramento, a couple of short passes, and Newcastle now back towards Chow ahead of halfway. 1-0 in the 74th minute. Bruno with his fourth goal of the season, nudging them closer to a third straight Premier League victory. Chow up to Miley, and Baltamada can't get there. The ball bent away from him. Needed to be a straighter pass. Spurs clear. Dan Burn to Joelinton, and now Bruno. Bit of space, edge of the area, had room. Moves it wide. Livramento inside to Elanga, and his cross hits Udogi, and it goes for a corner. Trying to see which side of the flag it went. It's a corner. Now listen to that. It was noisy anyway, but that's the difference a goal makes. Spurs still wait to bring on their three attackers. Miley's corner kick, Vicario punches. Livramento lets the ball drop, plays it square to Hall. Ramsdale was available. Lewis Hall up the line for Anthony Gordon, taking on Udogi, cuts inside. Gordon, it's a low ball into the box. It's come for Lewis. Miley! It's spilled by Vicario, but nobody can get there quickly enough.
Didn't get enough
the
on
rebound.
It, didn't get enough pace on it. It's a swinger, it's his left foot. He's just tried to place it again. Could have had a couple tonight, couldn't he?
One in each half from Miley. That was closer to finding the net than the effort in the first 45. One of their goal scorers at Everton. It's back with Ramsdale at the moment. Vicario spilled it, was able to get up and grab the ball. I think Baltamada was closest to it, but he was too far away. Not a criticism, just his starting position was further back, so goalkeeper was always favourite. But 1-0 could have been 2-0 there, and after scoring the goal they've kept the pressure on, haven't they? Hall dispossessed on halfway. They're called turnovers. They've been quite high, haven't they? Tottenham have won it back a lot, sometimes through mistakes. Lewis Miley, edge of the box, now he's been tackled, and this is a good run into the penalty area. What a great run that was from the right hand side on the charge. Look at that. Miley chested it down, and then Kolo Muani dispossessed him, took it on, held off Gordon, got away from Miley, burst past Hall.
Substitution for Spurs.
And what a corner. We need to be careful there, because any touch could have taken him down. And that exciting run is Randall Colomwani's last involvement in the game. He is off, as is Brennan Johnson, and Lucas Berval comes off as well, the midfielder. So Richarlison, Mattis Tell and Xavi Simons are the three on for Thomas Frank's team, with 13 minutes to play. Newcastle 1-0 up.
See if the substitutions have any.
There's the corner. Header from Big Voltemada. Near side. Sarr back out to Kudus. Stayed on. Voltemada, another header away. He didn't even have to jump. Just had to move his head towards the ball. But they've kept Kudus out there, who you said earlier.
Yeah, he looked like he's running on empty.
He's really lacking in energy, but he has quality. Big signing, 55 million from West Ham over the summer. This is Tell. He's got 2 goals for Spurs. He's making his move permanent in the transfer window. Cross to the near post, they've equalised. Well, it is an instant response, really, in terms of the substitutions having a positive effect. And Christian Romero, the captain, who'd stayed in the attack, has headed it in past Aaron Ramsdale at the near post. Newcastle's lead is cancelled out in the 79th minute. Newcastle United 1, Tottenham Hotspur 1. That's a blow.
Well, that's why they kept Kudus on, because he's just cut back onto that left foot and he's whipped the great ball in. Good header from Romero. Got across. Dan Bourne it was who he got across.
Near side of the goal, almost in line with the post, and he's beaten Ramsdale low down at the near side. But so much pace on the ball. Now Joe Linton's passed it straight out of play. There's been a lot of that in the second half, not just by him, too much of it, Ando. Kudus back to Bentancur. Tottenham Hotspur with their strong Premier League away record. Their 4 victories include a success at Manchester City. Will be believing. Sarr does a turn, comes back in midfield. Danso to Sarr. Joe Willock among the players warming up. Here's Malik Chow stepping in to win it from Richarlison. Bruno with his options. It's Gordon. Voltemada could play in Elanga. Does. Anthony Elanga just inside the area, goes for the goal line, rolls it across, and it's cleared. Cleared out for a throw. Livramento has got the ball. Bruno receives it back to Livramento, about 15 yards out now. Elanga 1-2 with Livramento, delivers across. Voltemada takes it down brilliantly, lays it off for Lewis Hall. They've got a corner. Hall's effort was deflected behind.
Great touch by the big man, wasn't it?
BBC Radio Newcastle. There are 9 minutes of normal time to play. 1-1. Bruno for United. Romero's equaliser. Referee's whistle has gone. He's seen something he doesn't like.
It's every corner though.
Bruno now is allowed to deliver. Headed across the 6-yard box. There's a player down for United. Referee is pointing for a goal kick. Yeah. Just a goal kick, I think. Some of the fans behind the goal were appealing for something.
Yeah.
Dan Burn, well, I mean, but are they both holding each other?
Dear oh dear, they're both all over each other.
Don't think there's going to be any need to get VAR involved properly after a quick check. Guillermo Vicario with a goal kick. There's more touchline activity. Jacob Ramsey is ready. Oh, there is a VAR check. They are having a proper look at it. Paul Tierney is the VAR, assisted by Ian Hussin, and it was the challenge on Dan Burn, who was having his shirt pulled. There was an arm around him from, not sure which player, but what do you think?
I don't know.
Do you think it will be given?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Referee Thomas Bramall is explaining to players from both teams what's going on. He's going to have a look at the pitch side monitor, and when this happens, very rarely do you see the referee stick with the original decision. Jason Tyndall's turned in the direction of someone at Spurs, put his arms out and gone, it's a pen.
Well, he would do, wouldn't he?
Now the referee's followed by players over to the far side they're all having a look. I mean, you can see the shirt on Burns' back is being lifted up as it's being pulled, but there aren't many clear angles, but he is held and then seemingly dragged down, Dan Burn. Let's get the referee's decision. It's 1-1.
No. Oh, what's he doing?
Hang on. We wait for the referee. He's telling players to get away. Here he comes.
After review, Tottenham, number 13, makes a holding offence of
penalty! You had me worried there. I thought he was saying no penalty when he waved his arms away, but he has to announce it to the crowd. And it's Rodrigo Bentancur, the guilty party, number 30. Decision is penalty. Foul by Bentancur on Dan Burn. Nick Voltemade scored a wonderful penalty against Nottingham Forest here, but Anthony Gordon has the ball now, and I wonder whether Newcastle will do that thing that we first saw Kieran Trippier and Alexander Isak do at Nottingham Forest a couple of years ago, where someone holds onto it and then they hand it over to another player to take the spot kick. Gordon had the ball. Dan Burns now gone and pushed Richarlison, who's just making things uncomfortable for those in black and white. We are in the 85th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle. It's going to be Gordon or Voltemade. Bruno taps Gordon on the back of the head. Voltemade walks away. Anthony Gordon has the responsibility from the penalty spot, having been brought on as a second half substitute.
Richarlison's been booked. There's a shot.
He had a big hand in Bruno's goal. Great work. And now Gordon has the chance to put Newcastle back in front from 12 yards. Gallagher end against Vicario. Here comes Anthony Gordon. This is huge. Gordon has scored! That's a great penalty. Sends the keeper the wrong way. Put it down the right side of the goal. Anthony Gordon, his first in the Premier League since January. It's massive. It's Newcastle United 2, Tottenham Hotspur 1.
Quality penalty. He's just waited for the keeper to shift and then he's just wrapped it in the other side.
Number 10, Anthony Gordon.
His goals this season. Anthony Gordon had come all in the Champions League against Barcelona, Benfica and Union Saint-Gilloise, where he scored twice from the penalty spot. He was brought on very late at Everton. Tonight he's come on and had a real impact on the game, contributing to both goals and scoring a pressure penalty, and gets a big hug from Nick Baltimore on his way back to the centre circle as Tottenham Hotspur bring on Wilson Odobert for Mohamed Kudus. And they've also introduced young Archie Gray. And the player leaving the pitch is Pape Sarr, isn't it? For Gray, thank you. But Gordon's been good since coming on, hasn't it?
Yeah.
More like the Gordon.
Yeah. It's as if.
Yeah.
It's
a
little bit like when.
From 2 years ago.
Yeah, as if he's had something to prove. A little bit like when Barnes comes on as a substitute, he has an impact.
Well, VAR.
Gordon's done exactly the same tonight.
VAR intervened and got them the penalty with the referee looking at the monitor. They have to protect this lead. Richarlison, that's ridiculous. That dive in the box. He's back up. Siemens, great ball in to the back post. Ooh, that's a terrific whipped cross from Xavi Siemens, the Dutch international. So much quality there. Just too far ahead of his teammates. A little bit of contact from Livramento with Richarlison, but he's just thrown himself into a dive. And play will continue. Nothing in that for VAR or for the referee. BBC Radio Newcastle. 2-1 the score. They couldn't hold on at 1-0. Let's see if they can at 2-1. We're in the 89th minute, but obviously there has been a VAR delay. Richarlison backing into Byrne. Newcastle win the header. Bruno. Elanga running in behind. Elanga now Denso. Did he pull him down? Oh, 50,000 home fans are on their feet. Elanga looks at the referee, who gives nothing. But now Newcastle get a free kick for a foul on Bruno. Anthony Elanga thought he was away in behind Kevin Danso, but not for you, Ando.
No.
Just explain why, having seen it again.
No, he gets the other side of him, but then he just throws himself. He's not getting there. He's not getting the ball. He goes looking for it.
They lead, and it will have them up to 7th, and the team in 6th is Sunderland in the current standings, just a point ahead. Anthony Gordon across into the area from a short free kick, and Udogie has made a mess of his attempted clearance. Miley then goes around him into the corner here. Lewis Miley hasn't been able to keep it in under pressure, but they
throwing Spurs.
Stay up the pitch. Spurs with a throw at left back. It's 2-1. Xavi Siemens back to Udogie. Elanga climbs. Livramento gets his head to the ball. Richarlison nods it on. 9 minutes added. Minimum of 9 minutes, that is. Here's Joelinton with a strong challenge on Siemens to put it out middle of Newcastle's half on this near side. Jacob Ramsey was ready to come on, but they have changed their mind, haven't they, over that substitution. He didn't sneak on in the aftermath of the goal, so Newcastle sticking with what they had out there when it was 1-1. Now it's 2-1. We are 35 seconds into the minimum 9 minutes on BBC Radio Newcastle. Tell. Still danger at the other end, but that through ball is cleared by Livramento. Baltimore comes deep to hold it up. Onto Bruno, back to Baltimore. Needs runners. Only been able to present the ball to Spurs. Now Udogie, edge of the area, slightly behind Siemens, but he's kept his team in possession of the ball. Pedro Porro, they've worked it out to the far side, and that's a corner. The cross diverted behind by Lewis Hall. Odobert was delivering.
Just put your foot behind it. Just got the ball into their half of the pitch. No need to keep trying to play out.
There are some instructions for Fabian Schär, and he might be next on for Newcastle. 91.5 minutes. Schär is ready, but the corner will be taken first. It's a 1-goal lead that Eddie Howe's team have. Out-swinging corner. Brilliant diving header away by Lewis Hall. 30 yards from the Newcastle goal. Audebert, swinging cross from Pedro Porro. Dan Burn, big leap. Livramento, big clearance. It's come out next to the Spurs bench. Here comes Schär. They've taken the throw before Schär can come on. He replaces Lewis Miley.
He's played well again tonight, the young man.
Deservedly kept his place in the team and might get another start on Saturday. For a 19-year-old, 61 first team games. That's pretty good going, isn't it? And still with so much more to come. Pedro Porro plays it out to the far touchline, gets it back. They're 40 yards from Newcastle's goal. Voltermada's had to do a lot of running, shuttle runs between defenders, and looks like he's starting to feel it, but he's still giving it all he has. We played 3 minutes of the minimum 9. It's going to be another Tottenham Hotspur attack and a deep Pedro Porro cross. Tell back into the middle. Richarlison, they've got to get it clear. Chow makes a block, goal kick. Oh no, corner. Corner, last touch off Chow as he played it on to Siemens. Back off the defender. Corner, could have been a lot worse though. Well, what's happened in the middle here? The referee is saying wait. What are they waiting for? On the giant screen at the Lees' end to East Stand, it's the VAR explanation about the Newcastle penalty. Is there a check for something else for Tottenham there? I don't know. Richarlison with Chow, went flying again. Richarlison, nothing given, play on, but it's a corner on 94 minutes for the away side. Tell clips it in, Ramsdale punches, hasn't left the area, overhead kick, oh no, it's in! It was sent back in from an overhead kick and someone must have got a touch to help it on its way, and Newcastle United for the second time tonight have had a lead cancelled out, and Spurs players celebrating right in front of home fans behind the Lees' end goal. It's Newcastle United 2, Tottenham Hotspur 2.
Well, corner gets played in, it's an overhead kick.
Romero again. For the second time, they haven't been able to hold on to a lead. And an overhead kick. I don't think anybody got a touch.
Touched it. Nobody's got anywhere near it. It's just gone straight in.
Well, it's... Yeah, flashed past Bentancur in the middle. There are a couple of other players nearby. Richarlison, one of them, didn't get a touch. Gordon lifted forward. Voltemada knocking it down. Joelinton for Bruno. Look, it's not over. They could even still win it. Elanga on for Voltemada. Romero back at the other end with some defending on Voltemada, and then Elanga adjudged to a foul. Udogie near the corner. 3.5 minutes to play, and the pressure from the set pieces from Tottenham Hotspur, who, as you mentioned, were working on them extensively in their warm-up. They've made it count there. Newcastle just didn't get it clear properly. Ramsdale went over the top of players to punch, and Romero was all alone when he took the overhead kick. They brought a defender on as well. Now Richarlison chasing a ball. Aaron Ramsdale jumps and catches middle of the box. Thomas Frank jumping up and down on the touchline. Eddie Howe, hands in pockets. They will still get time. Chow to Elanga. Livramento back to Chow. Nice turn inside away from Tell. Chow look for Voltemade. He came off the defender, and then Danso was there to clear. Fabian Schär here with a header, sends Dan Burn backwards. Nothing silly from Burn, just gets rid. Romero away. Schär comes onto it, onto the chest of Bruno, facing his own goal behind the halfway line. Hall up the left wing, Gordon to chase, but Danso is across. He puts it out into the east stand. 2 minutes remaining. Could still go and win it. Bruno from Joelinton's pass, swept across to this near side. Livramento with Elanga up the line. Here's Anthony Elanga on for Livramento again, and it's gone behind. It's broken down between the pair. Just a bit of a complicated move. Celebrations and the singing coming from the top of the Leazes end after their bad defeat by Fulham. Romero in the 95th minute will make Tottenham Hotspur and their supporters feel a lot better tonight, unless Newcastle can produce a spectacular last minute winner. We're into that final minute of the 9 that were added to the game. Throw in for Livramento, but in his own half. Back to Chow, they get it in play again quickly. Chow with a touch, then it's hoisted up over halfway. Voltemade tries to help it on. Romero's come and thrown himself at the header and taken a clip on the way down, and free kick is given. Now with 20 seconds remaining, plus whatever the referee decides to add to the match. It feels like this one is destined for a draw. Danso goes long. Richarlison behind Chow. Livramento here, and Bruno getting involved. Spurs, well, they might fancy a late winner. Archie Gray to Udogie. They're on this near left wing. Siemens, surely not. Udogie in the penalty area, put away by Fabian Schär. It's a
throw in.
It's a throw next to the corner flag. No, they've given the corner. They've given the corner, yeah. It was one of those that wasn't easy to see. We're in the 100th minute now. We've played beyond the 9. It's 2-2. And, well, they have to defend this. They've got to see this one out and away. There's the corner. Ramsdale catches. Referee blows for full time. Minutes away from a third straight Premier League victory, but a late goal deep in, added on time. A second of the match from the Spurs captain, the centre-back Christian Romero, has denied Newcastle United another 3 points, but they keep at least an unbeaten league sequence moving into 3 games. Wasn't the victory that they wanted, that they came so close to getting. All the goals in the second half. United in front, brilliantly through Bruno, a lovely move. Romero equalised. VAR check led to a penalty awarded for a foul on Dan Burn. Anthony Gordon put it away very confidently, but Romero with an overhead kick, he was low down, close to the floor, hooked it over his head. It just bounced and ran through at the angle towards the far bottom corner, and Newcastle were prevented from another success at St James's Park, which would have been a 7th in a row here in all competitions. Disappointed John Anderson because of the manner in which they lost their 2-1 lead so late.
Yeah, got to defend it better, haven't we?
we've seen them practicing set pieces early on or before the game kicked off. You thought when we got the penalty and went 2-1 up that we'd be able to see the game out. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do that. It would have been a huge 3 points, but look, it was a good game. It was a decent game. Spurs kept going right to the death. I thought when we got the penalty they may have folded, but they didn't. They kept digging in, they kept looking to get something out of the game. It's a bit of a blow. It is a bit of a blow not to get the 3 points.
They'd had the better of it in this fixture in recent times. 3 Premier League wins in a row, and then the League Cup victory 5 weeks ago. But they just couldn't get over the line tonight. Burnley on Saturday, another home game, another opportunity to win and keep moving up the Premier League table, one that I'm sure they'll be determined to take. And tonight they played well in the first half without creating many chances. More chances in the second half, but there was a bit of sloppiness at times. Obviously, they need to bring it all together to
look, the amount of times we gave the ball away in midfield, you know, you can't keep doing it. You've got to keep the ball better. But it was disappointing to drop it right at the death, but it was what it was. As I say, decent game. Played at a real good tempo. Good tempo from both sides. Spurs showed very, very little in that first half. They were a slightly better second half. But you've got to defend. You've got to defend properly, and we didn't do it tonight.
Final thought, John Anderson. How much better has it been in the last 4 games
better,
compared to what they were producing, certainly in the Premier League before the international break?
Yeah, it's been better, no doubt about it. There's been a higher intensity. Tempo's been an awful lot better. You know, so all in all, it was an opportunity tonight to get another win under the belt. We haven't been able to do that, but look, we didn't lose. We picked up another point. Disappointing not to get the 3, I have to say, because I fancy this big style tonight. But look, there was some good things in the game, a lot of good things in the game, but there was some poor things as well.
It's finished 2-2 at St James's Park. We'll be with you for a little bit longer till 10:30 on BBC Radio Newcastle tonight, and Simon Pride will be back in a second alongside John Anderson. If you'd like to send a message, then WhatsApp us 08000 321 333, 08000 321 333, or text 81333. In either case, start your messages with the letters BBC. We'd love to hear from you about the game. You can also contact us on X at BBC Newcastle. All the goals in the second half tonight: 2 for Newcastle, 2 for Tottenham Hotspur here at St James's Park. Newcastle United 2, Spurs 2.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
This morning I want to know the weirdest thing you've found in your clothes. Carol in Benton.
My daughter's a teacher in a primary school, and one afternoon after school had closed, the parent came back with a little boy. She said, I found something moving in his pocket. The school had eggs incubating the chick for the kids to watch, and he borrowed the chick, popped it in his pocket and got home with it, and luckily the mother noticed the little thing wiggling in his pocket. Surprisingly, the chick survived.
He took a live chick home in his pocket?
He did, yeah.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Simon Pride at St James's Park. 2-2, it has finished. You've got time to send us a quick message, 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text. Start your messages with the letters BBC. Raise us off to get some post-match reaction, which you will hear tomorrow on BBC Radio Newcastle as part of the breakfast show with Matt from 6 o'clock, and on Total Sport tomorrow night as well. Let me just tell you the other results in the Premier League. Just 2 other games, both of which kicked off at 7:30, so they're long finished. Everton have beaten Bournemouth by 1-0 on the South Coast. Jack Grealish with the only goal of the game there. There were 9 goals at Craven Cottage. Fulham 4, Manchester City 5. Erling Haaland putting City ahead. Reinders with a second goal in the first half, and then Phil Foden before half-time made it 3-0. Emile Smith-Rowe got one back just before the interval in first half stoppage time. Foden scored again, and then an own goal meant Man City were well ahead by 5 goals to 1, but then a comeback. Alex Iwobi and a couple from Chukwueze as well. It meant that Fulham had 12 minutes plus stoppage time to try and get an equaliser, which they weren't able to do. 5-4 it finished. In the Championship, an injury time equaliser for Ipswich at Blackburn, 1-1 it finished at Ewood Park. And in League One, it was Wigan 1, Burton Albion 0. And a friendly for England's women, they beat Ghana by 2-0. And let me update you with the snooker as well. David Lilly is in action against Barry Hawkins at the UK Snooker Championship, and he is 5-3 down to Hawkins. And Elliot Slesser is up against Kyron Wilson. He was 4-2 up, but it's now 4-4. So that's you up to date with all of the ongoing action. I have to update you with the snooker after all, right? Ando, lots to talk about. I'm going to read some messages out first. Main reason for doing that is due to circumstances beyond my control, I have an unchargeable tablet with only 4% battery left, so I'm going to read these before it runs out. John says, really disappointed with that performance and result tonight. We're starting to concede too many late goals, but we're also conceding too many goals from corners as well. But on a positive note, Lewis, Miley and Hall were good tonight, says John.
Yeah, I agree with that. Disappointing to lose 2 points. You know, you get yourself in front, you're going into added on time, you're hoping to be able to see it out. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that. So, yeah, disappointing from that point of view. Steve says it's always the same, Ando, when you say we're going to win, we don't. Oh, yeah, blame me, why not?
And this one, a different Steve, says, what did Ando make of the penalty? That looked a bit harsh on Spurs. A couple of people have said that, actually. A couple of Newcastle fans have said that was a bit harsh. I mean, he had his arm around him. He pulled him. You see that a lot.
Yeah, but you don't see them all given, do you?
No, you don't see many. You see probably, I don't know, you see maybe 20% of those are given. As soon as he goes to the screen, you think he's going to give it, of course.
Yeah, because they never have... They never trust themselves to say, well, actually, I got it right in the first place, so I'm going to stick with my original decision. But thankfully, he changed his mind. He gave the penalty. It was well dispatched as well. But, yeah, pleased we got it.
William says Spurs spoiling and time wasting paid off. We were gifted a winner but chucked it away. The defending for Spurs second was very poor, starting with the keeper's punch and then the ball watching defenders as well, says William. I mean, it was a rather bizarre equaliser. It hit his shin. I mean, it was a great technique, I guess, to perform the overhead kick, but it came off his shin. It bounced twice before it even got to the goal.
I thought somebody else put it in.
Yeah.
But he didn't. It went straight in from the overhead kick.
It just seemed to wrong foot everybody, didn't it? It was a little bit bizarre. I'm going to have to watch it again a few times to try and work out exactly what happened.
Yeah, disappointing to not pick up the 3 points, because you just felt that those 3 points were there for the taking. So yeah, I think Eddie Howe will be disappointed with that.
Yes. Keep the messages coming, and at the moment I've still got enough battery on my tablet. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text. Yeah, they worked so hard to get that breakthrough. Bruno took the goal fantastically well, having come on as a sub at half time, and you would have liked to think that they would have had enough to withstand any Spurs pressure. Bearing in mind, I don't think Spurs had an effort on target up until then.
Spurs didn't show an awful lot, especially in that first half. They were a little bit better second half, but I mean,
the subs made a difference. So a bit of feistiness with the subs. I mean, Richarlison, whatever you think of him, he adds something a bit different, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a narky individual, isn't he?
To say the least.
Yeah, he is.
He's trouble, but he gives you something to think about. Pest. He managed to, he was only on the pitch for half an hour. He got booked. Managed to wind up at least 4 or 5 different Newcastle players.
Yeah, and Romero and Bruno at the end. There's no love lost, is there? Argentina and Brazil.
Yes, there's a bit of extra there.
Yeah. So, but yeah, disappointing not to get the 3 points, as I said.
Yes. What could they have done different after they'd scored? I mean, I think up until they scored, well, yeah.
Could have defended better. Yeah. It wasn't the greatest punch from Ramsdale, and the goal seemed to take an eternity to go in. You seen, and as I say, I think I thought somebody else had got a touch on it, but they hadn't. It just went straight in. So from that point of view, it was disappointing.
Spurs didn't offer a great deal.
Scored twice
in terms, which is the hugely disappointing thing. I guess it's the sort of game where you thought if Newcastle can score here, that should be enough. And then they did it twice. They got ahead. They nudged themselves ahead twice.
I have to say, you always felt the goal was coming. And in that period, we had them pinned in, and you felt the goal was coming. And obviously, the goal comes, and you think, yeah, that's okay. We'll go on and we'll win this. But you've got to do it properly. And the amount of times we gave the ball away in the middle of the park needlessly in bad areas was poor tonight.
Brian wanted to see more from both Barnes and Murphy.
Yeah, Murphy, he blows hot and cold a little bit. I thought when Gordon came on, he had an immediate impact.
Mm-hmm.
He set up the Bruno goal by being direct and knocking it past the full back and just running him and pulling it back into a good area. And then obviously he puts the penalty away. So you want to see him do an awful lot more of that. He hasn't done enough of that in the league this season.
The table now is a little bit ridiculous in terms of how congested it is. So Newcastle are in 13th place with 19 points from their 14 games. I'll read up the table. Fulham have 17 from 14 games. They're 15th, and then Bournemouth on 19 points along with Newcastle. Brentford also on 19, as are Spurs as well. So 4 teams on 19. Palace are on 20. Everton, who won tonight, are on 21 along with Liverpool. Manchester United also on 21, and then Sunderland and Brighton both on 22. Brighton in 5th place, Bournemouth in 14th place, separated by just 3 points, so very, very congested. I mean, those extra 2 points for Newcastle would have lifted them right up to 7th place in the Premier League table, but not to be.
It's a weird league this season. I mean, after being at Everton at the weekend, there was no way in the world you would have predicted that they'd go to Bournemouth and win tonight. But that just shows you the nature of the league this season.
Yes, and now Burnley here at the weekend.
Yeah, got to go
need to
again.
just shore things up defensively.
Yeah.
You would hope that they would have enough to go and beat Burnley. At least they didn't lose tonight, so there's still a bit of momentum there, isn't there?
Yeah, a bit of momentum, but disappointing not to pick up the 3 points, because you felt that the 3 points were there for the taking, and they would have been absolutely massive, because, as you say, it would have taken us into 7th place in the table going into the game against Burnley at the weekend.
Voltemada up front, again some lovely touches, some good link play. Didn't have a great deal of opportunity in front of goal. He had one that was cleared off the line, didn't he? That header,
he got up well,
that
good header.
which he did. You just think that Newcastle are missing the fact that they don't have Wissa. Obviously, Asula's not an option to bring off the bench either. You just feel they just need that another option, something else in that centre forward position when they need it.
Yeah, because you can't change it, can you? Because you've got nobody else to bring on. And,
exactly. All you can do is put Gordon through the middle, but you don't really want to do that.
And that's not really going to work out, to be quite honest, playing Gordon through the middle. We've seen Gordon play through the middle, and it doesn't work, to be quite honest. But we need Wissa back. Thankfully, he's back training. He's played a practice match to get another one under his belt, and hopefully see him back quickly.
Ando, thank you very much indeed. Ando, as ever, our match summariser. In terms of reaction, well, Razor's off to speak to Eddie Howe now. Might get to chat to a player as well. I bet you Bruno doesn't do any interviews. He's still in a foul mood coming off the pitch. And we'll have that reaction on the Breakfast Show tomorrow with Matt, and on Total Sport tomorrow evening. 4 goals shared at St James's Park. We'll do it all again with Sunderland tomorrow. Good night.
Gordon knocks it around Pedro Porro and goes. Great speed from Gordon. His cross finds Voltemada. Here's Bruno. Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. Wonderful Newcastle United goal. It's been coming all night, and it finally arrives in the 71st minute. Gordon with the speed, the electric pace to get away. Voltemada there with a touch, and the captain on at half-time has buried it. And it's Newcastle United 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Across to the near post, they've equalised. Well, it is an instant response, really, in terms of the substitutions having a positive effect. And Christian Romero, the captain, who'd stayed in the attack, has headed it in past Aaron Ramsdale at the near post. Newcastle's lead is cancelled out in the 79th 9th minute, Newcastle United 1, Tottenham Hotspur 1. That's a blow. Here comes Anthony Gordon. This is huge. Gordon has scored! That's a great penalty. Sends the keeper the wrong way. Put it down the right side of the goal. Anthony Gordon, his first in the Premier League since January. It's massive. It's Newcastle United 2, Tottenham Hotspur 1.
Quality penalty.
Tell clips it in. Ramsdale punches. Hasn't left the area. Overhead kick. Oh no, it's in. It was sent back in from an overhead kick, and someone must have got a touch to help it on its way. And Newcastle United, for the second time tonight, have had a lead cancelled out. And Spurs players celebrating right in front of home fans behind the Leazes end goal. It's Newcastle United 2, Tottenham Hotspur 2.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.